This 60-year-old man is our main character. Due to his old age and frail body, it actually took him a whole 50 seconds to defeat this S-rank boss. But little does anyone know, our old man has an insanely overpowered skill, absorbing artifacts. However, since he had no freaking clue how to absorb them, he ended up boiling the artifacts. When that didn't work, he stir-fried them. And so, for over 30 long years, he let this overpowered skill go to waste, until he finally realized that all he had to do was synchronize his mana to absorb the artifacts. But realizing this too late completely crushed our old man's spirit. So the author made him regress straight back to the days when he was 20 years old. Now he has all the time in the world to devour them. After devouring a single sword, his speed increases and he gains a hidden skill. Following that are countless more devours, making his power absolutely invincible. And without further ado, let's get started. The story begins with Sang-Hwin sitting on the ground, panting in exhaustion. I'm already a 55-year-old uncle this year. His face looks somewhat pensive as he asks himself, what am I even doing at this age? Others are probably enjoying their retirement by now. He recalls his life story. My life has been nothing but a series of failures. Why a failure, you ask? Sang-Hwin grips his sword and glares at the monsters right in front of him. You guys really aren't going to let me catch a break, are you? Loud noises echo as the monsters charge straight at Sang-Hwin, attacking fiercely. Refusing to back down, he rushes forward to retaliate. Other guys my age are already called sword saints or sword gods or whatever. But me, I'm just an old man with a sword, or the absent-minded swordsman. That's all I've achieved. Isn't that miserable enough? Time flashes back to the past. A poor girl is taken away by monsters right in front of Sang-Hwin. Let go. At that time, Sang-Hwin was still very young. I had no family and grew up in an orphanage. The woman tries to look at Sang-Hwin and comfort him. Sang-Hwin, don't be afraid. I'm fine, so please, run away. The moment she finishes her sentence, a bloody scene unfolds right before the eyes of poor Sang-Hwin, but even the teachers at the orphanage. The surroundings are endlessly filled with agonizing screams. Help me. Sang-Hin turns his head to witness this scene, shedding tears of utter despair. And the other kids, the people who were like my family. They all died when the apocalypse appeared in the sky and the monsters descended, and robbed me of absolutely everything. However, I didn't lose hope. Just at the critical moment, an armored knight saves Sang-Hin's life. While standing at death's door, he stares blankly at the broad back of the knight who saved him. The knight turns his head, giving a gentle smile as he asks, "Are you all right?" These simple yet warm words deeply move Sang-Hin's heart. A miracle had appeared. Back to the present, Sang-Hin continuously swings his sword, fighting back against the monsters. His face shows exhaustion from the prolonged battles. I was saved by that person, and I wanted to become just like him. I really did try my absolute best. So why? Facing this wave of monsters, back when he was young, Sang-Hwin still desperately fought back. Damn it. The sight before his eyes makes him freeze for a moment. No matter how many monsters I killed, I just couldn't get any stronger. Strong enough to protect anything. Seeing his comrades die in a pool of blood, Sang-Hwin screams endlessly in bitter hatred. Turning to reality, Sang-Hwin stands there exhaustedly, trying to catch his breath. This thing is slowly killing me, he asks. Do you guys understand now? His body trembles from losing too much stamina in this battle. This body really can't keep up anymore. This is getting a bit dangerous. The ground around him suddenly shakes violently, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Before he can even comprehend what's happening, the image of a ferocious monster appears right before his eyes. Dreams, gone. A home, gone. A family, also gone. The monster opens its massive jaws, preparing to attack Sang-Hwin. He gives a wry smile at a loss for words. My life truly is a complete failure. The more he thinks about it, the more he wants to curse this life. I'm so screwed. Dear God, I want to be reincarnated so badly. Sunlight peeks through the chaotic scenery. Amidst the piles of monster corpses here, Sang-Hwin has single-handedly taken them all down. Chapter 1, Player. Din Sang-Hwin. Congratulations, you have cleared the ancient dragon's nest dungeon. The relentless continuous fighting has left him incredibly exhausted. The more he thinks about it, the more Sang-Hwin feels it's so unfair he can barely speak. Why do I still have to struggle like this when I'm nearly 60? His full name is Din Sang-Hwin, 55 years old. My name is Din Sang-Hwin. I've been a swordsman for almost 30 years, but my best achievement so far is only making it into the top 100 players in the country. Simply put, I'm like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. There are countless players in this world, after all. Looking at the book right in front of his eyes makes Sang-Win somewhat surprised, and he steps closer. My reward this time is a skill book? I've already eaten one holy relic before. Can I eat another one this time? A blinding light appears from behind him, catching his attention. The system displays a notification. Constellation Late Bloomer Scholar has entered. At the same time, a young man with blonde hair appears right before Sang-Win's eyes. Late Bloomer. Scholar sincerely appreciates your effort. He speaks incredibly confusing words. Furthermore, he praises you for that magnificent strike earlier. He quickly realizes, the one who just entered is the constellation I formed a contract with, the Late Bloomer Scholar. Sang-Win chuckles, looking at the man in front of him. Thank you. I'm truly grateful that he signed a contract with a third-rate swordsman like me. Suddenly, the system displays a new notification. Late Bloomer Scholar. When the player reaches level 850, all holy relics and title stats will be doubled. When the player reaches level 900, all holy relics and title stats will be tripled. The Late Bloomer Scholar's rapid transformation makes Sang-Win, standing right next to him, slightly annoyed, because his current level is only 650. Because of this harsh condition, I still haven't received a single thing from him, even though he's my constellation. The system continues to display notifications. Late Bloomer Scholar urges you to quickly eat that skill book. Sang-Win nods in understanding. I was just about to eat it. His hands slowly reach toward the book in front of him. All right, let's do this. A blinding light appears. Consume Holy Relic. This is the only unique skill I received upon awakening. To figure out how this skill works, I actually tried boiling and eating the holy relics. I even tried frying them, but I didn't feel any different. By the time I finally ended these pointless experiments, 30 long years had already passed. Then, when I used mana synchronization with a holy relic of the appropriate level, I realized that was the true way to activate the Absorb Holy Relic skill. But by the time I realized it, it was far too late, because everyone else had already grown incredibly strong the moment they awakened. Sang-Win's face looks deeply pensive at this moment. He slowly places his hand on top of the book. The more he thinks about it, the more incredibly frustrated he gets, tossing the book aside. Shouldn't this thing come with a manual or something? There's no way in hell this is a skill book. Watching this scene from the side, the Late Bloomer Scholar feels utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. The Late Bloomer Scholar states that there is very little information displayed about this skill. He apologizes for not being able to help you. He says that there is still plenty of time, and you should try compromising with it one more time, and begin the mana synchronization process. Sang-Win gradually grows irritated. Plenty of time. The moment he turns his head, tears of helplessness stream down his face. Who says I have plenty of time? I'm almost 60 years old. If I had a kid at 30, they'd be 30 by now. And if I had a kid even earlier, I might even have grandchildren. Maybe you don't get it because you're a constellation, but humans die young. The system hastily pops up a notification. The Late Bloomer Scholar sincerely apologizes if he said anything wrong. Sang-Win sighs, turning his face away. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just, my life is full of nothing but regrets. Hearing this makes the Late Bloomer Scholar flinch slightly. I couldn't bring that person back. I tried my absolute best to become someone like him. But I'm completely exhausted now. Now I'm just too old. If only I were just a little bit younger. Hearing this, the Late Bloomer Scholar remains silent and doesn't reply. Suddenly, an incredibly bizarre smile creeps onto the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the old man continues to complain in sheer frustration. Whatever. I'm about to retire anyway, it's about time. Since I'm going to cancel my contract with you, go find yourself another player. A pink light envelops him as the Late Bloomer Scholar slowly floats up into the air. He is still standing there bewildered, not understanding what the hell is going on. The scene I'm witnessing right now. Everything is slowly fading away. Constellation. Sang-Win stares at the Late Bloomer Scholar's eerie smile. That was my final memory as a 55-year-old. The Late Bloomer Scholar has used your experimental essence. A series of words appear, initiating regression. The scene shifts to another place. A man named Bok Dae-min, a reporter known by the nickname Player F, smiles as he announces to everyone, dungeons and gates. These are the basic environments where awakened individuals, or rather, players, operate. Isn't that right? Hen Mai Lee is the CEO of the Mai Lee Group. She nods in agreement. That's exactly right. You can consider dungeons as the starting point for players. As for gates, they are alternate dimensions, or you could say they connect to uncharted territories. Those are the places you have to explore, and everything is broadcasted on the TV screen, answering questions, clarifying the concepts of dungeons and gates. That is the foundation upon which players need to grow. The two continuously engage in a lively discussion. So, what are your thoughts on this year's dungeons? Personally, I believe. Inside the room, Sang-Hwin joyfully polishes the sword in his hand over and over. I really did regress. It's been forever since I watched this program. He falls into deep thought, recalling everything. Over the past 4 days, I've gotten a pretty good grasp of the situation, but it's still a bit hard to fathom. To be exact, I've regressed 30 years into the past. I passed out back then, and when I woke up, I was inside my tiny apartment from 30 years ago. My body was no longer that of a 55-year-old man, but a young guy of just 25, bringing along all the memories from before the regression. And the reason I was able to regress. It must have been a miracle granted by the constellation. There's no other way to explain it. Thinking of this, Sang-Hwin chuckles, testing out the dagger in his hand, but I still find it quite baffling. Oh well, whatever. I guess it's about time I headed out for work, right? The information regarding Venomous Dagger is displayed. Bronze tier Holy Relic. One-handed weapon. Weapon type. Dagger. Attack power plus 17. Agility effect plus 10. A dagger used for self-defense. It will not dull easily. Sang-Hwin grips the dagger firmly in his hand. He secretly thinks to himself, this is a bronze tier Holy Relic that I was lucky enough to obtain during this time, even though its rank might be low. I know its hidden skill. The system also displays information about the dagger. Absorption rate is being calculated. The base stat absorption rate for a bronze tier Holy Relic is 10%. The absorption of previous Holy Relics has been accumulated. The final absorption result is 20%. Sang-Hwin's face fills with immense anticipation, eager to see what happens next. Although the rate is quite low since it's been a long time since I used it, the most important thing is the hidden skill. Initiating mana synchronization with Venomous Dagger. Sang-Hwin felt as if he had been transported to a completely new dimension. The system displayed a new notification, unlocking the subconscious realm. He happily looked around the space he had just discovered. The subconscious realm is where I need to be to absorb holy relics, but I get nervous every time I come here, wondering what kind of dish will appear. Right before Sang-Hwin's eyes, an incredibly delicious-looking plate of roast chicken appeared. Preparations to absorb Venomous Dagger are complete. His face filled with awe as he stared at the dish laid out right in front of him. A roast chicken dish was already set before Sang-Hwin, waiting for him to dig in. BBQ grilled chicken drenched in olive oil. Seeing this sight made Sang-Hwin burst into a surprised laugh. Thank goodness it's a normal dish this time. I was worried it would be something like a swamp centipede. If it's this, I could eat as much as I want. The system popped up another notification. The process of absorbing Venomous Dagger has begun. You have gained Agility plus 2. Hidden skill acquired, Sweep. Before he could even notice, the dagger slowly faded into thin air. Venomous Dagger has been absorbed and has disappeared. Back in reality, Sang-Hwin breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the info screen. It's a bit of a shame that it was destroyed, but I probably wouldn't have used it later anyway. I got a useful skill just as expected. Now it's time to get moving. The scene shifted to a massive spatial gate. This was dungeon number 85, supervised by Du Dekin's party. At that moment, the porter captain hurried forward to report. Captain Du Dekin looked slightly surprised upon hearing this. Why is the porter captain here? The porter captain quickly and anxiously explained everything he knew. A member of my team is withdrawn, the rookie who joined 4 days ago. His name is Din Sang-Hwin. Dekin didn't seem surprised at all. Don't worry about that Din Sang-Hwin kid. He already joined the player squad. This information only made him more anxious. What? He joined the player squad and not the porter team. Seeing his reaction, Dekin chuckled in amusement. That's what I decided. Is there a problem? The porter captain angrily replied, of course there is. He just awakened. And he hasn't even finished the player academy yet. You've never added someone like that to the party before. If you do this, the teams will be unbalanced. How am I supposed to assign tasks? Dekin just let out a soft sigh. Captain. His demeanor turned incredibly intimidating as he stepped closer to him. Porter captain. The man was a bit taken aback. What? Dekin got right in his face. I have to handle everything myself, from my squad to the distribution system. Hearing that, the porter captain forced a stiff smile. Yes, I apologize. Left with no other choice, he turned and walked away. Dekin kept grumbling behind his back. Seriously, give those porters a chance to speak and they complain about balance my ass. This also made a party member curious. But why did you accept that guy into the squad? I totally didn't expect that. Dekin laughed in amusement. You too, huh? If someone has to die, it'll be that guy, not us. That pump needs to make himself useful and then die to shut those porters up. That's how we maintain our own worth. The group gossiped among themselves enthusiastically. What could a level 1 idiot even do? I had no idea you planned that. At that moment, Sang-Hwin slowly walked over. Hello. Starting today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Din Sang-Hwin. The moment he introduced himself, everyone in the party fell dead silent. The kin's face grew even more smug, eagerly waiting to see what would happen. As if noticing everyone's stares, Sang-Hwin stood there feeling somewhat speechless. These guys sure are eager. I already guessed as much, but they aren't even trying to hide their expressions. To break the silence, Decuman stepped forward with a smile to greet him. Our rookie is finally here. Sang-Hwin, right? Nice to meet you. I thought you were already late on your first day. Your weapon. That's a great sword. Sang-Hwin laughed and scratched his head as he explained. Yeah, I watch YouTube videos to practice really hard. Hearing that, Dekin nodded in praise. A great sword is one of the hardest swords to use, but Sang-Hwin didn't care much about that. At the very least, I can protect myself, so please trust me. This greatly amused Dekin, making him burst into loud laughter. That's the spirit. Good job. A real man should be exactly like that, just like me. Now let's go clear out this dungeon. Cheer up, guys. Everyone in Dekin's party slowly marched into the secret realm. He didn't forget to remind them. All right, once we're inside, make sure to stay right by the entrance. The group kept chatting as if they had nothing to fear. I wonder how many it'll kill today. Who knows, but it'll definitely kill more than you for sure. The moment he saw Dekin head inside, Sang-Hwin's eyes turned terrifyingly cold. His face clearly showed his disdain. Learn from YouTube? That's hilarious. Where does this guy think a dungeon is? He just awakened and became a player, yet he's already this arrogant. It seems this guy really wants to die. Based on my actual combat experience, the monsters in the dungeon are a nightmare for rookies. And you're about to learn exactly what this place is all about, you stupid brat. Just a few seconds later, the expression on Dekin's face completely changed. Stupid. Brat. The sight before their eyes made everyone freeze in their tracks for a moment. This is absolute madness. The corpses of giant monsters lay scattered across the ground, utterly decimated by Sang-Hwin's combat prowess. Only one thought raced through everyone's minds. Just who the hell is this guy? What did I just see? Sang-Hwin slowly turned his head with a freezing gaze. Monsters. They are creatures that mainly appear in games, novels, and fantasy movies. Because we are so familiar with them, we often have misconceptions when facing them. That monsters are very weak. Of course, compared to other beasts like dragons, they are indeed very weak, stupid, and only know how to use their fists. Because of that, new players are often extremely arrogant and tend to jump straight into fighting monsters without thinking much. New players even charge head-on at the monsters. Here I come. The characteristics of a monster are usually quite simple. The monster's hands quickly and effortlessly obliterate those rookies. They average 250 centimeters in height and weigh 180 kilograms, making the rookies scream in absolute despair. Let me go. You. Their physical traits create a massive gap in strength between them and humans. For this reason, monsters have earned a nickname, the Nightmare Wall. Back in reality, Dekin's expedition party slowly marched forward. Right then, a man in the expedition party angrily turned his head to warn him. Hey Din Sang-Hwin, even if you're a rookie, you won't get any special treatment. Try to pull your own weight. The guy in the back didn't forget to spit in utter contempt. You just awakened, why are you pretending to be a real player, you arrogant bastard? Sang-Hwin just offered a forced smile when he heard that. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, nobody is kind to rookies, huh? His attitude only made the group despise him even more. Don't just do your best, do it well. My best, my ass. Seeing their nasty attitudes, Sang-Hwin just smiled in silence. He stepped behind the man who had just mocked him. So, can I go up to the front lines to fight if we encounter monsters? The guy was slightly taken aback by that. What? Are you out of your mind? His face gradually turned to pure panic as he realized something. A giant monster had appeared behind the group out of nowhere, causing everyone to panic. It's a monster. Sang-Hwin felt somewhat thrilled. My first battle since regressing. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. He'll handle it. Before he could even finish his sentence, the man from earlier charged straight at the monster with his shield. The man's face twisted in annoyance as he cursed. You bastard, you really have lost your mind. You move as slow as a turtle, and yet you want to use a great sword. Sang Huin was about to say something else. You don't need to help me. The man kept sneering with utter disdain. Then shut your mouth and prove your skills. He sighed and nodded. All right, watch your front. The man angrily gripped his weapon and turned his head, ready to attack. You better be grateful to me, kid. But the sight before him made his eyes widen in stunned terror. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Dekin managed to block the monster with his shield just in time. It fell hard to the ground in pain, allowing everyone to finally regain their composure. He instantly snapped his head back, angrily shouting a warning. Are you guys here for a picnic? Snap out of it. The scene gradually descended into chaos as voices kept echoing. I'm sorry. Oh my god. That was amazing. Dekin stepped forward. Fall back. I'll take care of it. The monster was now losing its temper and attacking relentlessly, but Dekin's strength was nothing to scoff at either. This is nothing. He pierced the monster's body with his sword, causing it to freeze in place for a moment. Witnessing this, the group behind him cheered in sheer joy. That's amazing, Captain. He stabbed right through its heart. Is it dead? Contrary to everyone's expectations, the monster grew increasingly irritated. It even knew how to use its massive axe, preparing to strike back. Luckily, in the nick of time, Dekin hastily leaped back to dodge. I couldn't kill it. Less than, greater than. Watching the fierce battle between the two sides made Sang Huin, who was standing on the sidelines, somewhat thoughtful. Less than. He quietly observed the fight unfolding before him. Dekin should be the highest level person here, but he's only level 50, so he can't deal a fatal blow to the monster. The longer he fought, the more Dekin lost his cool, gripping his sword and charging forward. You bastard, take this. He used every ounce of his strength to thrust his sword forward once more. Die. Seeing the monster collapse renewed everyone's hope once again. He killed it. He took down a monster all by himself. Dekin happily turned around and asked, That was a piece of cake. Are you guys okay? Everyone enthusiastically nodded right away. Of course, you're truly reliable. He gleefully continued, then let's get going. Suddenly, bizarre noises echoed around them. A horde of red-skinned monsters with ferocious faces slowly charged at them. Looking at the scene unfolding before their eyes filled everyone with sheer terror. High-level monsters. Armed ones, too. Captain, what do we do now? Even Dekin felt somewhat intimidated by this sight. It's best to retreat to ensure the party's safety. However, he anxiously thought to himself, what the hell is this? I can barely manage one monster, but all of them. Right in that critical situation, Sang Huin stepped forward. Can I handle this? Seeing him step up only made everyone more annoyed and dismissive. What did he just say? Hey Sang Huin, you've really lost your mind. I'm so sorry, Captain. I should have taught this punk a better lesson. Seeing the perilous situation ahead, Dekin nervously warned him. Sang Huin, I know you're excited because you just awakened, but... Before he could finish his sentence, Sang Huin charged straight ahead. Hey, you're throwing your life away. Not caring at all, he drew his sword and attacked the monsters in front of him. With just a single slash, he killed the leading monster, making the surrounding monsters instantly freeze. Sang Huin chuckled and added, Great swords are truly the best, such a clean cut. Now the expressions on the group's faces changed immediately. Sang Huin, what was that just now? A high-level monster was cut in half instantly. I know it's a great sword, but still. Sang Huin domineeringly rested the sword on his shoulder. Is it because I'm only level 1? That slash didn't feel as smooth as I remember. The system screen also displayed the player's information. Sang Huin, level 1. Title, none. Constellation, none. Unique skill, absorb holy relic. Holy relics absorbed, 1. HP, 200. MP, 20. EXP, 40. Seeing this, the high-level monsters became extremely agitated. All the monsters charged straight at Sang Huin in unison. He showed no sign of fear, even though my level is low. Impact with real combat experience. Sang Huin lightly held his great sword and darted past the giant monsters in front of him. Some of the giant monsters tried to hack him into pieces with their weapons, but with main character Aura, he effortlessly dodged as if nothing happened. Do you know how many of your kind I killed back when I was young? Seeing Sang Huin so overpowered left the witnessing players bewildered. Is that really Sang Huin? He actually killed all of them, and not kidding. Sang Huin continued gripping his great sword, charging at the monsters blocking his way. You're the last one. The armored monster, a colossal creature with a hateful glare. It roared and lunged straight at Sang Huin to attack. Sensing the perfect moment, he instantly leaped into the air, ready to counter. His eyes looked terrifying. His killing intent seemed enough to overwhelm everything here. Sang-Huin firmly gripped his sword and continuously unleashed a flurry of strikes. The armor on the monster's body gradually began to crack open. Witnessing this, Dekin yelled in fear and anxiety. Its skin is too thick. Your attacks won't work. This is bad. The battle between Sang-Huin and the armored monster raged on fiercely. Facing the overwhelming power of this monster, he still wasn't the least bit afraid. Don't make it sound so serious. The armored monster's body suddenly trembled bizarrely, and a system notification appeared. Skill: Demon Combat Level 1 activated. Clearly, it couldn't even touch a single hair on Sang-Huin's head. Information about this skill was also explained. Demon Combat. Hidden skill. Abnormal status: Interruption. Cooldown: 15 seconds when fighting the same target. Skill level: 1. Interrupts the target, whether monster or human, for 2 seconds. The success rate and interruption duration depend on the target's skill resistance. Sang-Huin smiled, readying his counterattack. All right, you just stay right there. Sensing the danger, the armored monster hastily screamed in despair. But unfortunately, it was too late. Its head instantly flew into the air, red blood spurting out. Seeing the armored monster's head fall right before their eyes, Dekin and the others were bewildered. What the hell did I just watch? Didn't that guy just awaken 3 days ago? And that skill he just used was definitely not ordinary. I thought the maximum interruption time was only 1.5 seconds. Everyone kept discussing it enthusiastically. Isn't he way too good with a great sword? Should we ask him which YouTube channel he watched to learn? The more Dekin thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Interruption? Really? And he even fought off an armored monster. But he only awakened a few days ago. Where the hell did he get that damn skill? Sang-Huin was still looking around. Guess that's all of them, huh? Suddenly, a system notification popped up right in front of him. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have met the conditions to acquire a title. You have acquired the F-rank title, Fearless Puppy. Fearless Puppy. Title rank, F. Title description, Escape +5. Seeing this, Sang-Huin pondered. I wasn't paying much attention to leveling up, but this title is a surprise. Evasion. Sounds good. The system issued another notification. You have not used your bonus stat point. Please select the stat you wish to increase. Available points, 1. He slowly reached toward the system screen. I've already decided which stat to raise. In my past life, I realized it too late, but the luck stat directly affects accuracy and the drop rate of holy relics. That's exactly what I need right now. The system displayed a new message. Player's luck has increased. Right then, Dekin nervously walked over and asked, Are you really Din Sang-Huin? The skill you just used was interruption, wasn't it? Where did you get a skill like that? Hearing this put Sang-Huin in a slight bind. I just regress so I can make good use of my skills, but I can't say that out loud. He quickly replied, I had it as soon as I awakened. Clearly, Dekin couldn't believe a word he said. Do you think that makes any sense? Don't try to dodge the question. Are you seriously telling me you're so incredibly lucky that you got a diamond tier holy relic? Or maybe something even better? Sang-Huin smiled and held the greatsword out to Dekin. Do you want to take a look? The man's face grew serious. This is. Dekin seemed to understand something. All right, let's see then. The information of the fated greatsword popped up. Common holy relic. Two-handed weapon. Greatsword type. Attack power +50. Effect. None. A greatsword with a normal design and no special effects. The more Dekin thought about it, the more stunned and in disbelief he became. Is this really just a normal greatsword? Then, that skill really belongs to you. His face contorted with immense pride and frustration. Damn it. I've been crawling through dungeons for 2 years, and even at level 50, I still don't have a skill this good. At this rate, today's profit split. While Dekin was still deep in thought, someone in the party hurriedly yelled a warning. Captain, the mid-tier boss is here. Everyone grew anxious. Captain. He immediately made a decision. Let's go. Thanks to you, dealing with those guards was a breeze, but don't get too arrogant. Your skill is good, but it's nothing compared to the demon monster we're about to fight. A smile suddenly tugged at the corner of Sang-Huin's mouth, seemingly finding this highly amusing. I almost forgot the reason I joined this party right after regressing. He called out, Captain. Dekin turned his head in surprise. Scared? Well then. Standing before everyone, he earnestly proposed, if I can solo the demon monster, can I take its holy relic? As a reward for killing it, this party distributes loot based on individual performance, right? Crimson Stone, a holy relic that can only be obtained by defeating a demon monster. However, even if you defeat hundreds of demon monsters, it's still incredibly hard to get because its drop rate is abysmally low. Yet in my past life, after my party failed to kill the demon monster, we were still lucky enough to see the Crimson Stone when another party managed to get it. Back then, an amazed Sang Hyun listened to the congratulations. Captain, congratulations. The crowd constantly gossiped about the Crimson Stone. How did you get it? This must sell for a fortune on the market, right? Isn't this the only holy relic that possesses the delay skill? Hey, stop talking and let me bask in its glory. Sang Hyun back then became extremely curious about the item. Delay. That skill is exactly what I'm yearning for right now. Everyone in the expedition party instantly went silent upon hearing Sang Hyun's words. Completely unfazed, he continued with his demand. If my memory is correct, our party devised loot based on contribution. So if I defeat the monster all by myself, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Dekin's face grew quietly contemplative upon hearing this. Sang Hyun seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Whether I get the delay skill is crucial for future events. However, most people would be annoyed by a newbie acting this arrogant. No one takes me seriously. The group became extremely irritated. Hey, you're crazy. Who the hell do you think you are? You killed a few monsters and suddenly think you're better than everyone else. You even have the nerve to talk about splitting loot. Suddenly, Dekin's voice rang out. Hey, calm down. He coldly announced to everyone, let him do what he wants. This left everyone utterly bewildered. Captain, he continued to explain, however, that's only if we can't defeat the boss ourselves. Only then can you go into the dungeon and handle it solo. Understand? Hearing this approval, Sang Hyun chuckled. Easier than I thought. He continued to ask, so that means I don't need to participate in this fight, right? Though extremely annoyed, Dekin had no choice but to nod in confirmation. Do whatever you want. The group hurriedly ran after Dekin. Captain, wait for us. His face was now twisted in deep annoyance. That arrogant bastard. He acts like he's the best just because he lucked out and got a game-breaking skill. This time, I'm definitely going to clear the dungeon and shut him up. I'll show that punk just how crucial experience is on the battlefield. But the moment he opened the door, Dekin's face went blank as he looked at the sight before him. A monster holding a giant axe was standing there, waiting for the intruders. The system also displayed a notification. You have entered the mid-tier boss room. The lights in the area slowly flickered on. Everything was incredibly gloomy and silent, awaiting a fierce battle to unfold. The demon monster was right there, waiting for everyone. A bloodthirsty mid-tier boss. Taking a calming breath, Dekin announced to his teammates, everyone, prepare for battle. It may look intimidating, but I heard it's very easy to defeat based on the information I got. He continued to instruct, surround it and attack from behind. A very smug smile appeared on Dekin's face, soloing it. Sorry, but you won't get that chance, Din Sang Win. He and his teammates dashed forward at full speed. They'll take the lead. A few minutes later, Dekin was lying motionless on the ground, his head covered in blood. He slowly woke up looking confused. What? What happened? Sang Win's expression gradually became awkward, not knowing how to explain the situation. I was worried the moment I saw these guys run in, but who would have thought they'd just blindly charge straight at it? This is exactly the reason I failed back then. The others hurriedly ran toward Dekin. Captain, what do we do now? If this keeps up, we're all going to die. He was struggling to sit up. Looking at the ferocious demon monster right in front of him left him somewhat terrified. Even those high-level monsters from earlier. Why are they this strong? Damn it, this is exactly why you shouldn't trust the advice of people in the market. All right, we don't have to fight the boss today. Let's retreat for now. Suddenly, Dekin noticed Sang Hyun's figure standing off to the side. His face was full of joy, anticipating that his chance had finally arrived. This took him slightly by surprise. You. The people around him were about to say something else. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Dekin kept reminding everyone, forget it, fall back quickly. Its field of vision is very narrow. We can use its blind spots to catch our breath. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Yeah, it's just a mid-tier boss anyway. Dekin turned his head to look at Sang Hyun. I will leave the rest to you, Din Sang Hyun. Hearing this, he was surprised. What? His face turned terrifyingly dark as he threatened, I am warning you. If you die, do not come back to haunt me. Hearing that, he burst into laughter, finding Dekin's personality incredibly childish. Sang Hyun gripped his sword tightly in his hand. Do not worry about me. I will not be dying today. At that moment, the demon monster also charged straight at Sang-Huin to attack. He showed no fear, standing perfectly still with absolute calm. If we only compare the demon monster's stats to mine, I would never win. However, that is assuming I do not have my vast amount of combat experience. Witnessing Sang-Huin's seemingly overwhelming strength left the demon monster somewhat bewildered. This also left the expedition team dumbfounded. Did I just hear a clash? Did he just parry its axe? Sang-Huin continued to walk straight toward the giant monster right in front of him. My hands are numb. I guess parrying your attacks is the best I can do, huh? Seeing his arrogant attitude, the demon monster scowled in extreme irritation. His eyes quickly seized the opportunity as he dashed forward. It has been a while, Crimson Stone. The reason I am so obsessed with it is because of the special effect when combining delay with my status skill stats. It is hard to improve the 2-second stun effect of demon combat because it is already quite good. However, with my unique skill, Absorb Holy Relic, I can combine the effects of various skills. That gave me an idea. What if there was a skill that allowed me to stack the stun effect of demon combat? That would be a flawless combination, allowing me to inflict an infinite stun. If I can acquire the interference skill, this will be even more viable. Sang-Huin burst into laughter and challenged. What is wrong? Come at me. Hearing these challenging words, the monster became incredibly enraged. It immediately charged straight at Sang-Huin, who was still standing his ground. He laughed, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Just like that. Now I can exploit your weakness. The giant axe of the demon monster quickly slammed hard into the ground. The system simultaneously displayed back-to-back notifications. Demon Combat Level 1 has been activated. The demon monster will be stunned for 2 seconds. Sang-Huin gripped his sword tightly, looking at its body that was still trembling. Dekin, witnessing this from the sidelines, was somewhat stunned in disbelief. That skill, it even works on a mid-tier boss. That is totally game-breaking. Sang-Huin chuckled, glancing at the monster. I know monsters are easy to play with, but you are a demon monster, are you not? While he was still feeling smug, something suddenly lunged straight at him. It turned out the demon monster was using all the strength in its legs to kick Sang-Huin, sending him flying backward. Fortunately, he managed to use his sword in time to maintain a safe distance. His face showed a hint of annoyance as he sighed. I completely forgot about this. The demon monster was still glaring fiercely at him. Self-regeneration. The demon monster's self-regeneration skill removed the stun status faster than expected. To stun it again, I have to wait another 15 seconds. That is why I need delay. At this moment, the demon monster charged straight at Sang-Huin with its weapon. He silently calculated, if I cannot stun it, I just have to defeat it. His decisive slashes continuously rained down. Then this will be a piece of cake. The two sides fought incredibly fiercely, prompting the people in the back to hurriedly remind him, Captain, we really have to go now. Even if that guy's skill does not work, Dekin just asked angrily, why? His stun skill does not work, and there is a massive gap in their stats. So why? Why can he still make a face like that? Sang-Huin was still excitedly waiting. Why do we not end this right now? This made him wonder. Is he really a newbie? Sang-Huin slowly stepped back as if devoid of any fear. I have been through something exactly like this before. If I am too weak, I just need to focus all my strength into a single point, forgetting about cutting the enemy down. Instead, turn their own strength into an advantage for myself, to pierce right through it. With just a single strike, the demon monster's weapon was shattered to pieces. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the mid-tier boss, Demon Monster. Sang-Huin had thrust his sword right through the giant monster's body. You have leveled up. A series of level-up notifications popped up. Sang-Huin stood there calmly, watching the system notifications pile up. You have acquired an E-rank title, Demon Hunter. Title rank, E rank. Title description. When facing mid-tier bosses or higher, stamina recovery speed increases by 5 times. These new skills made Sang-Huin somewhat intrigued. I already have 2 titles. This must be the perk of playing solo, huh? He quickly noticed Dae-Kin's group right there. His face, along with everyone else's, was frozen in disbelief at what they had just seen. Sang-Huin then flashed an awkward smile. To avoid troublesome situations like this, I can only think of one way. He hurriedly plunged his sword into the ground and yelled, I almost died. If the captain had not dealt damage to the monster, what would I have done? The people in the back laughed smugly and cheered. I knew it. How could he possibly deal that much damage to that monster? Dae-kin was somewhat bewildered, unable to believe the truth. What are you talking about? He looked at Sang-Hwin standing right in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief, calculating inwardly. You are not an idiot, right? I just gave you a chance to protect your pride. The Crimson Stone also slowly materialized right in front of Dae-kin and everyone else. A strange smile appeared on his face. Keep your promise, that is what he is trying to say, right? I have suffered a miserable defeat. Attention, everyone. We have defeated the mid-tier boss, so get ready for the final boss. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. The whole group trudged up to the next floor in low spirits, preparing for the next mission. I knew it. There is no way that kid could defeat that thing all by himself. I wish I had a stun skill too. Forget it, it did not even work on a mid-tier boss anyway. Sang-Hwin looked with interest at the Crimson Stone he had obtained. Now then, the audience is gone. It is time I eat you. The system also displayed the information about this Crimson Stone. Silver Relic. Special Equipment. Equipment type, Accessory. Special Effect, Delay. Effects, Health plus 10, Strength plus 10. A rare item obtained by defeating a demon monster, the crystallization of strength, endurance, and stamina. The scene quickly shifted to the realm of the unconscious. The sight before his eyes made Sang-Hwin widen his eyes in absolute awe. A delicious bowl of noodles with all the toppings appeared before him. Spicy cold noodles with jellyfish meat from the master chef. Sang-Hwin joyfully picked up the bowl of noodles. Things are going way too smoothly, huh? Who could resist such a classic combination? The system also showed a notification in front of him. Are you ready to absorb the Crimson Stone? Extremely excited, he picked up a bite of cold noodles along with a large piece of meat. The system continuously popped up notifications. Absorbing the Crimson Stone. For every 20% of base stats upon absorbing a silver rank, your strength and health stats will increase by 2. A blinding flash of light appeared, and at the same time, Sang-Hwin became able to use his new skill. Delay. You can add the delay effect to your skills. Sensing that something was not right, he looked at the screen in surprise. Why do I suddenly feel so anxious? Buy into Demon Combat. The system immediately displayed alternative information. The delay effect has been added to Demon Combat. If you use Demon Combat before the first stun status ends, you could inflict a longer second stun effect. A third time has a 90% chance, the fourth is 60%, and the fifth will have a 30% chance to extend the stun effect. Sang-Hwin immediately snapped back to reality. He found it quite amusing as he looked at the screen. A 4-second stun. I guessed it would work in theory, luckily it is true. At that moment, Dae-kin slowly walked up from behind. Can we talk? He looked at him in surprise. What is it? He continued to step forward. Right ahead of us is the final boss room, the Berserk monster. Hearing that, Sang-Hwin chuckled in surprise. You want me to join the fight? Suddenly, he shook his head. No. This caught his attention. If I do not make good use of a member like you, I would be a total failure as a captain. Let us fight together, Din Sang-Hwin. Hearing this, Sang-Hwin stood up excitedly. But just so you know, my conditions are still the same. Dae-kin casually nodded in agreement. I know. Right then, Tun-min quickly stepped up to report. We are ready to enter the boss room. Dae-kin nodded in understanding. Is that so? Let us go then. Now everyone, you must stay vigilant. Tun-min shot a cold, piercing glare at Sang-Hwin. That gaze of his made him feel utterly perplexed. Before he could react, Dae-kin had dragged the guy away first. This is the final battle. Once it is over, let us go out for a massive drinking session. He asked himself, did he just trick me? The scene shifted to Dungeon 85, the final boss room. The gargantuan monster was still waiting for its next target to appear. Its appearance was terrifying beyond words. It was titled the final boss, the Berserk monster. Seeing how terrifying it was made the people in the back somewhat anxious. Dae-kin quickly coughed a few times and reminded, Sang-Hwin, I will go in first. From behind, he nodded in agreement. So as not to waste everyone's time, he brandished his domineering sword and stepped forward. Just stay close to me. Dae-kin was about to say something else. Sang-Hwin, this time you really do not need to. He just let out a soft sigh. The Berserk monster actually has lower skill resistance than the demon monster, so it will be easier to stun. If I stay calm and attack, then there should not be any problems. Wait, stay close to me? Since when did I have the confidence to say something like that? When I was young, I was always afraid of everything. After growing up, I struggled just to survive. Sang-Hwin at that time had submissively asked the staff, could I please get a slot? The staff's attitude was incredibly annoyed. I already told you, your level is too low. Thinking about this, he immediately sighed. I cannot live a life like that anymore. That's right, I need to change. Change that weak past and the future too. To do that, I need to step up and prove myself. To everyone right here. Seeing Sang-Huin brawl head-to-head with the enraged monster right before his eyes brought a smile of pure admiration to Dekin's face. What an absolute beast. The battle between Sang-Huin and the monster raged on, showcasing his overwhelming strength. Remembering something crucial, he quickly turned his head and shouted, "It'll be stunned for 4 seconds." The system displayed a notification. Demon Combat Skill Level 1 has been activated. Hearing this, Dekin and his teammates charged forward. Hurry up and kill it. Charge. Seeing his group with such clear intent to kill it drove the enraged monster completely berserk. Various wounds kept appearing all over its body. Finally, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss, the enraged monster. Congratulations, you have cleared the prison monster's shrine dungeon. Everyone started chatting excitedly. Wasn't this dungeon way too easy? I haven't even used a single potion. Yeah, that stun made things a total breeze. Do you think that guy has a personal porter yet? Should I go ask him? I was planning to ask him first. So what? I have to make a living too. Listening nearby, Sang-Huin was utterly speechless. They sure flip-flop fast. I wasn't even thinking about that. A flurry of system notifications popped up. You have leveled up. You have acquired the D-rank title, Overwhelming Strength. Title rank, D. Title description. He stood there frozen, staring blankly at the system information. The duration of status effects will be increased by 10%. Reading this made Sang-Huin burst into laughter. It's title harvesting season. A 4.4-second stun. That's practically game-breaking. In my past life, I couldn't even get a single title. But compared to that guy, this is absolutely nothing. Du Dekin, the Demon Blade, the title collector, the perfect sword. He was Korea's strongest swordsman player and owned countless titles. Just 2 years after the player era began, he became a monster who reached level 500. Before my regression, he was the kind of person I always looked up to, but now. I will definitely catch up to him. If I accelerate my pace from now on, I still have a chance. Seeing Sang-Huin so thrilled caught everyone off guard. Dekin slowly approached him. What are you doing? He hurriedly explained, just stretching. Without overthinking it, Dekin cheerfully held out the loot in front of him. Anyway, good job. Take this. This took him completely by surprise. What? Are you possessed by a ghost or something? Dekin sighed and replied, You really carry the team this time, and I'm a very fair guy. Well, it's only a bronze tier item anyway, so I can afford to be a little generous. Hearing that, Sang-Huin forced an awkward smile. You're a bit too honest, aren't you? He laughed heartily. Hey, if it were something expensive, I wouldn't have given it to you. In his heart, Dekin quietly thought, I'm giving this to you because we won't be seeing each other again for a long time. As much as it hurts my pride, I have to admit he's living in a completely different world from me. Meanwhile, Sang-Huin was still marveling at the loot. Well then, I'll take it. From behind, Tan Min witnessed everything. His face twisted with hateful resentment. The captain is fussing over that bastard just because he showed off his damn skills a few times. I've been following him all this time. Isn't this way too unfair? Unable to take it anymore, he quickly pulled out his Ophone 4. Screw it. Go to hell, all of you. Hello, sir, it's me. The scene quickly shifted back to Din Sang-Huin's house in Songpa District, Gangdong. Sang-Huin leapt up with pure excitement. This is exactly why I became a player. Working as a porter only earns about $200 a day, but it looks like he gave me double the usual rate. And on top of that, I even got an item. The information for this Ring of Madness appeared right before his eyes. Bronze tier Holy Relic. Support equipment. Equipment type, Ring. Special effect, weight reduction. Strength effect, +10. A ring that can only be obtained from the enraged monster. This ring extends the bearer's blood rage. He was immensely satisfied with this haul. It might just be bronze tier right now, but it's a free holy relic that offers a weight reduction effect. The effect's details popped up. Effect description. Consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the weight of all equipped holy relics. Reading this made him pause and thought. So that's why it's bronze tier. Most players would drain all their mana before even swinging a sword. The mana consumption is absolutely insane. But that's true for most players. Sang-Huin recalled his past self. It took me 50 whole years to truly understand my own abilities, but because of that, I know them inside out. In my previous life, I had already absorbed items that drained mana, but the results were truly shocking. The special effect of a holy relic that consumed mana, would trigger a penalty effect, but in exchange it no longer consumed mana. While Sang-Wen was still experimenting, the system notified him, commencing mana synchronization with the Ring of Madness. He chuckled with delight. Who cares about that penalty? The more skills, the better. The scene shifted to a private club in Gangnam District, Seoul. Even with a beautiful woman in his arms, Tan Min was still fuming, cursing nonstop. I'm not lying. That bastard really can stun for a full 4 seconds. The man across from him looked visibly annoyed. Who the hell are you raising your voice at? Startled, he realized he had spoken out of turn. I'm sorry. Sang-Ho, irritated, questioned him. So what? You want me to get revenge for you? Tan Min quickly sat down and explained, No, that guy is definitely not some average Joe. He might be using a holy relic that causes stuns. Sang-Ho was losing his patience. Then what the hell do you want me to do? Trembling, Tan Min stuttered, Cooperate. I want us to cooperate. And Du Dekin was blatantly favoring him too. Sang-Ho scoffed. So you do want revenge. A blonde nearby whispered into Daoka's ear. You don't seem very close to him. He looks like a total loser. He immediately called out, Hey. Confused, Tan Min looked up. Yes. The very next moment, his ear was sliced right off. He clutched his ears, screaming in agonizing pain. Daoka sneered maliciously as he slowly approached. Who you think we are? You think we're your damn lackeys. If not, then cough up a price, fast. Your ear is worth something, so we'll hear you out for now. Where the hell is that bastard? The scene cut to Annam Training Ground 43. On the training field, Sang-Wen was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Recalling yesterday's meal made him feel even more nauseous. Who would have thought the Ring of Madness would taste like cold cucumber soup? Oriental cold cucumber soup could kill anyone unfortunate enough to taste it. My stomach feels like it's doing the lambada. But there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Sang-Wen's strength had grown immensely. His long, slender fingers reached out, firmly gripping the greatsword in his hands. It felt like his proficiency had reached a whole new level. It's so much lighter now. The system displayed a notification about the weight reduction skill. Special effect, always active with no cooldown. Thanks to the effect of the Absorb Holy Relic skill, the old skill's mana consumption has been removed. The penalty is that the weight reduction effect is halved. The weight of all holy relics will be affected by 100 grams. Sang-Wen chuckled as he looked at the sword before him. Looks like I won't be ditching this greatsword anytime soon. What if I hadn't caught it earlier? This is pretty good. Next up. His status window also appeared on the screen. Name, Din Sang-Wen. Level, 7. Titles, Overwhelming Strength and 2 others. Constellation, none. Unique skill, Absorb Holy Relic. Number of Holy Relics absorbed, 3. His status windows showed various stats. Strength 13, Stamina 12, Agility 12, Mana 10, Luck 16, Evasion 15, Defense 10. Looking at his clearly displayed stats made him ponder calculatingly. I need to start drawing the attention of the constellations. Since every player can only contract with one constellation, I need to think this through very carefully. If possible, I want one that perfectly aligns with my best stats. Thank goodness. Thinking of this, Sang-Wen slowly stood up. I still don't have what it takes to catch the constellation's attention right now. Anyway, I'll just focus on training for now. Time passed, and a luxury sports car suddenly pulled up to the location ahead. Sang-Wen stepped out of the car looking utterly exhausted. I thought I was actually going to die. Training nonstop for 3 days and then driving long distance was brutal, but at least I managed to get a new skill. The skill he was referring to was two-handed swordsmanship. Basic passive skill. Swordsman. Skill level 1. Increases compatibility with all types of swords, including daggers and one-handed longswords. The scene then shifted to dungeon number 101, exclusively for solo players. Looking at the scene before him, Sang-Wen chuckled and let out a sigh. Solo players have to queue for a whole month just to enter a dungeon. I should probably be glad it's finally my turn. A noise from behind caught his attention. Not far away, another luxury car had pulled up. Sang-Wen frowns, sensing something was off. Who would have thought someone would tail me all the way through the forest? I don't know what they want, but whatever it is, I'll deal with it inside the dungeon. Sang-Wen entered the dungeon. A moment later, Dao Ka and his crew slowly walked in. He wore an incredibly smug smirk. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Isn't this a solo player-only dungeon?" Hearing that, he flinched in surprise and looked over. Sang-Wen was sitting off to the side, having been waiting for them to enter all along. His very expression exuded immense danger. Don't tell me you guys walked into the wrong dungeon. This is my spot. Sang Ho laughed triumphantly. Are you a complete idiot? He remained perfectly calm, observing the situation. They aren't some ordinary party. Sang Huin then issued a firm command. I won't report you. Just leave. In his mind, Sang Huin was quietly calculating. No healers or mages. They're decked out in defensive gear, which is essential for dungeon clearing, and their formation consists entirely of swordsmen or archers. They're a player hunting squad, a hyena squad. Hearing Sang Huin's audacious words only excited Sang Ho even more. Does this bastard think he's the king of the world? Tian Lam laughed out loud in mockery. You moron. If you die in here, they won't even be able to collect your corpse. A bizarre smile tugged at the corner of his lips. In the past, the Player Association monitored and dealt with them. It's been a long time. He nodded and replied, am well aware of that. Against squads like this, the archer is always the hardest to deal with. At the same time, a Tiu standing to the side slowly drew his bow, aiming it forward. All right, let's take this bastard out quickly. Seeing that they had no intention of backing down, Sang Huin sighed. And that's exactly why I was waiting for you guys here. If I need a place to dispose of 4 corpses, where else could be more fitting than in here? Sang Ho could no longer contain his fury. You son of a bitch. Dao Ka's eyes turned freezing cold as he ordered his underlings, keep it simple. He frowned in annoyance at Dao Ka. Isn't this the simplest way? I'm going to tear his mouth right open. Faced with these terrifying threats, Sang Huin looked utterly eager. Such good dogs, obeying your master like that. Come at me, stop wasting my time. Hearing this, Sang Ho laughed. You'd better. Shut your damn mouth. Facing his relentless attacks, he calmly stood there waiting to see what would happen. Survival of the fittest. Is there any phrase more fitting for the dungeons? Monsters are always gunning for players' lives in the dungeons, but it's also within those same dungeons that the holy relics all players need are found. My life is always in danger. If you're weak, you die. There are no rules in the dungeon. Therefore, you must kill to survive. This was my experience from my past life, and it still holds true right now. And as a result, everything that happened here was merely self-defense. After dealing with Sang Ho, Sang Huin looked up at the rest of them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come here. Hearing that, the remaining 3 immediately turned and ran back as fast as they could. Dao Ka didn't forget to shout a warning. Keep your distance from him. Tian Lam also immediately reminded, support us, get into position. Although very reluctant, a Tiu had to nod in agreement. Okay, got it. He thought to himself in shock. Did he really kill Sang Ho? Even if he was an idiot, that Sang Ho had reached level 100, but this guy over here just recently awakened. Sang Huin's strength had become overwhelmingly tyrannical. He called out to a Tiu, hey, where do you think you're going? Unwilling to back down, the guy turned his head and fired an arrow in response. Damn it, you idiot. With incredible speed, he dashed straight toward him. A Tiu's glasses merely reflected the shattered remains of his arrows. He was stunned in disbelief. This is insane. A second later, a Tiu's life came to an abrupt end. This left Dao Ka somewhat paralyzed. He couldn't even believe his eyes. He threw his greatsword. Tian Lam frantically turned his head. Who the hell is that bastard? But Dao Ka paid no attention to his question, just like that. Meanwhile, Sang Huin was still relentlessly chasing down the 2 fleeing men. He seemed to be secretly calculating something. That means he has no weapon right now. Sang Huin was still happily playing tag. I might have gotten a little too excited. This is the perfect chance to attack him. Without overthinking, Dao Ka tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Now! Tian Lam also immediately took action. Sang Huin's greatsword was still embedded in Sang Ho's corpse. Both of them charged straight at him simultaneously with the intent to attack. With extreme agility, Sang Huin sprinted forward, ready to retrieve his greatsword. Sensing that something wasn't quite right, his eyes darted to the side in surprise. The 2 men charged at him simultaneously, launching their attack. Die! A loud explosion rang out, the ground seemingly shattered by Tian Lam's strike. Seeing that he had vanished right before his eyes left him somewhat dumbfounded. It turned out Sang Huin had used one hand to support his entire body weight. That was close. Realizing that his opponent this time was no ordinary person, Tian Lam instantly went on the defensive. This is absolute madness. Feeling like he was wasting time, he directly pulled the knife out of Sang Ho's cold corpse. At the critical moment, Dao Ka suddenly grabbed Tian Lam's head, leaving him bewildered. Dao Ka, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Dao Ka coldly threw him forward. It turned out he had turned his own teammate into a human shield so he could safely escape. Tian Lam's life was finally stripped away. He frowned slightly at the annoying bastard. It seems Sang Huin had already seen through his intentions. Come to think of it, you guys are all organ traffickers, right? No matter how you look at it, you guys definitely aren't cooperating out of trust or anything like that. Your goal must be to awaken mana stones through organ transplants, right? I may not look it, but I've been through a lot. Hearing that, Dao Ka let out a surprised laugh. What difference does it make if you know? So what if you know, huh, you little bastard? Contrary to his furious attitude, Sang Huin just calmly replied, I was just asking. At the same time, he used a skill. Demon Combat Level 1 has been activated. I'm just worried you guys are going to bore me to death. Despite his efforts, Dao Ka couldn't react in time. Player has been stunned for 4.4 seconds. His body trembled so much that he couldn't believe it. I'm stunned, but how? Just now from that tiny cut. No way, is there really a skill this broken? Sang Huin slowly walked toward him. It's over. He still couldn't believe it. Over? What the hell is he talking about? Am I going to die like this? Impossible. I've always been the one doing the killing. It's always been that way. Always. It turned out Dao Ka had always used his teammates in the past. Let's give it our all this time, okay? The naive teammates nodded in agreement. With you here, we can do anything. The guy didn't forget to glance at him. I trust you. But unfortunately for this young man, right up until his death, he was filled with intense hatred. Why? Please, don't do this. I'll do whatever you say. And Dao Ka had already considered himself a predator. Back to reality, Sang Huin had arrived right in front of Dao Ka. Why? Have you never experienced this yourself? Could it be that you're scared it's now your turn? Sometime later, blood dyed a large river entirely red. Sang Huin sat by the riverbank, wiping the blood off his sword. I really can't get used to situations like this at all. It hasn't been long since I regressed. Guess there's no chance for me to become a constellation now. Wait, but that was in self-defense. Oh well, whatever. Now then, he turned his head to look at the pile of items set aside. The items emitted a strange glowing light. The system also announced, you have acquired 8 holy relics in this dungeon. He laughed in sheer delight. Guess all this belongs to me now. Sang Huin slowly stood up and put on his long coat. His information was displayed. Name, Din Sang Huin. Level, 10. Titles, Overwhelming Power and 2 others. Constellation, none. Unique skill, Absorb Holy Relic. Holy Relics absorbed, 11. HP, 400. MP, 50. EXP, 12. The status window also clearly showed his stats. Strength, 37. Stamina, 30. Agility, 28. Mana, 20. Luck, 19. Evasion, 20. Defense, 20. Looking at the information in front of him made Sang Huin laugh with utter excitement. I wish I could have avoided that situation, but looking at the results, it was totally worth it. Good thing I don't get fat from eating holy relics. But going purely by stats, aren't I already as strong as a level 50 player? How long has it been since I regressed? My growth rate is absolutely insane. And also, Sang Huin slowly reached into his pocket. He quickly pulled out a very familiar ring. It was the information about the Ring of Recovery. Silver Tier Holy Relic. Support Equipment. Item Type, Ring. Special Effect, Recovery. Effect. Consumes 10 mana to instantly cleanse all abnormal status effects. If reactivated within 1 minute, the mana cost doubles. This excitedly brought to Sang Huin's mind the image of Sang Ho attacking him. That guy charged at me right from the start. Who would have thought he actually had a holy relic that cleanses abnormal statuses? Wait a minute, this means if I put 100% of my trust into that stun skill, I would have been totally screwed. Guess I'll have to be more careful next time. The system suddenly popped up a new notification. Mana synchronization with a Ring of Recovery will begin immediately. The scene shifted back to dungeon number 101, Secret Passage, where the monsters were still diligently working. Suddenly, a monster noticed something unusual. It turned out Sang Huin had blindfolded himself and was walking toward them with his sword in hand. His footsteps were a bit slow, but he remained very cautious. He knew the key detail. The condition to acquire the Lucky Day title was exactly this. It requires the player to kill 500 monsters with their eyes closed. Seeing Sang Huin challenging them like this left the monsters slightly bewildered. Very soon after, they noticed that Sang Huin had come to provoke them blindfolded. Seeing that they were still making no moves made him gradually grow bored. When are these monsters going to attack? Corners of the monster's mouth curled into an incredibly grotesque smile. At the same time, he also sensed something. I can feel their presence. I need to feel the flow of the air and listen carefully to my surroundings. Focus. I need to maintain this state of concentration. Sounds echoed all around, and Sang-Huin could feel the footsteps, much like the sound of dripping water. But the continuous sounds echoing around him only made him more vigilant. Seeing that the right moment was approaching, Sang-Huin quickly made his move. Found you. The monster charged straight at him, wielding a large axe in its hands. With his main character Aura, just a few basic moves were enough for him to easily take down the monsters. Their corpses crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a truly gruesome scene. Sang-Huin felt somewhat amused by what he had just done. My senses aren't too bad, huh? Just while he was still feeling smug, an arrow shot toward him. Even though he was blindfolded, he could still sense that something was wrong. With extreme agility, he swatted the arrow aside. Maybe I'm slowly getting the hang of this. Sang-Huin was even so overpowered that he snapped the bow into pieces in a split second. The archer monster was so stunned by this sight that it froze right on the spot. Sang-Huin slowly walked toward it and sighed. Just a moment ago, I was in an extremely dangerous situation, but thanks to that, I remembered my past, and as a result, it looks like it helped me hone my intuition. Oh well. Come to daddy, you bastards. Unable to let him provoke them any further, the monsters simultaneously charged straight at him. Sang-Huin was no pushover either, continuously slashing and killing with his greatsword. The monsters' heads instantly flew into the air. The more he fought, the more incredibly thrilled Sang-Huin became. The corpses of the monsters were piling up more and more. Watching the scene of Sang-Huin slaughtering the monsters like this terrified the observing monster on the side. A while later, drops of blood dripped endlessly from Sang-Huin's sword onto the ground. The scene had become utter chaos, with monster corpses scattered everywhere. The system continuously displayed notifications. You have leveled up. You have acquired the D-rank title Lucky Day. Seeing this, Sang-Huin became extremely excited, even though it seemed like he didn't have to do much. The system displayed the details for Lucky Day D-rank title. Title effect. Luck plus 20. Bonus effect. Every time you defeat the same type of monster, your luck stat increases by 0.1 up to a maximum of 10. Sang-Huin felt things were gradually getting interesting as he slowly acquired the necessary titles. He didn't know that there were still monsters hiding behind him. Just seeing their enemy was enough to make them furious. But as soon as they saw the mountain of their comrades' corpses, they trembled in fear, not daring to take a single step forward. Sang-Huin walked toward them, gripping his greatsword, ready for the next massacre. Should I take this chance to farm some more stats? You guys even came to me yourselves. A moment later, the system displayed his player information. The same familiar name and level, unchanged titles and constellations. Unique skill, absorb holy relic. Relics absorbed, 11. HP, 500, MP, 60, EXP, 223. The status window showed various stats. Strength 37, Stamina 20, Agility 28, Mana 20, Luck 49, Evasion 20, Defense 20. Sang-Huin burst into laughter when he saw his own profile. His face lit up with overwhelming excitement. To think that with just one title, my luck stat skyrocketed by 30. This is way better than most platinum-ranked titles. Could this thing be worth 500 million? Or maybe even a billion? A serious system notification popped up. Your surroundings are beginning to blur. Sang-Huin was still lost in thought about everything that had happened. Finally, in this life, I can actually buy a house. Turning his head, the scene before his eyes left him frozen in shock. The system spammed notifications. 3 constellations have sought you out. Predator of the Corrupted Dimension asks if you're interested in making others suffer. Pilgrim of the Great Forest is intrigued by your mystery and wants to talk. Goddess of Luck smiles at you while reaching out her hand. All 3 of them appeared right before Sang-Huin's eyes, looking at him with eager anticipation. Sang-Huin still couldn't believe his eyes with 3 divine beings standing right in front of him. 3 constellations have sought you out. He broke into a smile of sheer disbelief and joy. This is too fast. 3 whole constellations showed up. He immediately asked, "Did you all enjoy my performance?" As soon as Sang-Huin finished speaking, the Goddess of Luck stepped right in front of him. Her actions left him a bit baffled. She's so proactive. I never even experienced this in my past life. Get a grip. I need to be confident at a time like this. The Goddess of Luck looked at him with an extremely excited expression. The Goddess of Luck expresses interest in you. The goddess of luck was absolutely thrilled. She said she had never seen such a lucky swordsman. Sang-Huin gave a wry smile, not knowing how to explain it. Luck. Well, it's true my luck stat is really high. But this also made him secretly rejoice. Great. It looks like these constellations are interested in making a contract. Now let's play it cool. Predator quickly closed the distance to him. The predator of the corrupted dimension praises your latent cruelty. He calculated silently. Predator of the corrupted dimension. A typical slaughter-type constellation. Is he interested because I massacred so many monsters in such a short time? The system continued to notify him. The pilgrim of the great forest is curious about your hidden talents. This was the one figure Sang-Huin felt curious about. I don't understand why the pilgrim of the great forest showed up. Rumor has it this constellation only appears to players who show kindness, and as expected, I was hoping she would show up. The goddess of luck. Among the constellations, she is famously renowned. As if noticing Sang-Huin's attention, the goddess of luck quickly glanced over at him. She frantically explained herself. The goddess of luck says she is not the possessive type. She emphasizes that even if you choose her, you can still sign contracts with other constellations. This piece of information left Sang-Huin somewhat surprised. For real? He grew even more smug. All right, this is definitely an unexpected advantage. An archer who could hit the target with his eyes closed. Thanks to the world's blessing, he never ran out of arrows. The miracle archer. Those were the highest praises given to the archer, Hachkin Lian. With insanely high luck stats and overwhelming power, some even suspected he was cheating. But in reality, it was because he had signed contracts with two constellations. The one who turned the impossible into the possible was none other than the goddess of luck. Thinking about this, Sang-Huin awkwardly chatted with the three of them. To think that three constellations would appear at the same time like this. All three quickly looked at him with expectant eyes. The three constellations tell you to put aside your hesitations and make a crucial decision quickly. One constellation wonders if they've chosen the wrong person. Hearing this, Sang-Huin sighed. These constellations, seriously. The goddess of luck is definitely a great constellation, but if I consider the possibility that no other constellations might show up in the future, this decision will directly dictate my entire life as a player. After more than 10 years as a player, only a single constellation ever reached out to me. The late bloomer scholar. His appearance was like a savior to me. I was so happy. Even though my life had always been miserable up until then, I truly believed the future would be better. But in the end, nothing changed, right up until I turned 55. That's right, I never actually received a single benefit from the constellations. The information displayed on the screen back then. Late bloomer. Scholar. After reaching level 850, all stats and holy relics will double. This made Sang-Huin find it slightly comical. The reason? Because of that ridiculous condition, of course. As levels gradually increased, it updated too. Late bloomer. Scholar. After reaching level 800, all stats and holy relics will triple. He sighed as he reminisced. I couldn't even use the most important power of a constellation. No, I couldn't even dream of using it. But in the end, it was thanks to his help that I was able to regress, so I must be grateful. That's why I need to be even more careful now. Because I can be absolutely certain there won't be another regression. Sang-Huin looked over at the pilgrim standing to the side. Divine power. The predators still seemed to be eagerly waiting. Destructive power. The goddess of luck remained standing there waiting. Luck. The three choices left Sang-Huin incredibly torn. After careful consideration, he reached out his hand and confirmed his choice on the system screen. A contract has been formed with the goddess of luck. This time, the goddess of luck was the chosen one. Once formed, the contract would be maintained until the player died, lasting a full 30 years. The Dimension's presence is carefully observing the contract between player Din Sang-Huin and the goddess of luck. 15 friendly constellations congratulate your contract and wish you success. 3 displeased constellations are investing in their own contractors to crush you. Reading this, Sang-Huin was somewhat surprised. Why am I suddenly getting so much attention? Well, whatever. He looked over at the goddess of luck. I look forward to working with you from now on, goddess of luck. She slowly reached her hand out toward him, and their hands gently touched. Just this small gesture made the goddess of luck visibly delighted. The goddess of luck praises your wise choice. Sang-Huin then turned his head to look in another direction. Now it's time. A stream of information popped up on the screen. Goddess of luck. Contract effects. All of your attacks will deal critical damage. When acquiring a unique tier or higher holy relic, its hidden effects will always be unlocked and enhanced. Upon defeating a mid-boss or boss, you will always receive a holy relic regardless of its tier. This flood of information froze Sang-Hwin in his tracks for a moment. Why are all these effects so game-breaking? The system displayed another notification. If you invest level-up points into luck, each point will increase the stat by 2 instead of 1. This effect applies retroactively to all stat points invested so far. He stood absolutely dumbfounded. Wait, there's even more? A 100% critical hit rate and the drop rate too. You're finally getting the compensation you deserve, Sang-Hwin. Right then, the goddess of luck turned her head toward the other divine beings standing there. The goddess of luck asks about the offers from the other constellations. Sang-Hwin addressed the 2 other constellations before him. All right, you 2 can leave now. I should just focus on one constellation for now. Although very reluctant, both constellations angrily departed. The pilgrim of the great forest has heard you and hopes to see you again later. The predator of the corrupted dimension warned you to watch your back, for one day they will come to sever your head. Sang-Hwin was utterly speechless. Do these 2 really like me that much? Goddess of Luck giggled, saying that she realized he actually had quite a bit of charm. Seeing everything slowly fall into place made him incredibly overjoyed. With these effects from the Goddess of Luck, I shouldn't be too greedy for now. Don't rush it, better opportunities will come. The scene shifted to Dungeon 101, right at the final boss room. A fierce battle erupted in this place as Sang-Hwin was still fighting the boss. This intense combat left the Goddess of Luck watching from the sidelines, slightly amazed. Fighting nonstop for a while had him fired up. This really is the final boss room. Come on, bring it on, you idiot. Loud clashes rang out as the boss monster managed to block his attack. Sang-Hwin's recklessness only infuriated it further. And this was the final boss, the greed monster. As if fueled by a surge of strength, it relentlessly swung its axe at Sang-Hwin. Sensing the situation turning dire, he hastily backed away. The greed monster's eyes flared with intense ferocity as it roared incessantly. A thunderous boom seemed to crash straight towards Sang-Hwin. The boss monster has cast the intimidation status. Sang-Hwin wasn't scared at all. In fact, he felt incredibly thrilled. Finally, intimidation. Even though it doesn't cause physical effects like paralysis, it can forcibly shatter one's mental defenses. Without overthinking it, Sang-Hwin immediately chanted, "Recovery." The greed monster poured all its power into a direct strike at him. Realizing something was off, it flinched in a brief moment of panic. Sang-Hwin remained completely unfazed by the recent attacks. Just as I guessed, this skill has a very clear limitation since it's not a total skill. It's best used only for dealing with mini-bosses, huh? The system displayed a notification. Recovery skill level 1 has been activated. A highly amused smile spread across his face. Now it's time to test my luck. Recovery has removed the intimidation status. The sight unfolding before it left the greed monster startled and afraid. Before it could even react, a sword slashed right into its shoulder, and its intimidation status move was slowly neutralized. Sang-Hwin smugly struck it down with absolute disdain. Did you really think that would still work? Just as Sang-Hwin hoped, the system announced, Demon Combat Skill Level 1 activated. The greed monster is stunned for 2 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, he coldly turned his head to glare at it. 2 seconds, huh? Not willing to waste a single split second, Sang-Hwin charged straight at it, attacking relentlessly. Take another 2 seconds. The system notified. First delay effect activated. Guaranteed stun applied for an additional 2 seconds. No matter how hard the monster tried to move, all its efforts seemed utterly pointless. Sang-Hwin didn't hesitate for a moment, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks. His sword strikes had become incredibly decisive. Second delay effect activated. There is a 90% chance for the stun skill to apply for another 2 seconds. This information fired him up, and he dashed right in front of the greed monster. The second one landed too. The greed monster's body was already riddled with countless horrific wounds. Amidst the thick swirling dust, Sang-Hwin stood perfectly still. The greed monster's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have cleared the suffocating monster swamp dungeon. You have leveled up. Sang-Hwin let out a deep sigh of relief. You have acquired the D-rank title, Don't Touch Me. A long, continuous battle had left him somewhat exhausted. It's finally over. The details for Don't Touch Me appeared as well. D-rank title. Title description. Luck plus 30, stealth plus 10. Bonus effect. You can enhance one of your skills. The player system will add buffs based on its conditions. Sang-Hwin was utterly drained. He recalled what had happened earlier. First, those bastards followed me in here, and now this dungeon. Thank God I'm young again, but... Am I pushing this body too hard? The goddess of luck quickly appeared, saying that he must be quite lucky to pull off everything he did today. He looked up at her in surprise. Shouldn't a normal person say it was because of his skills? She kept rephrasing it in different ways, stating that receiving her blessing is also a type of skill, and she was very happy to support such a lucky person. Sang-Win was speechless. She really changes her mind fast. The goddess of luck thought it was all thanks to her. He kept checking the information on the screen, thinking, let me upgrade my luck stat first. The luck stat is already over 100. Once a stat exceeds 100, all related effects increase by an additional 10%. For example, the stealth stat can increase the success rate of hiding, and the luck stat increases the drop rate of holy relics. The information about Cunit's shield quickly appeared. Silver relic, support item, equipment type, shield. Special effect, sacrifice. Defense effect plus 20. A shield left behind by the monster warrior Cunit. Using mana enhances the shield's effectiveness and converts receive damage into health, but mana will be continuously drained during the process. Sang-Win turned to look at the goddess of luck to comfort her. It's okay. Thanks to you, I've secured the drop rate anyway. In that case, does an increased luck stat affect the tier of the drop relic? The system displayed a notification, commencing mana resonance with Cunit's shield. The goddess of luck quickly lunged forward to hug Sang-Hyun. At least she's more of a handful compared to the late bloomer scholar. The scene quickly shifted near the Damsic Station mission area. The staff member shook her head helplessly and refused. No. Sang-Hyun was utterly confused and hurriedly explained, I understand what you're trying to say, but I've already thought this through. She helplessly bowed her head. I am truly sorry, but could you please reconsider? This is too much for me to handle. You don't understand how many dead bodies I've had to see today. Sang-Hyun didn't know what to do next. I can't get stopped right here. The time shifted to 2 hours ago at the Hanam Expressway. Sang-Hyun sat in the supercar, happily recalling what he had eaten. I was really worried because it was a shield used by a monster. White rice and kimchi from Peninsula. Thank goodness it was just rice and kimchi. Suddenly, the supercar stopped in the middle of the road, continuously blaring warnings. Looking at the warnings right in front of him left him thoroughly confused. What's going on? What are these warning lights? Do I have to get a new car? Suddenly, he thought, wait, the car is one thing, but I need to move quickly. Somehow, it seems I am being bizarrely targeted by criminals. I can't just live in fear like this. Moving to a player town with constant surveillance would be much easier. And with all the relics I need, I should start thinking about buying more equipment to make things easier. Thinking about this made Sang-Hyun somewhat lost in thought. Only one thought appeared in his head at this moment. I need money. Lots and lots of money. And right now there's only one place to earn that much. The system was created for many players with the emergence of missions. An organization was formed to manage those missions, the Player Association. Within the system managed by the Player Association, I can do it. No, I absolutely have to. Inside the car, Sang-Hyun's voice rang out, just wait for me, Mission Arena. Back in reality, things seem harder than he thought with no progress. I can't believe I'm blocked at the entrance. The staff member seriously explained to make him understand, please, enter a dungeon suited for you. Why do you keep insisting on entering a level 100 dungeon? You don't even have a rank yet. Sang-Hyun's face was extremely serious as he replied to her, I'm confident I won't cause any trouble, trust me. He thought to himself, sure, I'm only level 17, but going to low-level areas right now is just a waste of time. The staff member was pushed to tears by Sang-Hyun's stubbornness. I've heard so many people say that. What do you think happened to them? I'm begging you, please go to a low-level dungeon. Sang-Hyun felt a bit helpless. I get what she means. So many people have died from being overconfident in their abilities. But still, I have to stay rational. He decisively informed the staff member, no, I have to go in. While the two were still arguing, Kim Mai slowly walked over and asked, is there a problem? The staff member hastily explained, hello, no, it's nothing. Seeing Sang-Hyun standing right there, she called out, hey. She was the one from the Eden Guild, Kim Mai, level 100, a plus-rank player. Seeing her appear made Sang-Hyun somewhat stunned. Kim Mai, the Ruin Archer. She was the first player to reach level 100 and receive the Marksman title. Although her skills are amazing, what truly makes her stand out is that she's the daughter of the biotech company CEO Kim Jae-song. Aside from Kim Mai, there's Din Trang Lee, famous for her title as the best assassin player in the country. And one of the best swordsman players in our country, Dao Min Lee, is in the same guild. That is the Eden Guild. She is the daughter of the Eden Guild. In other words, this girl was born with a diamond spoon in her mouth. Kim Mai smiled, stepping forward to greet him. I haven't seen you around before. I've been watching. Why are you so interested in a level 100 mission? Sang Huin calmly explained, I need money. The crowd in the background chattered non-stop. Since Kim Mai had initiated the conversation, they whispered, Did you see that guy's attitude? He's crazy. Just ignore him. She's just being friendly to a level 17 newbie. Sang Huin was a bit speechless. I can hear everything, you bastards. Kim Mai ignored those comments and kept talking. Entering this place will be quite a challenge for you. He nodded in understanding, and well aware of that. 4 words. High risk, high reward. Even though he was somewhat exhausted, he thought, I'm not putting up this front because I hate her. Although my application to join her party was rejected in my past life, back then Kim Mai was extremely awkward, saying, I'm sorry, while Sang Huin was always accommodating, it's okay. Even though I was rejected once before. It's not like I hold any personal grudges. Kim Mai was still smiling and chatting. You do know you can't enter the mission because they don't allow solo players, right? Sang Huin flinched as if realizing something. Now that I think about it, the ban on solo missions wasn't lifted until 4 years later. He let out a laugh and quickly turned to leave. I must have misread the notice. Thank you. She also found this man somewhat intriguing. In that case, do you want to party up with me? This offer made Sang Huin freeze on the spot. Crowd behind them gossiped endlessly. Is she serious? With that guy? If only I got an invite from her. I'm dying of jealousy. But Sang Huin maintained his composure. What is she scheming? He asked back with extreme caution. And what are the conditions? She chuckled, looking at him. Am I not allowed to help another player? But Sang Huin kept a suspicious attitude. I find it hard to trust others. Seeing him so resolute made Kim Mai feel a bit helpless. Is that so? But I really don't have any conditions. Instead of a condition, just promise me one thing. If you disappoint me, you'll have to pay the price. However, if you can actually do what you claim, I'll sincerely apologize for my actions. Sang Huin suddenly caught on. Got it. The corners of his mouth curled into an incredibly strange, almost inhuman smile. She wants to test me. Kim Mai's influence isn't just because she's a top-tier player. Any item she equips skyrockets in price. Kim Mai is not only the daughter of Yunchal Biotech's CEO, but also the Ruin Archer. Whatever she says garners massive attention. People dig into her secrets, spread rumors about her ideal type. However, the moment she deems you an arrogant player, you can be sure it's the end of your player career. Thinking up to this point, Sang Huin stepped right in front of Kim Mai. Why don't we go right now? He thought to himself. This is going to be very interesting. Her staff guy quickly announced, Then I will wait here, miss. Kim Mai slowly stepped inside. Take your time and handle your business. It'll take a while. Her face looked a bit tired as she went inside. All the guild members are fully booked. So annoying. Looks like I need to find a stranger to party up with to get in. Suddenly, a voice rang in Kim Mai's ear. Please, just trust me. The staff member walked over holding a badge. Miss Kim Mai, here is your rank badge. And coincidentally, Kim Mai had a reason to tag along with Din Sang Huin, just to meet the minimum party size required to enter the mission. Sang Huin and the staff member were still arguing endlessly. You're annoying me too much. Who is the one being annoyed here? This whole ordeal was also a nuisance for Kim Mai. In the crowd, she had her eyes on a very confident player. In a situation where no one knew what that player was truly capable of. This was also quite an interesting situation for her. Remembering something, Kim Mai turned back and asked the staff member, Miss, which mission does he want to take? The staff member hastily checked again. Please wait a moment. It's this one. Kim Mai was a little surprised looking at the mission displayed. It was the details for a defense mission. Eliminate all monsters charging into the defense tower. If the tower's core is destroyed, the mission fails. Monster type, Wolf. Monster count, 300. Level requirement, 100. Mission reward, 500 million. Accept or decline. Kim Mai slightly frowned, lost in thought. Not a gathering or hunting mission, but a defense mission. This type of mission requires you to defeat all the rushing monsters. The unwritten rule is to always have one AoE damage dealer in a 4-person party, yet he intends to solo it. If it weren't for me, this guy would definitely be dead. Sang Huin seemed to read Kim Mai's mind. Are you worried? Hearing that, she flashed an awkward smile. What, did I mishear him? He chuckled and replied, You suddenly went quiet, so I wonder if you were worried. If it's too hard, we can find more people before going. Maybe add a support, another AoE damage dealer. Or, before Sang Hyun could finish his sentence, Kim Mai firmly grabbed his hand. Looking immensely annoyed, she reached out and confirmed the mission. No way. Sang Hyun, there is no problem at all. The system issued a notification. Mission accepted. You will now be teleported to the area. The two of them instantly vanished before everyone's eyes. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the staff members somewhat bewildered, as she recalled it. Since Miss Kim might tag along, they should be fine, right? Nothing bad will happen. No one can say for sure what will happen. The surrounding crowd kept gossiping. That guy, do you think he'll actually succeed? No way. He's only level 17, how could he possibly beat level 100 monsters? But Miss Kim Mai wouldn't just bring him along for no reason, right? She's currently hailed as the youngest A+ ranked player. Do you think her judgment is that bad? You know the Player Association recently revamped the ranking system, right? Yeah, I know. It was changed because evaluating players based solely on their level wasn't accurate, right? Exactly. There are two conditions to get ranked. First is the number of dungeons cleared. And second is an overall evaluation of the player's combat intuition, isn't it? But that means Kim Mai got an A+ rank purely based on her combat intuition. I get it, but why A+ and not just A? It seemed everyone started realizing something. Obviously, it's because there are still other monsters above her, right? The crowd was still eagerly discussing, but that's not the important part right now. Oh, right. That guy actually gets to party up with Kim Mai. I'm so jealous. The scene shifted to the night defense mission against the wolf pack, an incredibly gloomy and dead silent place. Kim Mai stood on high ground, silently observing the scene ahead. She noticed Sang Win's silhouette standing in the middle of the road. Words must come with responsibility. If things get too dangerous, of course, I'll step in. Suddenly, she noticed a strange smile on Sang Win H's face. Her face was somewhat pensive, as she recalled, but I hope this experience knocks some sense into him. The time shifted back to 30 minutes ago. Kim Mai was slightly surprised. What did you say? Sang Win continued explaining, exactly as I said. Unless I ask, do not interfere. If you just focus on supporting, I'll give you a 5% share. His words made Kim Mai disbelieve her ears. No, I didn't mishear that, did I? He nodded firmly. That's right. Just by supporting, you get 5%. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Sang Huin's bizarre actions left her somewhat speechless. Did you think it'd be swayed by this condition? There's no way you can handle it all by yourself. There are at least 300 of them. 300. Even at level 100, attempting to solo this mission is extremely difficult. Suddenly, Kim Mai was a little startled when she noticed Sang Huin's expression. His face was full of smug confidence, seemingly devoid of any fear. Just you wait and see. Back in the present, Kim Mai looked at Sang Huin's back and sighed. Fine. If you miss a single monster, your share will be reduced by 1%. If you miss 95 of them, you'll get absolutely nothing. Understood? At that moment, the claw of a mutated wolf slowly stepped forward. Leading the pack were two ferocious wolves glaring at Sang Huin with eyes that looked ready to devour him alive. Sang Huin smugly raised his greatsword forward. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. The wolves' furious eyes glared fiercely at him. Still an indifferent attitude with a hint of amusement on my face, because I won't let a single one get away. Right as he finished speaking, the wolves immediately lunged straight ahead. Seeing the battle begin made Kim Mai watch with a bit of curiosity. The following scene made her freeze for a moment. Sang Huin used his swords to continuously slaughter the monsters here. He didn't forget to land in a badass way, as the corpses of the monsters crashed heavily onto the ground below. Sang Huin smiled smugly, turning his head back to announce, compared to their looks, their screams are pretty cute. Standing on the side observing this, Kim Mai was a bit dazed. It's true he wasn't an ordinary player. That strike just now was absolute perfection. His stance maximized the advantage of the greatsword, and his movements were flawless, just like the doctor in her guild, Min Le Oppa, had said, balancing both offense and defense. And above all, he had minimized all unnecessary movements, annihilating multiple monsters in a single strike. These actions of Sang Huin forced Kim Mai to change her mind, yet he was also overly confident. She continued to watch the situation as the wolves charged straight at Sang Huin. The monsters' numbers were vast, and ultimately, a level 17 player couldn't possibly handle such an overwhelming amount. He can't possibly handle it, she thought, noticing his somewhat eager face. Wait a minute, something has been very strange this whole time. Exactly why did the monsters? Sang-Hwin quickly used his level 1 demon combat skill, which had been activated. The wolves immediately trembled and stood frozen in place, not moving an inch. No way, a stun. She stared in disbelief at the state he had inflicted on the wolves. Stunned. Because she was observing so intently, Kim Mai carelessly took a misstep forward. On this side, the battle was still continuously raging on fiercely. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Kim Mai managed to grab onto the wall in time. That was close, so dangerous I almost fell. But just now, no matter how you look at it, that was a stun effect. I counted a full 4 seconds, meaning a 4-second stun. Longer than even Min Lee Appa. That means he can take advantage of this debuff to slaughter the monsters. Just who exactly is he? Sang-Hwin was still eliminating the wild wolves before his eyes. Why is this so easy? But the following scene made him freeze for a split second. A corrupted wild wolf was suddenly blasted into the air, dying a painful death. Loud explosions continuously rang out, and the wild wolves were hastily blown aside. Sang-Hwin had already guessed what it was. You're finally here. The Black Wolf. Just as he predicted, the boss rapidly charged straight toward him. Its appearance was incredibly ferocious, its jaws wide open as if wanting to devour him alive. He showed no fear at all standing before it. The Black Wolf. I didn't encounter this monster much in my past life, but this familiar feeling I'm getting must be because of this, right? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Due to the appearance of the Black Wolf, the stun debuff has been applied. This time, Sang-Hwin was a bit startled. I also fell into a stunned state. High up above, Kim Mai was still observing everything. When the streams of purple light rushed in, she was enveloped by a golden protection. Thanks to the effect of the holy relic, you are immune to the stun debuff. Only then did she realize something. Right, the Black Wolf can also use a stun. I was watching so intently that I completely forgot. I was only thinking about how to lecture him. This is dangerous. At a glance, I can accept that he has a stun skill, but the chances of finding a skill to dispel it at a low level are extremely low. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. Thanks to recovery, the stun debuff has been removed. After the stun was neutralized, Sang-Hwin gripped his sword and dashed forward swiftly. Seeing him so thrilled left Kim Mai somewhat dazed. Does this even make sense? She thought in bewilderment. A near-perfect greatsword stance, an unusually long stun duration. And above all, he managed to dispel a debuff. A level 17 player. The Black Wolf looked somewhat terrified seeing Sang-Hwin appear right before its eyes. Surprise. He looked at the fierce Black Wolf right in front of him. You probably thought your prey was stunned and unable to move, but here I am completely free. And this moment of your panic. Sang-Hwin's sword plunged deep into the thick flesh of the Black Wolf before his eyes. Fighting it made him incredibly excited. Has decided the outcome of this battle. Inevitably, the Black Wolf gradually lost consciousness. With its stunned state unable to cause a stun, it quickly crashed heavily onto the ground below. Sang-Hwin slowly got up, pushing its thick fur aside. My clothes got all dirty, huh? I thought I could just slide past. Since things turned out this way, should I do something to have a little fun? All of his actions were witnessed by Kim Mai. The thought of a supposedly ordinary person having such overpowered strength made her intensely intrigued. Just what kind of being is he? Sang-Hwin sat there tiredly, the Black Wolf having collapsed right before his eyes. The system displayed a notification about the defense mission. Annihilate all wolf-type monsters. Monsters killed, 299. Required monsters, 300. Continuous level-up notifications rang out. He chuckled happily. My level is rising really fast, too. Acquired D-rank title, Fearless. Title effect, gain resistance to all debuffs inflicted by wolf monsters, excluding bosses. Remembering something, Sang-Hwin turned his head to look behind him. Kim Mai, high up above, was secretly observing everything. The corners of his mouth curled into an amused smile. That suspicious gaze of hers from earlier has vanished. Now it seems she's completely switched to spectator mode. He sighed and quickly stood up. Since I have an audience, the performer can't afford to rest, huh? Let's just handle this matter first. A ferocious wolf monster glared at Sang-Hwin with a gaze that wanted to eat him alive. He felt things were gradually becoming more interesting. Are you ready? Right as he finished speaking, the final boss wolf, the full moon dire wolf, also lunged forward with a furious roar. Its power was absolutely astonishing. A loud explosion erupted on the ground. It was just a pity that with Sang-Hwin's agile body, he managed to dodge it. Your attacks are famous for being unpredictable, huh? But 30 years from now, all of your moves have been thoroughly documented. Now, calling you predictable would be fitting. Sorry, but I already know all of your movements in advance. Saying that, he brandished his sword and dashed through the direwolf's body. Thinking it was so majestic, yet with just one strike from him, it completely collapsed. The system displayed a notification. Due to the direwolf's skill resistance, demon combat cannot be activated. Sang-Huin also had to sigh in awe, as expected of a level 100 plus boss, huh? This is the first time my skill has been blocked. Kim Mai, witnessing all of this, was also startled in surprise. Isn't this too insane? At this moment, she was pondering several things. Not only does he have a stun state, but he also has a way to counter it. He even wields that massive greatsword in his hands as easily as holding a piece of paper. After getting up, the direwolf still refused to give up, charging straight at Sang-Huin to attack. It opened its mouth wide, ready to tear him apart, but unfortunately it was all in vain. The direwolf's eyes widened, seemingly unable to accept the truth. It suddenly let out a ferocious roar, acting as if it were losing its mind. Sang-Huin continuously defended with his greatsword, his speed incredibly agile. Realizing this time it had messed with the wrong opponent, the direwolf was a bit startled. And above all, his ability to predict the sudden movements of that wolf. Sang-Huin's gaze turned incredibly cold. I told you, I know everything. I suffered so much in my past life. Kim Mai, still secretly observing on the side, thought, and the most ridiculous part is, that attitude, it's as if he's deliberately showing off his strength for me to see. The more she watched, the more intensely intrigued she became. Just what kind of person is he? The battle between Sang-Huin and the direwolf was still ongoing, a fiercely brutal clash. As time passed, he was also getting somewhat exhausted. This battle is dragging on longer than I expected. Well, I've shown off enough in front of Kim Mai. This is driving me crazy. If this keeps up, I'll die from exhaustion. The direwolf's strength remained immensely powerful, dashing from one side to another to attack. He shouted in frustration, but how am I still so full of energy like this? At this rate, I'll collapse before that thing arrives. My stamina is almost depleted too. Realizing something, Sang-Huin's gaze flickered with a hint of panic. At the same time, the direwolf was about to catch up to him. This stance. A powerful but highly vulnerable attack, creating an opportunity to counterattack. A move to deceive it so I can unleash the decisive strike. This is the Wolf King's ultimate move, the one that claimed countless players' lives. A thrilled smile blossomed on Sang-Huin's lips. I haven't used that in actual combat yet, but sometimes a little bravery is necessary. Saying that, he charged straight at the direwolf to counterattack. Just as he predicted, an attack swung out from its claws. Watching the situation gradually worsen made Kim Mai feel rather anxious on the sidelines. This time, Sang-Huin was struck by it and painfully knocked far back. She was so worried that she collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Tears continuously streamed down her cheeks. Din Sang-Huin. She even blamed herself. I'm so stupid, I don't deserve to be a player. Even when he showed me those extraordinary abilities, just standing here watching like this is no different from killing him. I'm sorry, Din Sang-Huin. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, catching Kim Mai's attention. Her eyes, filled with hope, looked forward. This light. The system displayed a notification about the item he had used. Kunit's shield, after being absorbed, has completely shattered and disappeared forever. At the same time, the special effects sacrifice was activated. The system displayed the information for this sacrifice skill. Special effect, sacrifice. Activation condition for recovery, 30-second cooldown. All damage inflicted on the designated body part will be converted into healing mana. If the damage exceeds the player's maximum HP, they will recover an amount of HP equivalent to their maximum HP. Less than greater than. Flashing back to the previous night, Sang-Huin was a bit surprised. A conditional recovery skill. After absorbing it, this will probably be very useful. The system continued to issue a prompt. Please select the body part to use sacrifice. On the system screen, various body parts from both the front and the back were clearly displayed. Pondered for a moment. Please select the body part you wish to use. That's quite detailed. A total of 16 parts, that's a lot. Normally, the safest choice would be the back, but since the back is also divided into 4 parts, it wouldn't be very effective. If so, I'll use it tactically. Back to reality, the wounds on Sang-Huin's body were gradually healing. It's working. Thanks to the effect of the sacrifice, the player's health has been fully restored. Sang-Huin gripped the sword in his hand firmly, looking towards the tyrant. If I had misjudged even a little bit, I would be dead by now. That was close. I didn't expect to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The system displayed a notification. Level 1 aquatic combat skill has been activated. He approached the dire wolf. I'm not sure if I'm lucky or unlucky. The right arm it used to bait me has already been cut off. Who would have thought it could bypass the status resistance stat and trigger a stun? Now then, let's move on to the next luck test, shall we? A short time later, Kim Mai slowly set foot on the ground. Sang Win was still looking at the dire wolf's corpse in front of him with interest. In conclusion, the stun only works exactly 3 times. Should I be satisfied? Kim Mai was slowly walking towards him. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his head in surprise. You're here. Kim Mai's face showed a hint of surprise after witnessing the scene just now. She sighed and spoke up. If you had a recovery skill, you should have told me beforehand. I almost had a heart attack. By the way, do you have 2 lives or something? He was startled hearing that. How were you able to predict the Wolf King's moves so clearly? I've met countless swordsman players before, but I've never met anyone as mysterious as you, Din Sang Win. It feels like. Suddenly, Kim Mai was startled by the next sight. Sang Win's face became incredibly strange, with an amused smile. What is it? Holding the sword in his hand, Sang Win asked Kim Mai, feels like what? Seeing him act so strangely left her speechless. What is this feeling of pressure? Kim Mai immediately shook her head. No, it's just. I was going to say you're like one of those high-level players. He was startled and took notice upon hearing that. Sweat slowly rolled down his face. I thought she was going to say something like, did you regress or something? But it makes sense. What normal player would even think of that? Remembering something, Kim Mai looked at the dire wolf's corpse in front of her. By the way, aren't you going to finish that thing off? Even though the dire wolf had been severely injured by Sang Win, it still had its last breath remaining. He smiled and walked right in front of it. I'll go easy on you. I almost forgot. As time passed, the system displayed a notification. You have received the C-rank title, Fight to the Death. His information was also displayed on the screen. Din Sang Huin, level 27. Titles, Fight to the Death and 6 others. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Unique skill, Absorb Holy Relic. Number of relics absorbed, 11. Information on the skill, Fight to the Death. C-rank title. Description. When separated from allies within a 5-meter radius, the title will be activated. All stats will temporarily increase by 20%. This made Sang Huin extremely excited. A special flair exclusively for one-on-one battles, and this is also my first C-rank title. So nostalgic. Suddenly, Kim Mai asked, you got the title right? He turned his head in surprise to look at her. You know about it too? Have you ever done a solo mission before, Kim Mai? She proudly explained, that? Of course I have. But Kim Mai's face became awkward, not knowing what else to say. Seeing no other way, she could only sigh. I'll be honest, I was only able to defeat it thanks to a good artifact. I can't say I completed the mission with pure skill like you. Hearing that, Sang Huin shook his head to comfort her. No, using artifacts is a skill too. She chuckled and looked at him. Thanks for saying that. But a thought popped into her head. But still. The artifact I own cost a whopping 200 billion won, compared to someone using a mass-produced greatsword sold everywhere. Remembering something, Kim Mai asked, by the way, you probably want to test out your title right now, don't you? Sang Huin was still dumbfounded. What do you mean? Suddenly, a notification appeared. Title Fight to the Death has been activated. Alone. Player Kim Mai is not detected as an ally within a 5-meter radius. Fight to the Death has been automatically activated. Sang Huin couldn't believe it and repeatedly waved his hands. No kidding. The system changed again. Fight to the Death has been cancelled. Realizing there wasn't much time left, Kim Mai waved goodbye. I'll be going now. You know, I need to contact the transporters. Sang Huin nodded in understanding. Thanks. He stood there watching her back as she left. The mission rewards include monster materials, so it's normal to call a transporter. I did that pretty often in my past life too. It's probably thanks to those annoying missions that I look quite reliable now. Kim Mai continued speaking, and I won't take the 5% reward you mentioned earlier either. This information made Sang Huin freeze. What? But this. Before he could finish his sentence, she waved goodbye. It's fine, don't feel too pressured. We'll probably be working together frequently in the future, so just consider it an early investment in you, Sang Huin. Got it? I'll be going now. Sang Huin stood still and gave a wry smile. Honestly, I can't let my guard down around her even until the very end. He turned around and looked at the light emitting from behind. All right, now then. Let's check the reward I've been looking forward to all this time. It was the Blue Moonstone, Platinum tier artifact. Special item, accessory type equipment. Special effects. Time of the wolf and dog. Intersection of day and night. Effects. Health plus 100, mana plus 100, luck plus 50. A gemstone containing the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, worshippers of the blue moon. Sang-Win's entire body trembled strangely. Finally got a platinum tier item. His face became unusually excited. A platinum tier artifact is worth at least 1 billion. That's insane. This is enough to buy an apartment in the downtown area. Right then, the goddess of luck appeared, asking if you were doubting her, claiming that it was because she touched it that you were so lucky. Sang-Win looked at her in surprise. What do you mean you touched it? I was the one who touched it. Suddenly, another strange figure appeared here. The master of the torn lips objects to the heavily biased luck you have received, proposing to expel the goddess of luck from the player's system. The goddess of luck unexpectedly proposed a vote among the constellations connected to the player's system. Voting in progress. Proposal. Expel the master of the torn lips from the player's system. The numbers gradually increased. Proposal passed. The master of the torn lips can no longer continue as a constellation. Looking at what just happened left Sang-Win somewhat speechless. Is this even allowed? I have to admit, she's really popular among the constellations. First of all, since this is platinum tier, I can absorb about 40%. The special effects are. The information also revealed what to know about the intersection of day and night. Special effect. Always active, no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, health and wound recovery speed is increased by 5 times. Whether the moon appears or not, dog or wolf-type monsters will fall into a state of fear towards the player wielding the blue moonstone. Additionally, if the moon appears, dog-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Reading this information made Sang-Win chuckle. Simply put, if there's a moon, I'll become a monster even more terrifying than the monsters, huh? The system displayed a notification, synchronizing the blue moonstone with mana. The scene shifted back to the lobby in the mission area. Sang-Win's body was incredibly battered at this moment as he slowly stepped outside. The sight right before his eyes made him freeze in surprise. A crowd of reporters and various other people were already waiting there for him. They were constantly discussing. That's Ding Sang-Win. Did he really complete a level 100 mission all by himself? I guess so, assuming Miss Kim Mai wasn't lying. Kim Mai appeared among the crowd. Don't worry about that. The staff member was startled seeing her. Miss Kim Mai. She smiled and asked everyone, who would have thought of letting a level 17 newbie do a level 100 mission? If it were you, I would have stopped them. You did your best. These warm words moved the staff member deeply. Miss Kim Mai. She continued, glancing at Sang-Win. From now on, you should memorize Din Sang-Win's face. He's going to become a regular. He chuckled seeing this scene. Thinking back on it now, I suddenly feel really sorry for the staff here. They must be under a lot of pressure. Suddenly, a voice called out, Din Sang-Win. The crowd relentlessly rushed over, handing him their business cards. Im Win Du Hun, HR manager of the Fat Cat Guild. You look like a solo player. Do you want to join our guild? No, our guild will provide you with much better benefits. Kim Mai suddenly stepped forward and stopped them. I'm sorry, but Sang-Win has something to discuss with me. We have to go now. This took everyone by surprise. Wait, does this mean the Eden Guild has decided? She smiled and turned her head to look at him. Right? Sang-Win gave a wry smile. Yeah, I guess so. Even though he was bewildered, thinking, she saved me, but what exactly is she trying to do? As time passed, the scene shifted to a luxurious supercar on the street. Sang-Win looked at the 500 million won figure in his account. His face became extremely joyful and thrilled. The mission reward transferred really fast, huh? This is my first time experiencing such speed, truly worthy of a wealthy family. Kim Mai smiled and explained, I called A-rank transporters and used a few connections too. Just thinking about the money he possessed made Sang-Win incredibly happy. Thanks for helping me out. 500 million won. Right then, Kim Mai ordered, driver. The driver nodded in understanding. Understood, my lady. A voice rang out, switching to stealth mode. As the car changed modes, Sang-Win looked a bit bewildered. He glanced at Kim Mai, who was still sitting calmly there. Just as I expected, what's going on? There's no way it should just be nice for no reason. She chuckled and calmly replied, I'm not good at sugarcoating things. Player Shin Kim Mai, join our Eden Guild. Inside the luxurious supercar, Kim Mai quickly offered, join our Eden Guild. Sang-Win immediately chuckled in surprise. You guys act first and talk later, huh? Quite confident, aren't you? She replied with amusement. That's why we're called Eden, a paradise for players. I really don't think you'll regret it. Sang-Hwin's face showed a hint of contemplation as he reminisced. It would be a lie to say I wasn't expecting this. Before regressing, I was just a member of an ordinary guild. Back then, while being a member of their guild, I felt a strange sense of security. Even though it was just a small guild made up of unknown players with nowhere else to go, it was a truly wonderful and comfortable place. At least until that accident happened, and with my current speed of growing stronger, no matter how good the infrastructure is, it's highly likely to become a shackle later on. Playing solo right now will help me progress faster. Thinking up to this point, Sang-Hwin spoke up. I'm really sorry, but Kim Mai had already guessed something. You're planning to establish a one-man guild. Her words made him freeze for a moment. He praised her in surprise. You catch on really fast. She chuckled and quickly explained, I'm the daughter of a major corporate CEO, you know. Based on your abilities, it wasn't too hard to guess, and the main point is that currently, I am the only one who knows that truth. These words startled Sang-Hwin. A wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and thoughts kept racing through his mind. Even though she knew I was going to form a one-man guild, she still left her business card on the table and casually said she was interested. She's building a mutually beneficial relationship for the future. Indeed, this person is quite skilled at communicating. As time passed, the scene shifted to the player town at Building C near Dam Sin Station. The apartment leasing agent smiled and announced, as I mentioned, the deposit is 100 million won, and the rent is 5 million a month. Sang-Hwin nodded in understanding upon hearing that. Since you're saying it with a smile, it must not be too bad, right? This made her even more excited. You've made a great decision. Many people had their eyes on this unit before. I'll take my leave now then. If you meet anything, just give me a call. He waved goodbye. All right, take care. Everything happened so fast that it made him sigh in relief. I really did find a pretty good place. So the people eyeing this spot have lost their chance. Could this be the power of the goddess of luck? Sang-Hwin's meager belongings were sitting quietly in a corner. In the middle of the spacious, completely unfurnished room, he was still relaxing and admiring the world outside. A gentle breeze blew in. He enjoyed this moment. In just a short amount of time, so many things had already happened. The mysterious regression process and this sudden change left me dazed. I spent a few days trying to process this information even though it led me nowhere. I didn't have a single clue about what to do next, but soon enough my mindset completely changed. A feeling I had long forgotten. Even though I haven't done anything yet, I can feel the blood rushing through my veins. Thinking of this, Sang-Hwin let out a laugh and tightly clenched his fist. Youth. The youthful strength I now hold in my hands won't allow me to sit still. He recalled Dakin's face at that moment. And then there was the destined encounter between me and the goddess of luck. In just a short amount of time, he had also gotten to know Kim Mai. So this time, I decided to live a completely different life. I swear, I will never live as a coward ever again. And above all, opportunities to get stronger keep appearing. Just then, Kim Mai answered her phone. Yes, reporter Baek Dae-min, why are you calling me? You're really quick with your information. The familiar name caught Sang-Hwin's attention. Baek Dae-min from Player Weekly, the S-rank reporter. On the other side, reporter Baek Dae-min of Player Weekly spoke through the phone. That's right, I heard you're at the mission area, Miss Kim Mai. It's totally chaotic over here, but seriously, who is that guy named Din Sang-Hwin? She quickly replied, it's exactly as you heard, out of all the players I've met lately. The surrounding reporters quickly took notice, making him slightly anxious. Sorry, but could you speak a bit faster? Everyone is staring at me now. Some time passed, and the luxurious supercar pulled up to a stop. Sang-Hwin slowly stepped out of the car. Thanks for the ride. Kim Mai hurriedly called out to him, Mr. Sang-Hwin, wait a second. We're planning an expedition to an unidentified gate soon. It's a 4-person freelance party restricted to under level 120. Don't worry, it's not a guild mission. His face lit up with extreme excitement as he rushed over. I'm in. He didn't even let her finish her sentence. If you're interested. You just rejected the guild invitation right on the spot earlier. But why are you super excited about this? Sang-Hwin was still happily anticipating the good times ahead. I finally get a chance to enter a gate. To put it simply, a dungeon is a modified area. Once you enter, the entrance and exit are fixed and traps and monsters appear in a set cycle. But a gate is like an ever-shifting zone. After clearing it, the entrance changes and sometimes even the monsters change. As a wise man once said, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. This is an unspoken rule in the player world. And if it's an unclassified gate, there are definitely first clear rewards, basically guaranteeing high-tier relics. Perhaps Kim Mai got one of those before. That must be the relic that bypasses the Black Wolf's freeze trait, which is impossible to obtain at that level. Once again, it's impossible to predict what Kim Mai might receive. Back in reality, Kim Mai kept tapping on her phone screen. Then I'll call you as soon as I have more details on the mission. We'll probably be calling each other a lot from now on. Here, type in your number. Sang-Win looked a bit bewildered. He noticed that her phone wallpaper was a collage of different memorial portraits. Realizing it was a bit rude, Kim Mai hurriedly took her phone back. Sorry, I was going to change the screen before letting you type your number in. What is wrong with me? Her face looked somewhat pensive. Sang-Win observed all of Kim Mai's reactions from the side. Stepping into the spacious house he just rented, he grew thoughtful. She really does look like someone with her own baggage. But honestly, what player doesn't have their own backstory? Like me, for example. I have a story I can't tell anyone either. If anyone finds out that I've regressed, no matter what, I'll definitely be in deep trouble. Unconsciously, Sang-Win thought of the late bloomer scholar constellation. His eyes showed a hint of sadness as he wondered, where is he and what is he doing right now? We traveled together for years, after all. He should at least show his face. The scene shifted to the VIP room of Eden Guild, where Kim Mai was sitting and texting on her phone. Min Lee, sitting opposite her, grew incredibly annoyed and scolded her. I thought we'd finally get to sit down and have coffee together after all this time, but you've been staring at your phone, waiting for someone's call. She laughed, sighed, and explained, It's Mr. Din Sang-Win. We're planning to enter a gate together. This surprised Min Lee a bit. Looks like you've fallen head over heels for him, huh? She hurriedly shook her head and explained, It's not like that. He laughed in surprise, finding it amusing. Isn't he the guy who can stun monsters longer than I can? And he even rejected you so coldly. If I were you, it'd fall for him too. Kim Mai's eyes shone with excitement. You should start getting worried. He felt curious. Why is that? She cheerfully recounted, His swordsmanship is just as top-notch as yours. Maybe even better, right? Min Lee burst out laughing upon hearing that. I just tease you a little, and you're already turning on me, kiddo. But someone who makes you compare him to me must be quite the deal. This man was from the Eden Guild, Dao Min Lee, level 700, S-rank player. The scene shifted to the Dam Xin 43 training ground. Sang-Win smiled as he answered his phone. Yes, Miss Kim Mai, in listening. Kim Mai's voice came through the phone. Can you talk right now? I'm calling about the gate. He was a bit surprised hearing that. That fast? I can talk right now. Kim Mai excitedly told him, an unclassified gate just appeared 500 meters northwest of Hianhua Station on Route 7. We've already done a preliminary scout of the area. I just sent you the details. Sang-Win held up his phone to examine it closely. All right, give me a moment to check it. Kim Mai nodded through the phone. Take your time. Looking at the information on his phone screen left him somewhat surprised. It was information about the mid-boss of Gate 2, Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. Categorized as a dog-wolf-type monster, estimated level 100. Its main trait is tearing, and it has multiple heads. The gate details contain various other information. Reading through this made Sang-Win feel incredibly excited. What the hell? I just got this skill, and this monster appears so quickly. Cerberus perfectly meets the conditions for that skill, doesn't it? He recalled the details of the intersection of day and night. Special effect. Always active, no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, health and wound recovery rates are quintupled. Regardless of the moon's presence, dog or wolf-type monsters will fall into a state of fear against a player holding the blue moonstone. Furthermore, if the moon is present, dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. After reading this information, Sang-Win smiled and called Kim Mai back. I just checked it. Thanks for the information. She nodded and reminded him. Sharing info is a given. I'll contact you later. Right then, Dekin slowly walked over. What's with the loud voice? Is something up? He realized he had been a bit rude. Sorry, Captain. Dekin just laughed in response. I'm just joking around. You're famous now, so I get it. And I'm not your captain anymore, just call me Hyung. Sang-Win scratched his head shyly after hearing that. Come on, Hyung, I'm not that famous. I still have a lot of work to do. This made him slightly curious. Judging by how you're talking, I guess you still haven't gotten that call, huh? He didn't understand what Dekin was talking about. What call? He shoved his phone in front of Sang-Win's face. See for yourself. You're currently on the cover of Player Weekly. If that's not famous, then what is? A photo of Sang-Hwin appeared on the magazine page. The legendary rookie has emerged. Player Din Sang-Hwin appears like a comet. Reporter Bak Dae-min. The player who suddenly showed up at the mission area, his name is... Seeing himself on the news left him utterly bewildered. What is this? His reaction made Dakin laugh like crazy. You'd better turn off your phone right now. All sorts of people are going to start calling you. He didn't know what to do next regarding the article about him. It's not that I hate this magazine, but they always arbitrarily publish these things without meeting the person face to face. Seeing him looking worried, Dakin approached in surprise. What's wrong? Don't tell me some distant cousin has already called you. He stared at the phone screen. Right now, I can only think of my close relatives. Hyung, I had things to do today, and now I have one more thing to worry about. Dakin also remembered something. He held out a bag of items to Sang-Hwin. Oh right, you're talking about these, aren't you? Receiving the bag in his hands made him incredibly excited. That's right, thanks a lot, Hyung. He burst into a surprised laugh. Thanks. Other people would think I should just give these to you for free. By the way, these are all old relics covered in my fingerprints. Wouldn't it be better for you to just buy new ones? Sang-Hwin immediately flashed an awkward smile. I guess. I want to inherit your fighting spirit, the way you solve problems. The kin looked at him in surprise. Are you fast talking your way out of this again? Sang-Hwin's face gradually became troubled. Just consider this a kind of ward against bad luck, because in his mind he was secretly calculating. How am I supposed to explain that old relics have a higher absorption rate? Dakin was about to say something else, but right then, Mai Hoa hurriedly ran over. Sorry, I'm late. She shyly scratched her head as she approached and asked, finding a parking spot around here is so hard. Shall we start the appraisal right away? Looking at the woman in front of him made Sang-Hwin a bit curious. Who is this? Dakin, right beside him, hurriedly explained, This is the appraiser who will assist us with the transaction. I brought her along so you wouldn't haggle just because we're acquaintances. He was at a loss for words in this situation. Hyung, come on now. Mai Hoa continued to look at the pile of items in front of her. She used her ability, slowly concentrating to examine their energy. The system also issued a notification. Relic appraisal complete. After a continuous period of work, Mai Hoa felt somewhat exhausted. She turned her head to inform both of them. The appraisal is done. You two can proceed with the predetermined price. That's fine. Dakin shot a surprised glance at Sang-Hwin. So you really aren't going to haggle? He shook his head and explained, Of course not. Right then, Dakin slowly drew his sword. Then, before we finalize the price, could you take a look at my swordsmanship? Seeing this, Sang-Hwin hastily shook his head and refused. No, Hyung, and not qualified to evaluate that. But he was extremely stubborn. Stop pretending to be humble. And not foolish enough to not realize that you're much better than me now. And am not foolish enough to let my pride get in the way of learning. He gradually became uneasy. No, Hyung, am telling the truth. Sang-Hwin worriedly thought to himself, I really hate dealing with these troublesome things, but... The next sight quickly caught Sang-Hwin's attention. After being rejected by him, Dakin's mood took a nosedive. Seeing this, he realized he had no other choice. Ignoring someone so sincere would be extremely rude. Sang-Hwin continued, reminding him, Then don't mind me, just do what you normally do. Dakin's face instantly lit up with enthusiasm. All right. Sang-Hwin didn't forget to turn his head and add, Appraiser, you'll probably want to stand behind me. She nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Holding the sword firmly in his hand, Dakin's willpower was incredibly strong. Here I go. His strikes were extremely decisive, slashing fiercely from one side to the other. Looking at these moves made even Sang-Hwin marvel. Truly impressive. He's gotten much stronger since the last time we met in the dungeon. It seems he hasn't stopped training for a single second. It seems Sang-Hwin had noticed something, but... Up ahead, Dakin kept unleashing his sword strikes relentlessly, causing things to gradually become more chaotic. He suddenly called out, Hyung! Seeing this, Dakin looked bewildered. That fast? I still have more left. Sang-Hwin's face was extremely calm as he stepped forward and asked, Your left arm. Something happened to it, didn't it? This question left Dakin utterly stunned. How did you know? Sang-Hwin seriously analyzed. When you swing with your right hand, your left shoulder opens up too wide. It feels like you've lost awareness in that area, if I'm not mistaken. Dakin felt a bit helpless as he recalled the time before. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, he sighed. No, you're right. I suffered a minor injury from blocking a strike with my left shoulder. I guess I really couldn't hide it, huh? Most of the injuries I sustained while training in the dungeon are on this side. I know, but there's nothing I can do about it. Suddenly, Sang-Hwin informed him it can be fixed. This piece of information left Dekin slightly surprised. The injury is much easier to deal with than you think. Hold on, stop trying to hide where you're hurt. Choose a bolder tactic to turn it into an advantage. From your control to the pacing of your footwork, change everything. It won't be easy, but you'll improve immensely. Try gripping it again like you're squeezing your fingers a bit more. Hearing that, Dekin was amazed. This really isn't easy, is it? Sang-Hwin, that hurts. He chuckled in response. Just try to endure it a little bit, Hyung. This scene instantly made Manhwa blush from the sidelines. Ambiguous words kept ringing out. It's a bit embarrassing, but it really does feel much better, right? It'll get better gradually. Now rotate your hips over here. She asked herself, what in the world are these two idiots doing? In front of her, the two of them were still continuously getting into various poses. This part of yours is so stiff, Hyung. Just be patient for a bit. In Manhwa's eyes, the two of them looked incredibly strange. Wait, what on earth am I looking at right now? Sometime later, Manhwa's phone search history after work showed. Who takes the top role? Report to the Player Association. How a man feels holding a sword. 2 men's sword-holding postures. And player romance. The car sped down the long road. Sang-Hwin happily drove while thinking to himself, even though this deal cost me over 100 million won, it's still a bargain. The benefits I'll get from it will far outweigh what I spent. Even though he seemed satisfied after that sword training, the appraiser had a really weird expression at the end. He asked himself, could it be that she was just tired? Thinking of this, Sang-Hwin fumbled for his phone. Whatever, I just want to quickly consume these holy relics to see how much I've improved. How can I possibly wait until the next gate appears? Should I call Kim Mai? Looking at the scene in front of him made him somewhat startled and confused. Fortunately, he slammed on the brakes just in time, or else he would have hit that fat guy. Sang-Hwin quickly looked up and asked, sorry, are you okay? You were in my blind spot, so. Kim Chang just coldly replied, you're finally here. I'm sick and tired of waiting for you. What are you doing? Get out of that damn car right now. This situation left Sang-Hwin utterly baffled. Kim Ho laughed out loud from behind. Idiots always react like this. What? And then? I think I misheard. A yellow light appeared, catching Sang-Hwin's attention. Kim Chang smirked smugly, showing off his power to him. No need for small talk. Do you want to burn to death along with this garbage car, or do you want to step out? After analyzing the situation for a moment, he seemed to realize something. Now I remember. These guys are Tran Kim Chang and Tran Kim Ho from the Fat Cat Guild. Sang-Hwin had seen their posts before. This guy really pisses me off, teaching a newbie a lesson. Tran Kim Chang's defining trait was picking only on those weaker than him. His other posts had clickbait titles like, I think I like you when talking to beautiful women. And Tran Kim Ho was his lackey, the guy shooting short YouTube videos for him with different titles. All the newbies were shocked. Can Tran Kim Chang carry the team, disguising as a newbie to explore a new dungeon? Thanks to that ridiculous content, he had some loyal subscribers who always watched his videos. But after he crossed the line, the news reported that a famous player and YouTuber went to jail. He got a life sentence and was largely forgotten by everyone. Back to reality, these guys kept mocking him. Look at that, Kim Chang. The kid doesn't even dare to move. He just sighed. In other words, both of these guys were failures of humanity. Seeing Sang-Hwin act strangely amused Kim Chang. Why does this kid keep pissing me off? Kim Ho laughed from behind. I know, right? Their profiles popped up. Tran Kim Chang, level 100, B-rank player. Tran Kim Ho, level 75, C-rank player. Both belong to the Fat Cat Guild. The thought of getting dragged into trouble left him utterly exhausted. I did say I wanted to test how much I've improved with the new holy relic, but why do these annoying things keep finding me? And they aren't exactly the type of opponents I want to test it on. As if guessing Sang-Hwin's attitude, Kim Chang seemed surprised. He noticed him grabbing his sword and stepping out of the car. What is it now? This didn't scare him at all. It only fueled his excitement. What are you thinking? Just take it easy, calm down. I'm the guardian of this player town. Lately, a lot of people have been complaining that some bastard keeps driving a piece of garbage car around here. In other words, Kim Chang stomped hard on the hood of the car he had just bought. They're getting pissed off seeing this trashy car of yours, too. Sang-Hwin's face gradually lost its calm as the guy's voice kept echoing. Well, has it gotten through your thick skull yet? If you don't want this car turned into scrap metal, grab all your stuff and get lost right now. Understood? The surrounding crowd saw the scene and started murmuring, "What's going on over there? It's Tran Kim Ho and Tran Kim Chang. Those bastards are up to their old tricks again." Someone quickly recognized Sang Win. "Hey, wait." On this side, Sang Win was still touching his newly bought car. "That guy, isn't he the one who was in the Player Weekly? He's the one who went into the mission zone with Kim Mai. What was his name again? Din Sang Win." This chatter also surprised Kim Chang a bit. "He's super strong." Kim Ho quickly checked his phone. "I remember now, it's the kid who went into the mission area with Kim Mai. Rumor has it he cleared a level 100 dungeon all by himself." Hearing this made him scoff in contempt. By himself? But he looks so damn weak. He laughed from the side and replied, "Hey Kim Chang, Kim Mai was with this kid. Do you really think she'd let a newbie take all the glory? I've already figured out the title for our next video. I can't believe you're that quick on your feet." Kim Ho had his camera ready in hand, teaching the newbie carried by Kim Mai a lesson. The camera's rolling. Kim Chang walked up to him for a one-on-one. "Hey Sang Win, I'll show you a little mercy. Let's enter training mode and have a one-on-one duel. Look at this, everyone. It's actually Din Sang Win. If I win, you have to leave the player town immediately. And of course, we'll be uploading this. If you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible. Deal?" Sang Win coldly replied, "Deal." This got the guy even more pumped up. Damn, our Sang Win is a real man. In that case, his face became incredibly terrifying, looking as if he wanted to tear this Kim Chang to pieces. "If you add 500 million won and your wrist to the bet, then we have a deal. But if you're scared, then fuck off." These words made him extremely irritated. "You bastard." Kim Ho called out from behind, "Kim Chang." He turned his head in annoyance and scolded him. "What is it, man? Can't you see I'm busy?" He hurriedly explained, "Take a look at this." In the chat box right now, comments were constantly popping up, urging him to accept Sang Win's terms. This made Kim Chang extremely pissed off. Fuck. He asked him once again, "So, are we betting or not? Are you scared?" He seemed to realize something. "Wait, if we do that, the video will be demonetized because it contains violent and mature content. I guess I'll just treat this as a chance to blow off some steam." Sang Win yelled aggressively, "What's wrong?" The scene shifted to a grand hall. This was the center of Building C in the player town. The crowd of onlookers gradually grew thicker. What's happening? Is that really Din Sang Huan? They're just doing their usual thing, bullying newbies. Do you live here or should we? I have a boyfriend. Sang Huan warmed up in preparation for the match. Training mode has been activated. Players. Tran Kim Chang, Din Sang Huan. Players have received the shield effect. Kim Chang smiled and said, "Just like you said, betting 500 million won and our wrists. Don't worry, I'll keep my word, so don't be scared. And don't bother begging for your life later. Run away quickly while you still can." The system continuously popped up notifications. Training mode has been successfully set up. Players, please begin your duel. Kim Ho quickly reminded him. Training mode is set, Kim Chang. He nodded. All right, got it. Still unaware that his doom was approaching, he said, "You heard it right. We're starting right now. I'm not kidding." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Kim Chang." Seeing this, he was slightly startled and looked up ahead. Before he knew it, Sang Huan had already leapt into the air, gripping his sword to attack him. Thinking about all the annoying things the guy had done made it unbearable for him. "I don't want to joke around with you either. Even if you beg, I won't let you off." This entire scene was being broadcast on TV, Kim Chang. Seeing the familiar figure made Kim Mai freeze instantly. Sang Huan? Kim Mai continued watching the live broadcast screen. What on earth is happening? Sang Huan's voice rang out, "Even if you beg, don't expect me to hold back." Kim Mai's face showed confusion as she watched the situation unfold. Looking at Kim Chang on the screen, she quickly recognized him. Wait, isn't that Tran Kim Chang from the Fat Cat Guild? He's a B-rank player, but I heard he's incredibly arrogant because that guild belongs to his uncle. Why is he with Sang Huan? Just then, Trang Li stepped outside. "Kim Mai, what's wrong?" Seeing her, she quickly responded, "Sis." Kim Mai dried her hair. "Why are you frowning like that?" She was a member of the Even Guild. Din Trang Li, level 700 S-rank player. Seeing Sang Huan appear on the broadcast screen made her slightly surprised. Is that person? Isn't that the guy you were trying to recruit into the guild? Kim Mai nodded and replied, "Yes, it's Sang Huan. But I have no idea why he's appearing on this ridiculous broadcast." This also amazed Trang Li, prompting her praise. His movements are sharp. On this side, Kim Chang was still cursing non-stop. You bastard. You coward. He kept dodging Sang Hyun's relentless attacks. Unable to just stand still and wait for death, he pulled his hand back, preparing to make a move. You really are a total thug, aren't you? Facing the flames that threatened to burn everything, Sang Hyun calmly gripped his sword tightly. In front of everyone's eyes, he effortlessly slashed away the massive flames in the blink of an eye. Kim Chang was completely paralyzed by this sight. He looked incredibly badass at this moment, having shattered the guy's power with a single strike. A massive explosion occurred behind them, and the scene gradually plunged into absolute chaos. Witnessing this, Kim Ho was also dumbfounded. What the hell is that guy? Comments kept popping up, confused about how Sang Hyun managed to pull that off. As everyone stood frozen at the spectacle before them, Sang Hyun suddenly spoke up. Finally. His face was filled with excitement while fighting Kim Chang. Ever since I regressed, it's only now that my body is moving exactly the way I want it to. Flashing back to 3 hours ago, Sang Hyun smiled and chatted with Manhwa. Thank you. The transaction went so quickly because of you. You've worked hard today. Her face flushed slightly as she hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. There's no need. You two did all the heavy lifting. I understand everything. Dekin, right beside them, laughed loudly and chimed in. On a happy day like this, we should go out for drinks. You should totally join us today. She was unbelievably surprised. Really? He nodded to confirm. We've got money now. Just say what you want to eat. Tuna, beef, whatever. Right then, Sang Hyun offered an awkward smile and explained, Hyung, I'm sorry, but I really have to go. You two go ahead and eat together. This made Dekin incredibly bewildered, and he scolded him. Hey, what's with you, Sang Hyun? He was still trying to explain it's not like that, but Dekin continued loudly. Are you pulling that I paid you too much, so I have to go earn some back excuse? Sang Hyun just helplessly explained, I already had plans beforehand. I'm really sorry. Dekin sighed, is that so? Well, it can't be helped then. He turned his head toward Manhwa. Miss, looks like it's just the two of us. She hastily reacted, what am I doing? I completely forgot I have an incredibly important appointment too. Sang Hyun looked at the pile of items he had just collected in his hands. Sorry, but the taste of this is going to be so much better. Mai-ho quickly ran off. Then I'll take my leave first. Dekin chased after her in a panic. Miss. Summer shifted to later that evening. Sang Hyun calmly looked at the pile of items in front of him. After a long time had passed, he sighed exhaustively. The base absorption rate for bronze rank is 10%. Reaching out to absorb the holy relics before him, the system popped up a notification. Measuring absorption rate. The durability of the holy relic has been recalculated. Final absorption rate, 90%. Hearing this number left Sang Hyun completely stunned. 90. Just then, the goddess of luck also gradually materialized. The goddess of luck believed this was all thanks to her, goddess of luck. Hearing this, he chuckled, blushing as he looked at the holy relics. Normally, I can only absorb 10% due to the absorption limit. As expected, things that have been used by humans are on a whole different level, aren't they? Oh right, I have something I want to ask you. Goddess of luck, you're famous for being a highly sociable constellation, right? By any chance, have you ever heard of a constellation named the Late Bloomer Scholar? This made the goddess of luck extremely pouty. The goddess of luck said that she just formed a contract with you a few days ago. Sang Hyun hastily explained, it's not like that. She gave you a good scolding and said you are already interested in another constellation. His calm voice slowly echoed, it's just because that constellation means a lot to me. But thinking about it, you do have every right to feel upset. I'm sorry, just forget about it. The goddess of luck looked at you once again. The notification this time left Sang Hyun a bit surprised. The goddess of luck is feeling very generous right now. She will help you find that constellation. This made him overjoyed. Really, thank you, goddess. Sang Hyun continued picking up the holy relics in his hands. All right then, now I can finally dig right into the feast, huh? A system notification popped up, starting the mana resonance process with the 5 holy relics. Delicious delicacies appeared before his eyes, a top 5 meal truly meant for men. Looking at the delicious feast laid out before him filled Sang Hyun with immense anticipation. He wiped the drool from his mouth. No matter how much I used to wear these holy relics, I never expected them to turn into such a manly meal, but I really love it. The holy relics have a maximum absorption rate of 90%. Once I'm done, just how strong will I get? I can't even imagine. Back in reality, consecutive system notifications rang out. Title True Battle has been activated. Solitude. Player Tran Kim Chang has detected no allies within a 5-meter radius. You're in combat has been activated. Sang-Wen praised him. Your firepower is pretty fierce, isn't it? At the same time, his information appeared. Name, Din Sang-Wen, titles, True Battle and 6 others, Constellation, Goddess of Luck, Unique Skill, Absorb Holy Relic. Holy Relics absorbed, 17, HP, 880, Mana, 124, EXP, 97. His status window also opened. Strength 77, Stamina 90, Agility 28, Magic Power 60, Luck 167, Evasion 30, Defense 49. Less than all of his actions made Kim Chang tremble bizarrely. Seeing him standing frozen in place made Sang-Wen somewhat curious. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, the guy charged at him. You piece of trash. Kim Mai, watching through the TV screen, yelled out in anxiety, Sang-Wen, be careful. Trang Li, right beside her, comforted, don't worry. Hell, dodge it, you know that. Just as Trang Li predicted, Sang-Wen dodged it completely. You haven't forgotten our bet, right? Remembering the money he was about to get, he lunged straight at Kim Chang to attack. With a terrifying look on his face, he declared, for 500 million, I am aiming for that arm. Kim Ho, who was recording a video on the sidelines, became overjoyed. That's right, gotcha. As he was rushing forward, something suddenly stopped him in his tracks. A wicked smile crept up the corner of Kim Chang's mouth. The fat guy appeared right in front of his eyes and flipped him off. I win, you idiot. Time seemed to stop as Sang-Wen stood frozen. Conditions met. The skill force freeze has been activated on player Din Sang-Wen. He realized he couldn't move, as a thin layer of ice was tightly locking him in place. Watching the TV screen, Trang Li exclaimed in surprise, so he can use magic other than stuns. That's actually pretty good. This made Kim Mai beside her extremely excited. Sister, don't be surprised, just watch closely. Sang-Wen can even use abnormal status nullification. Don't underestimate my judgment. You'll soon understand why I want to recruit him so badly. Watch very closely. A second later, she froze when she saw Sang-Wen completely encased in ice on the screen. He didn't react at all, frozen solid like a block of ice right in front of her. Sang-Wen. This also left Kim Chang completely dumbfounded in the middle of the fight. What the hell? Where's the guy from the other day? Sweat kept pouring down his face. The skill definitely activated. Unless he has abnormal status nullification, there's no way he can break out. Could this guy really be a newbie? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Sang-Wen appeared right above Kim Chang's head. He forcefully slammed the guy's fat body forward, making him cry out in agony. Sang-Wen coldly asked him, what the hell was that? Looks like the training mode saved your life, huh? Fortunately, there was a protective barrier. Otherwise, that hit would have killed Kim Chang. Fatal damage is nullified in training mode. This scene completely paralyzed Kim Ho, who was filming on the sidelines. Kim Chang. The chat blew up with endless comments praising Sang-Wen. Someone watching the monitor asked, doesn't Din Sang-Wen seem a bit different from earlier? He suddenly realized it too, now that I think about it. That bastard. His aura is completely different from before. What kind of trick did he pull? Watching the entire match, Trang Li immediately realized it seems to be some kind of awakening skill. Kim Mai, sitting beside her, was curious. An awakening skill? Sang-Wen? She nodded in confirmation. It looks like a skill from the illusion or transcendence branch. Judging by those black marks, I'd guess it's illusion. As far as I know, taking a hit in that state leads to severe exhaustion. Is he planning to beat that guy without taking a single hit? Now that is a bit too overconfident. Kim May's face grew awkward as she explained, no, Unnie, it's probably not like that. He's definitely different, but he never used a skill like that when we party together. And that skill requires an insane amount of luck. Trang Li deduced that it has to be one of two things. Either he had no reason to use it when he was with you, or he didn't have it then. The room fell into absolute silence. It seemed she was beginning to realize just how intriguing this guy, Sang-Wen, truly was. Or he managed to obtain it in a very short amount of time. Meanwhile, Manhwa was relentlessly reviewing the information in her hand. She sighed wearily, this is bad. The holy relic Din Sang-Wen bought today. Shouldn't it have gone through an attribute test? The document detailed the red meditation bracelet. Silver tier holy relic. Support gear. Bracelet type. Effects. Strength and stamina. Skill probability. 0.02%. Hidden skill. Illusion. Rumored to be a bracelet left behind by the gods containing mysterious power. Unless you are blessed with terrifying luck, you won't unlock it, so don't get your hopes up. The specs were clearly listed. Equipment type, Bracelet, effect, strength plus 15, hidden skill probability, 0.02%, hidden skill, illusion. Reading this, Manhwa sighed in deep thought. With odds this low, the hidden skill definitely wouldn't activate, right? But if he actually pulled it off, then it's no different from being chosen by the goddess of luck herself. Just as she suspected, Sang-Hwin truly had been chosen by the goddess of luck. The hidden skills information appeared. Awakening skill upgradable. Cooldown, 1 hour. When activated, fully restores HP and enters an awakened state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental capabilities are pushed beyond their absolute limits, sending the user into a near-berserk state. During awakening, decision-making, reflexes, and information processing become exceptionally fast. When the illusion effect ends, the user suffers from extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes and takes all the accumulated damage from the activation period. Sang-Hwin looked incredibly amused as he pressed his greatsword firmly against Kim Chang. So, what are we going to do about our bet now? Or should we turn off the training mode and go for round 2? Kim Chang screamed in absolute fury. Back off, you bastard. He thought angrily to himself. Damn it, I let my guard down because he looked like a total noob. I never expected him to be at this level. I have to take this seriously now. First, I need to create some distance. But wait, does this situation even make sense? This is completely different from what Tran Kim Ho told me. If I knew this bastard was this strong, I never would have challenged him. He shot a wrathful glare at Kim Ho, that piece of shit, spouting total bullshit. While he was still lost in thought, Sang-Hwin lunged forward and smacked him hard on the head. You son of a bitch, let's wrap this up. It's time to settle the score. Don't worry, thanks to the training mode, you won't get hurt too badly. Sensing that things were going south, Kim Chang begged desperately. Wait, you win. I'll wire the 500 million right now. Sang-Hwin pressed his head even harder into the dirt. Good, the bet is settled then. Now, it's time for some personal payback. This terrified the hell out of him. What payback? You crazy bastard. Sang-Hwin's expression darkened. You're asking what payback? That was the whole reason I picked this fight in the first place. The timeline shifted to 3 days prior at the auto center. The mechanic holding a clipboard reported, "We fixed it up, but you should probably replace it soon." Sang-Hwin was taken aback by this. Replace it? The mechanic explained further. Please sign here. It's way too old, it won't last much longer. Still in disbelief, he turned his head to look at the car. No way. The mechanic sighed gently. I know you're deeply attached to it, but it's time to say goodbye. It's been with you all this time, I'm sure it was. Very happy too. Tears streamed down Sang-Hwin's face as he realized he had to part ways with this old friend. Yeah, I'd had so much fun driving it all this time. It must have been really happy too, right? Back in the present, Sang-Hwin roared as he threw a massive punch at Kim Chang. This is payback for my beloved car, you piece of shit. Terrified to the point of tears, he begged endlessly. No fuck, I'm sorry. The onlookers were left completely bewildered by the spectacle. What the hell is going on? A foul stench suddenly wafted up, leaving Sang-Hwin completely speechless. Right in front of the crowd and all the viewers watching the live stream, Kim Chang had literally shit his pants, sending the internet into an absolute frenzy. He kept begging pathetically for his life. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves, that smells like pure death. Like, what the hell did he eat to make it smell that gross? At this point, Kim Ho was dying of sheer embarrassment. Fuck, what do we do now? To hell with the YouTube channel, we messed with the wrong guy. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and called out, Tran Kim Ho. Seeing the man appear before him, he was overjoyed. Manager. But the man looked incredibly annoyed. You're always causing trouble, aren't you? Well, deal with you later. This man was Mai Bok Thon, the Thon Swan district manager for the Fat Cat Guild. Kim Chang's wailing continued. I'm sorry. Bok Thon quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. The scene before him caught him completely off guard. Well, this is an interesting situation. Sang-Hwin, standing up and looking down in his clothes in disgust, grumbled. That crap got all over his back. Bok Thon thought to himself, I heard he just recently awakened, yet he managed to crush a veteran like Tran Kim Chang. I need to find out exactly who he is. Bok Thon quickly approached and greeted him. You're Din Sang-Hwin, right? Startled, Sang-Hwin turned his attention to him. Stepping forward slowly, Bok Thon offered a polite smile. We're here to clean up this mess and negotiate compensation. Do you have a moment? Sang-Hwin asked coldly, mind telling me your name and position first? Sang-Hwin's attitude took Bok Thon by surprise. What's with this arrogant? No, wait a minute. This isn't arrogance, it's absolute composure. He feels like a player who crawled his way back from hell itself. His skills and aura are completely leagues beyond his level. He hurriedly bowed and introduced himself. I am Mai Bok Tan, the Tan Swan District Manager for the Fat Cat Guild. My apologies for the late introduction. Meanwhile, his mind was already plotting. I have to recruit him, no matter what it takes. He declared with immense confidence, our Fat Cat Guild will cover all the compensation costs. Sang Huin instantly shoved his bank account number forward. Really? Bok Than silently calculated, taking a small loss is fine, as long as it shows our sincerity and builds a connection. With a perfectly calm face, Sang Huin shoved his account number right at him. Simple enough. Make it 20 billion. Here's my account. I was honestly thinking 5 billion was way too low anyway, especially with all the emotional distress and everything. That absurd number made Bok Than freeze instantly. 20 billion? No discounts at all? Should I just leave this stinking mess to handle things himself? Kim Chang was still sobbing uncontrollably on the ground. The scene shifted to late evening. Restless chatter echoed throughout the room. When are they getting here? It's Din Sang Huin. Mr. Sang Huin, did the Fat Cat Guild really pay your compensation? God, are you guys just going to camp out here forever? You still haven't been able to reach Kim Mai. Are you absolutely sure you're not affiliated with the Eden Guild? Sang Huin sighed as he shoved his way into his apartment, snapping back, No, so screw off already. The swarm of reporters behind him kept shouting questions. Have you finished your training? Are you just trying to go home now? Mr. Sang Huin, the public has the right to know. That's right, please answer. Wait, how did I get dragged into this mess? Stop avoiding us, give us an answer. So is it true that you're dating Ms. Kim Mai? Sang Huin let out an exhausted sigh after gaining sudden fame. The right to know. Since when is invading someone's private life a right? He grabbed his clothes, preparing to take a shower. I'm already tired enough without these nonsense questions. Dating? In this situation, keep dreaming. Looking at the pile of items in front of him made him chuckle. All right, time to get ready. He recalled what Kim Mai had told him. Today is a big day, Sang Huin. Sang Huin sat excitedly, looking at the items before him. I didn't expect the gate raid Kim Mai proposed to happen today. Thanks to that, the last 2 weeks have been pure chaos. But the results were totally worth the effort. Who would have thought that contacting Do De Kin would allow me to buy so many artifacts this fast? The system quickly popped up his status window. Strength 100, Stamina 109, Agility 33, Magic 71, Luck 167, Evasion 30, Defense 62. Sang Huin swiped through the information screens. Demon Battle also leveled up after the last fight, right? The Greatsword Mastery skill went up too. With the effect from the Overwhelming Strength title, it should be about 2.6 seconds. If I add the delay, will it exceed 5 seconds in total? Of course, it also depends on the opponent's status resistance. The information for the Water Combat skill quickly appeared on the screen. Hidden skill. Status effect. Minor stun. Cooldown per target. 15 seconds. Skill level. 2. Inflicts a minor stun for 2.4 seconds, causing monsters or players to expose their openings. However, the duration and success rate depend on the target's status resistance. Another skill is Greatsword Training. Passive skill. Basic Swordsmanship. Skill level. 2. Greatly increases adaptability with all types of swords except daggers and one-handed longswords. Sang Huin's eyes visibly brightened up. And that's not all. Now, let's see the results of all that blood, sweat, and tears from training. The information for one-handed sword training also appeared. Passive skill. Basic Swordsmanship. Skill level. 1. Improves proficiency with daggers and one-handed longswords. The next skill is Charge. Charge. Movement skill. Skill level. 1. Gathers a massive amount of power, then dashes forward in the blink of an eye to attack the enemy. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and dash distance. However, movement is entirely restricted while charging. Sang Huin sat quietly in his room, sighing deeply in thought. All right, with this level of preparation, I'm completely ready to clear the gate. A sub-weapon and a movement skill are more than enough. There were too many openings in my previous battles, so I couldn't fully replicate my past life's experience. When facing the Wolf King, I had to take hits because my attack patterns were too limited, and in the fight against Tren Kim Chang, I easily fell into traps because I lacked a movement skill. In other words, if my opponents back then had been even a little bit stronger, I would have lost my life. I definitely have to keep my mind sharp. At this rate, all this talk about getting stronger will be useless, and I'll just repeat my past failures. The second collapse will happen in 2040. This time, I must make sure the future changes. I can't lose everything again like before. This time. That's right, in this life, I must become stronger. Just like that person did, back then. Sang-Win was still sitting there lost in thought when his ringing phone caught his attention. He quickly answered it. Hello? A voice on the other end rang out. Hello, Sang-Win. This is reporter Bak Dae-min. I'm calling about the interview we mentioned the other day. It's today, so I wanted to check if your schedule still works. He was suddenly startled. Shit. He hurriedly replied, Of course, it's coming up soon, right? Dae-min nodded in confirmation. Yes, exactly. Let's meet at the cafe I sent you. This left Sang-Win a bit speechless. I completely forgot about this. The gate raid is at 7 p.m. The interview is at 2 p.m., right? Right now it's... The phone screen displayed 1:45 p.m. As soon as Sang-Win appeared outside, all the highly anticipated reporters swarmed in. Mr. Sang-Win is here! All right, tell us about your romance with Kim Mai. Looking at Sang-Win's current demeanor, the reporters felt a bit intimidated. Mr. Sang-Win? Running out of time made him extremely terrifying. Get out of my way! Instantly, a system notification appeared. Illusion skill activated. User's body is further enhanced. User speed is drastically increased. Meanwhile, reporter Bak Dae-min was still sitting there waiting. Cafe owner's voice rang out, Welcome. Hearing that, he looked up. Catching sight of Sang-Win, Bak Dae smiled and waved. Sang-Win, over here. I've already ordered coffee, so just take a seat. Seeing Sang-Win looking a bit strange made him freeze for a moment. Are you okay? You look so intimidating. Sang-Win forced an awkward smile. Thanks. Dae-min was extremely curious. Did you just come out of a dungeon? He quickly shook his head to explain, no. He thought in bewilderment. What just happened was even more exhausting than a dungeon. He slowly sat down on the chair. Sorry for being late, Mr. Reporter. Bak Dae-min chuckled and shook his head. It's fine, really. By the way, I originally planned this interview because of the incident in the mission area, but now there's another major mission, right? Sang-Win smiled and explained, it's nothing big, just a little hassle. His eyes visibly lit up. But it's more serious than you think, Sang-Win. That incident is currently a hot topic among players. It's true that ranks don't accurately reflect one's skill or strength, but you're an exception. For someone with such a low rank. Everyone is calling you a legendary rookie. Sang-Win humbly replied, it's not that big of a deal. Bak Dae-min asked in surprise, by the way, did you know that it's not just players looking for you, but many guilds as well? He thought to himself, well, I've received a ton of love calls lately. But he kept smiling and replied, are you trying to gather info on the Eden Guild or other guilds too? Bak Dae-min shook his head and explained, no, I'm talking about international guilds, not domestic ones. Sang-Win gradually became bewildered. This news just came out today, so you might not have heard it. This morning, 5 international guilds sent official requests to the Korean Player Association. International guilds usually scout people very early, almost from low levels, but showing this much interest when someone is still a rookie is unheard of. Anyway, you should probably be careful from now on, because there are a lot of people curious about you. The time shifted to the evening at the Spatial Gate area in a back alley near Hyunhwa Station. Sang-Win walked down the long street, pondering deeply. Damn it, I originally planned to play solo and then form my own guild, but those international guilds. It's truly tempting. The level they operate on is completely different. Come to think of it, how badly was I treated in the past? Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. A familiar voice called out, Sang-Win. Hearing that, he smiled and walked over. Kim Mai. She waved in greeting. Long time no see, over here. We have a bit of time before the gate raid. Sang-Win suddenly noticed a silhouette up ahead. Trang Li was smiling at him, which made him a bit curious. Who is that? Time seemed to stop as Sang-Win looked at Kim Mai and Trang Li standing before him. While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, Kim Mai spoke up. My sister kept saying she wanted to meet you, Sang-Win. So I brought her along to see you for a bit before we raid the gate. I hope that's okay. She then pointed to Trang Li standing next to her and introduced, this is my older sister, Din Trang Li. She's also a member of the Eden Guild like me. She was about to say something else. There's a cafe nearby if you want to sit for a bit, but Trang Li slowly stepped forward. She reached out to shake Sang-Win's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Din Trang Li. He smiled and replied, I'm Din Sang-Win. An awkward smile appeared on his face. It's an honor to meet you. Meanwhile, he was secretly thinking to himself, even though Kim Mai didn't really need to introduce her. There isn't a single player in Korea who doesn't know Din Trang Lee, a top-tier player known as the Night Assassin. Her reputation extends far beyond Korea, so she can basically be considered one of the leading figures of the Eden Guild. Her presence alone is enough to elevate an entire guild's status. I have to admit, since my regression, I've met a lot of top players in my past life. Good lord, what a miserable fate. Right then, Trang Lee made a request. Sang-Huin, could I ask you for a small favor? This left him dumbfounded. Why is she suddenly asking for my help? Wait, Din Trang Lee wants me to do something for her. He hastily replied, if it's something I can do. She gently explained, it's nothing major. Would you mind having a sparring match with me? This left Kim Mei speechless beside them. Sis, seriously, you two just met. She felt confused. Didn't you say it on the way here? Flashing back to earlier, Kim Mai had been saying, that's why I said we absolutely have to recruit Sang-Huin. Trang Lee had then declared, if that's the case, I need to test his abilities. This left her stunned. What did you just say? Back to reality, Trang Lee even explained that she had mentioned it, prompting Kim Mai to hurriedly shout, but this isn't what you said would happen. I'm so sorry, Sang-Huin. Her personality is just a bit blunt. Trang Lee looked at Kim Mai with a surprised expression. What is this girl doing? To avoid making things awkward for both sides, Sang-Huin nodded and said, I don't mind. Shall we start right now? Kim Mai still couldn't believe it. Sang-Huin. He chuckled and gently explained, it's not every day a top Korean player wants to spar with me. To me, this is nothing less than an honor. This thoroughly pleased Trang Lee. It seems our Kim Mei really has a good eye for people. I apologize if my approach earlier was a bit rude. How about we spar for just 5 exchanges? Let me know when you're ready. Hearing that, he secretly calculated his odds. I have almost no chance of winning, but this is the perfect opportunity. He then chuckled. Understood. Let me see how far I've come and what I'm still lacking. But the moment she raised her weapon, her aura completely changed 180 degrees from before. There definitely won't be any room to hold back this time. Sang-Huin gripped his sword tightly. He smiled and announced, I'm ready. The system also appeared. Awakening skill activated. He quickly reminded himself, I have to go all out right from the start. Off to the side, Kim Mei still couldn't understand what the hell was happening. What's going on? Sang-Huin? Sis. Sang-Huin realized at that moment that there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to keep up with her pace. Trang Lee gripped her weapon and moved forward. First of all, the first move. The space around them seemed to distort and she instantly vanished into thin air. This sight made Sang-Huin freeze for a split second. It was then that he realized the real issue and staggered back. Motherfucker, I'm an idiot. With my current physical level, I totally forgot that my reaction speed would be terribly slow. Fortunately, at the very last second, Sang-Huin managed to block Trang Lee's attack. Her strength was incredibly overwhelming, forcing him to stay on high alert. Looks like I'll have to rely on predicting her moves. Seeing Sang-Huin perfectly block her attack made her even more intrigued. Once again, Trang Lee vanished into the air, putting Sang-Huin in a tough spot. This time, she appeared from above. Trang Lee didn't forget to praise him. Your movements are pretty good. Should I go a bit harder for the next one? 4 moves left. Flurries of slashes continuously appeared in the air. It was obvious that Sang-Huin couldn't keep up with her attacks at all. He had realized that this match wouldn't be easy, just as I expected. Terrifying moves and even faster than before. He told himself at times like this, I just need to do what I did back then, when my vision was completely sealed off. I have to rely purely on my intuition to predict the opponent's moves. Of course, the difficulty this time is 10 times higher. Sang-Huin slowly shut his eyes, leaving Kim Mai in the back a bit confused. Every time she watched him fight, it made her question reality. In a situation like this, he can still close his eyes, even if it's Sang-Huin. This is insane. Fighting like that, isn't he being too careless? Trang Lee's sword hurtled rapidly towards Sang-Huin while he kept his eyes closed, sensing everything. Assessing the situation before him, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, realizing his chance had come. Now. Another exchange and Sang-Huin blocked Trang Lee's attack, causing her to marvel. Your level of concentration is truly commendable. But don't think you can block the next one. Not even the best swordsman can reach that level of concentration. This isn't just talent. It leans much more toward experience. She seemed to have realized something, which surprised Sang-Huin as well. What sharp deductive reasoning? Trang Lee quickly stepped back to maintain distance. You fight just like a veteran player. Sang-Huin tried to remain calm. That's quite a generous compliment. She smiled and nodded at him. All right, we have 3 moves left, he suddenly suggested. Can I ask something before we continue? Trang Li agreed with a nod without giving it much thought. Of course, a strange smile appearing on his lips. Thanks then. How about instead of 3 moves, we end this all in just 1 go, okay? His words made Trang Li freeze for a moment. What did you say? Sang-Huin was completely certain of what he just said. I know it sounds a bit arrogant, but I don't think I can let this opportunity slip by. Please, just this once, use your full strength. He quietly thought to himself, everything she said is correct. If I can't fully handle her, I won't be able to surpass this level. Kim Mai was about to intervene in their fight. Sister Trang Li, please listen to me. But Trang Li excitedly agreed with him. Fine, leaving her in absolute despair. Please listen to me. Fearing Sang-Huin might be in danger, Trang Li didn't forget to remind him. But I won't be 100% serious. The training mode hasn't even started yet. Next I'll show you moves based entirely on speed. The skills are a bit hard to control properly. You can't use them on people. Sang-Huin chuckled and replied, that's more than enough, calculating in his head. That's an attack completely relying on Din Trang Li's speed. Just making her take it seriously is already a success. Trang Li slowly lowered her stance into a combat pose. Well then. Sang-Huin was also waiting. I'll treat this as a real battle because the moment I fail. With incredible speed, she dashed straight forward, here I come. And he realized the gravity of the situation. I will die. I didn't even have time to sense her presence. I need to prepare very carefully. It seemed like in the pitch-black space, layers of glass shattered instantly. Everything gradually became more chaotic due to their battle. That's right, instead of just swinging the sword. Strange movements kept appearing here before the opponent could strike. I must seize the moment to move as if I had been there from the start. Sang-Huin's sword swinging straight at Trang Li. She also realized this time she messed with the wrong person. Fortunately, the system suddenly popped up a notification. The Knight's Blessing skill has been activated. In the blink of an eye, Trang Li appeared behind him. This blazing speed made him flinch and quickly turn his head. What the hell? Things gradually took a different turn. Her hand accidentally hit his face. This made Trang Li somewhat worried. Are you okay? Kim Mai also hurriedly ran over. Sang-Huin. He sat there and nodded to inform the two of them. Yeah, I'm fine. Though his heart ached a bit. You said you wouldn't use any skills. Thinking about that strike just now made Sang-Huin painfully clutch his face. My head. Is my nose broken? A hand reaching out to him made him feel confused. Trang Li offered a forced smile and quickly explained, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use a skill on you. It was just a reflex. Are you okay? Sang-Huin reached out and took Trang Li's hand. He stood up with a smile and said, I'm fine. Actually, I want to thank you for taking me so seriously. She chuckled and added, it was an honor for me too. And next time, he quickly took note of her words. I hope we get a chance to have a proper chat. Sang-Huin shook Trang Li's hand, anytime, which made her incredibly happy. Really? Then I'll call you later. Right at that moment, Kim Mai approached and gently reminded her, Sis, it's almost time for the gate raid. Her face looked somewhat angry, moreover. You better go submit a report to the guild about everything that happened today too. Do you know how dangerous that situation just now was? Trang Li could only look at her awkwardly. I'm sorry. All right, Kim Mai, good luck on the raid. Remember to text me when you're done. Kim Mai nodded her goodbye. Get back safely, sis. Seeing everything return to normal made Sang-Huin sigh in relief. Anyway, this is my first defeat since regressing. If Din Trang Li had been serious from the start, I wouldn't have lasted a single move. This encounter was unexpected, but I found a new mountain to climb. While heading back to her familiar house, Trang Li suddenly stopped. She slowly turned her head back and stared at him as if signaling something. It seems Sang-Huin also understood this. Is she saying try and surpass me? The scene shifted to a peaceful station. All 4 of them had gathered at the unidentified gate number 727. Kim Mai excitedly greeted everyone. All right, let's start with introductions. These are the people who will be accompanying us, Kim Fang greeted. Hello, my high right next to him was a bit more reserved. Nice to meet you all. Sang-Huin stepped forward to talk. I'm Din Sang-Huin. It's an honor to work with such excellent people like you all, which made him chuckle in surprise. It's nothing. I'm even more surprised to see a miracle boy who appeared in the news like you. It's really impressive. He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. I'm back Kim Fang, a mage player specializing in burning skills. His information was simply back Kim Fang, level 120, mage player, rank A. Hearing this, Sang Huin realized something. Burning. That's a type of fire skill, right? He nodded, confirming, exactly, similar to what that guy Tran Kim Chang used against you recently. He even flashed an incredibly smug smile, but Kim Fang immediately used powerful energy to show everyone. I've poured all my playtime into fire skills, so my firepower is definitely much stronger than that guy's. But I've only reached the blue flame stage. There's still a long way to go. Sang Huin heard that and laughed in praise. Not at all. You look very reliable. Already silently calculating in his head, he made the right choice. Until your skills stabilize, it's better to focus on one thing. The reason I easily dealt with Tran Kim Chang was because instead of focusing on a specific skill, he spread his time across multiple elements. In other words, the type of player who knows a bit of everything but masters nothing. While he was still thinking, Kim Mai pointed towards Mai Hai, and the person over there is Dang Mai Hai, a spatial ability user. She's a mage player primarily using spatial link skills. She stammered her introduction, yes, just as Sister Kim Mai said. Her information was also very simple. Dang Mai Hai, level 110, rank a mage player. She didn't forget to show off her abilities either. Since Kim Fang used his skill, Kim Fang and Kim Mai quickly stopped her. Mai Hai, wait a minute. A strong gust of wind blew past, leaving Kim Mai a bit speechless. This made her angrily scold. Mai Hai, how many times have I told you not to do that? She looked pitiful, as if she was about to cry. I'm so sorry. Sang Huin on the other side noticed something. What the hell is this gust of wind? Didn't she say she was a spatial player? He was still standing there bewildered, assessing the situation. An image of another place reflected, making him freeze for a moment. Mai Hai stammered her explanation. Anyway, that's my ability. Nice to meet you, Sang Huin quickly said. Just stand straight. I hope we'll work together smoothly. The corner of his mouth finally curved into a sigh of utter relief. I knew I could trust her. She put together an incredibly balanced team. Me, the swordsman, handling close combat, and Kim Mai for long range. Back Kim Fang will support and make up for the missing firepower, while Dang Mai Hai creates an escape route when needed. Aside from lacking a healer, this is almost a perfect party. But the most important thing is, the team's atmosphere is absolutely top-notch. Everyone is still discussing with each other about Plan B we talked about earlier. This part is for the first sweep. After that we will. Sang Huin quickly understood. They've clearly practiced together more than once. These kinds of things are much more useful than strategies when it comes to survival. I used to be like that too. He constantly discussed with his teammates in his past life. I'll use my sword too. What a coward. Brother Sang Huin is at it again. Recalling this time made Sang Huin chuckle softly. Right then, Kim Mai approached and asked, startling him to attention. Sang Huin, is everything okay? Were you injured during the fight with Sister Trang Li? Sang Huin smiled and shook his head, explaining, I'm fine. I was just thinking about some things. He silently decided, never mind. I'll worry about this later. Shall we set off? Because he knew that, rather than the past, he wanted to focus more on the present. As soon as the four of them entered, the unidentified gate turned out to be the frost hell, with incredibly freezing snowy mountains. The four of them slowly walked forward to scout the situation of this place. Remembering something, Sang Huin laughed and said, by the way, thanks, Kim Fang. If you hadn't buffed us, we would have frozen to death a long time ago. The thing he used was the Flame's Blessing skill, which increases cold resistance for those blessed. Kim Mai and Mai Hai also laughed and added, for real. It wasn't this cold during the last expedition. Thanks, brother Kim Fang. We really hit the jackpot this time. Remembering something, she turned her head back to Sang Huin anyway. Sang Huin, do you have any other weapons besides the greatsword? Why didn't you use it last time? He smiled gently and explained to her, in this raid, I think we need to fight more flexibly. I recently learned how to use it. Kim Mai laughed, finding him interesting. So you know how to use multiple weapons. Most swordsmen usually just stick to one. He almost gave a forced smile upon hearing that. I'm just trying a little harder, though he silently thought, coming up with excuses is so hard. This is the only side effect of regression. Kim Mai continued moving forward, while Mai Hai slowly turned her head back with a confused look. Yes. Really, at that moment, a giant monster appeared from behind. Everyone immediately grabbed their weapons. Initiate Plan C. Hearing that, Mai Hai quickly used her ability Yes. The ferocious one-eyed monster didn't say a word and charged straight into an attack. A massive explosion occurred. The scene here had become incredibly chaotic. Kim Mei and Sang Win appeared in mid-air, aiming straight for the monster's back. Because of his reckless action, she reminded him, "Wait for the signal," Sang Win, hearing that he dashed forward. "All right then. Cover me," his face clearly showing his excitement. At this time, the monster also discovered their presence, slowly turning its head back. Seeing this, Sang Win was briefly surprised. It was still waiting for Sang Win to fall right into its stomach. Realizing the situation was bad, Kim Mei drew her arrow and signaled, "Brother Kim Thang." Hearing his name, Kim Thang quickly provided cover. Got it. A streak of fire accompanying Kim Mei's arrow shot straight forward. Sang Win, holding his sword, also charged straight at the monster to attack together. A loud noise echoed, the flames engulfing the monster's head, causing it to scream in agony. Seizing the chance, he immediately dashed forward. Consecutive attacks made it thrash endlessly in despair. At the same time, Sang Win also slashed a path through its body. This monster wasn't completely finished yet. Its body was just sliced into pieces, making him look incredibly badass right now. Feeling it wasn't time yet, Sang Win shouted, "Dang my high." Although a bit flustered, she still understood his intention. "Yes, I got it." The monster wasn't completely dead yet, glaring back furiously with a ferocious look. It reached its massive hands straight towards Sang Win and attacked with a roar. A loud explosion erupted, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. The monster saw the sword planted firmly in the ground, but Sang Win's body was nowhere to be found. Assuming it had killed him, it burst into gleeful laughter. While the monster was still celebrating, Sang Win appeared right behind it. "What's wrong? You thought you had me?" It hurriedly turned its head to react, but he was already charging straight at it. Kim Fang hastily called out to warn her, "Mi Hai, get ready to cast your skill." She nodded in understanding. "Yes, I got it." At the same time, Sang Win's level 2 ghost combat skill was activated. No matter how hard the monster tried, it couldn't move an inch. Everything was exactly as Sang Win had calculated, and a smug smile spread across his face. This time, a decisive, swift strike completely severed the giant one-eyed monster's head. His sheer power left both Kim Fang and Mai Hai frozen in absolute shock. As the massive head crashed to the ground, Sang Win landed smoothly like a total badass. That actually took a bit of effort. A voice rang out. What in the world was that? He looked up in surprise. Kim Fang asked in bewilderment. Our initial plan didn't include it getting one-shotted like this. Mai Hai nodded in agreement. Hearing this, he felt a bit awkward. I see, my bad. He quickly replied, No, you don't need to apologize. I was just caught off guard. Kim Mai then chuckled and chimed in. Didn't I already tell you guys? I reacted exactly like that at first, maybe even worse. Sang Win Oppa hasn't even shown his full power yet, right? This forced a wry smile onto Sang Win's face. She's saying that as if forcing me to show off even more. Why is she putting me on the spot like this? He glanced away in another direction. Well, whatever. For our first time teaming up, we're surprisingly in sync. While Kim Mai and the others were still chatting, he's amazing, isn't he? Absolutely, Sang Win wondered to himself. So this is what experienced players are like, huh? Feels pretty promising. He gripped his sword and walked toward the group. All right then. Shall we start round 2? The recent commotion had awakened the ferocious monsters heading their way. A long time had passed, and the corpses of the giant one-eyed monsters were now scattered all over the ground. Witnessing that battle left Kim Thang's eyes sparkling. You're seriously overpowered. You're the absolute best swordsman I've ever partied with. Sang Win nodded as he walked, replying a bit shyly. Thanks. Walking behind him, Kim Mai added, even if you're embarrassed, just hold it in, Sang Win. Kim Fang Oppa hasn't even really used his ultimate skills yet. He's only this relaxed because you're here, so of course he's thrilled. The smile on Sang Win's face slowly froze. For mages, if they don't have a reliable swordsman, they usually rely on support spells. But this guy, he's putting way too much pressure on me. By now, the way Kim Fang looked at him had turned into pure idolization. Sang Win. Remembering something, Kim Mai asked, by the way, Sang Win Oppa, what was that skill from earlier? Before he could answer, the guy next to him excitedly interrupted. Sang Win, you have to come with us on our next raid too. Hearing this, she sighed and recalled what happened just moments ago. Seriously, I should be used to this by now, but you still managed to surprise me. Flashing back to earlier, a bloody scene unfolded. One after another, the monsters were taken down by Kim Mei's arrows, teaming up with Kim Fang's fireballs to annihilate them. Suddenly, loud rumbling echoed out, momentarily startling her. Giant monsters were now continuously charging forward. Kim Mei hurriedly shouted a warning, iron-armored monsters incoming. Kim Fang was completely panicked, not knowing what to do. What do we do now? This is the worst possible timing. Feeling a bit helpless, she quickly suggested. Right, we have to focus all our firepower on it. First, keep your distance. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Miss Dang Mi Hai. Sang Huin asked for a favor. Could you open a portal leading right to them, just in front of me? Kim Mei became frantic upon hearing this. Sang Huin Oppa. Those monsters have insanely high defense, so. Suddenly, she noticed something. He's planning something. At a time like this. Trusting him this once wouldn't hurt. She hurriedly shouted, Mi-hee, do exactly as Sang Huin says. Mi-hee quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, the portal is open. Gripping his greatsword, Sang Huin dashed straight toward the open gateway. At the same time, the system displayed the details of the all-out strike. Movement skill, skill level 1. Gathers a massive amount of power, then dashes forward in the blink of an eye to attack the enemy. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and dash distance. However, movement is completely restricted while charging. Sang Huin sprinted fiercely toward the portal, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. He charged straight at the iron-armored monster without a single ounce of hesitation. His small frame continuously bolting forward only further provoked the bloodlust of these giant beasts. Yet with just one strike, he completely took them down. The scene unfolding before her eyes left Kim Mai frozen in place, while Kim Thang was stunned beyond belief. Is this for real? Sang Huin's face was brimming with immense pride. Back in the present, Kim Mai chatted with Sang Huin as they walked. That was some kind of movement skill, but I've never seen one with such destructive power. He brushed it off, replying, I only had the confidence to use it because I trust you guys. Right then, Mai Hai quickly turned her head and signaled, Everyone, be quiet. She nervously peered ahead. Looks like we're here. Right before everyone's eyes was a boss radiating an incredibly terrifying fiery glow. They stared at the tightly chained three-headed dog right in front of them. Is it sleeping? It was the mid-boss, the hellhound of the Frost Hell. The group quickly huddled to discuss. All right, let's formulate a plan. We're a bit short on support items, huh? I guess I'll open a few more portals. Or I could just throw fire straight at it the moment we start. An amused smirk crept onto Sang Huin's lips. You've finally shown up, my punching bag. An eccentric smile spread across his face as he activated the intersection of day and night. Special effect, always active, no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, HP and wound recovery rates are quintupled. Whether the moon is present or not, canine and wolf-type monsters will fall into a state of fear towards the player holding the blue moonstone. Furthermore, if the moon is present, canine or wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Kim Mai was still discussing with the team. In that case, let's go with Plan F. Suddenly, Sang Huin slowly stood up. Seeing this took her by surprise, prompting her to ask, Sang Huin, what are you doing? He didn't answer, a peculiar smile simply playing on his lips. Everyone was a bit startled seeing this expression, but immediately realized, there goes that look of Sang Huin's again. Should we trust him? No, no matter how you look at it. This is Sang Huin. Do you have a plan? His stats were already clearly displayed on the system. Sang Huin gripped his sword tightly and announced to the three of them, I think you guys can just stand back and watch. Dumbfounded, the group hurriedly replied, Sang Huin, that's fine and all, but you should at least explain it to us. He suddenly glanced at the full moon behind him. There isn't enough time to explain everything in the strategy. To activate the special effect of the intersection of day and night, the moon must be bright and clear. If it gets covered by clouds, rumor has it the effect gets halved. Sorry, team, but seeing Sang Huin charge straight ahead filled his teammates with extreme worry. Sang Huin. He marched right up to the giant hellhound, causing it to awaken. An excited smirk formed on Sang Huin's lips. Asking for forgiveness is faster than asking for permission. He greeted it, hello there. Even up close, you can't be considered cute by any means. Kim Mai urgently shouted a reminder. Let's quickly get ready to back him up. Mai Hai looked somewhat bewildered. Unnie, hold on a second. That thing seems a bit weird, right? The hellhound. It's not reacting at all. This completely baffled Kim Mai as well. You're right. She thought to herself, is it probing him? No, the last time I encountered it, it went berserk immediately. Despite being furious at Sang Huin, the hellhound didn't bother lunging forward to attack. It just stood there, growling. This prompted the group to react hastily. It's moving. I must have been seeing things. Let's hurry up and help him. Only Kim Mai stayed back, seemingly realizing something. No, that stance isn't an attack. It's. The hellhound's tail quickly shot straight up. Sang Huin also understood. A stance of submission. The system continuously popped up notifications. The Hellhound of the Frost Hell regards you as a higher-tier being. It has entered a state of complete submission. Seeing that it still refused to fight him made Sang-Hwin incredibly annoyed. What the hell? You're actually cuter than I thought. I'll make this quick. Time passed and the system finally delivered a new notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the mid-boss, the Hellhound of the Frost Hell. After slaying the Hellhound, Sang-Hwin voiced his surprise. Killing something this obedient is actually pretty sad, but if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to proceed with the plan. Suddenly, a notification appeared right before his eyes. You have acquired a rank C title. Have. He looked at the information on the screen. Can designate one skill and reduce its cooldown time by half. This made him chuckle in amusement. This will synergize perfectly with recovery. The details for recovery were also displayed. 30-second cooldown, skill level 1. Instantly clears all abnormal statuses. Have effect applied. Cooldown time reduced by 50%. Original duration, 60 seconds. Just then, Kim May's group came running over. Sang-Hwin, wait up. He turned his head in surprise to look at them. What's up? The Hellhound's rewards instantly appearing before him made him freeze up a bit. Looking at this scene, Sang-Hwin felt awkwardly conflicted. Crap. Come to think of it, we haven't discussed how we're going to distribute the loot yet, have we? I've been soloing for so long that I made a huge rookie mistake. She probably wants to take this, huh? Surely that won't be the case, right? Just then, Kim May called out, Sang-Hwin. You handled that Hellhound all by yourself, so go ahead and take it all. Hearing this, he jolted in surprise. His face instantly brightened. Thank goodness, thank you. But are the others okay with it? She glanced back at the group. Agreed, as you can see. From behind, Mi-hai, along with Kim Mai, was incredibly enthusiastic. Of course, Sang-Hwin should take it. Yeah, we didn't even do anything. So it's unanimous. This made Sang-Hwin incredibly happy as he scratched his head in agreement. Thank you, everyone. However, he quickly took it as a lesson learned. I really need to get into the habit of discussing loot beforehand. I guess I'm just too used to my past life. At this moment, Kim Mai's group turned to leave. All right, well, head somewhere else. Feel free to do your thing like you usually do. This left him a bit confused. Like I usually do? What do you mean? She turned her head back to explain. Every time you get a holy relic. You always do that thing, don't you? Realizing that Kim Mai knew something made Sang-Hwin slightly panic. That thing? You mean? She chuckled and recounted. Yep. Honestly, I've known for a while now. Shifting back in time to when they had just cleared a mission area, Kim Mai turned to leave. I'll be going first then. At that time, when I was about to leave the mission area first, I turned around to see what you were doing. And then I saw your secret, Sang-Hwin. He realized the gravity of the situation. So this day has finally come. Damn it. A unique skill is no different from a player's lifeblood, and now it's been exposed. I have no choice. He could only confess, Miss Kim Mai. My skill is. Before he could finish, she described the scene of him embracing the loot. Sang-Hwin Oppa is a player who performs some sort of ritual. There are quite a few players like that out there, so don't be shy. Just make yourself comfortable. If it were me, I'd keep it a secret too. The three of them turned their backs again, leaving Sang-Hwin behind. Sis, is Sang-Hwin really that kind of person? This is something we must keep a secret. Seeing that they hadn't fully uncovered his secret made him sigh in relief. It seemed there was a massive misunderstanding here, but it was better than his real secret getting exposed. If his unique skill leaked out, it would definitely be a huge pain. Well, I'll just absorb it. I've been waiting for this moment. The info screen popped up. Frost Heart, Golden Holy Relic, Support Item, Accessory Equipment, Special Freeze Effect, Evasion plus 10, Defense plus 10. The extreme cold of the frosty hell is hidden inside this heart with the desire to freeze the whole world. Time passed, and the four-man party charged back into battle. Mi-hai used her support ability and shouted, All right, this is the last one. Kim Mai stepped forward, smiling, and placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. You did great, Mi-hai. We only survived because we had you. Sang-Hwin chuckled and chimed in. It's all thanks to you, Mi-hai. She looked at him in surprise. Sang-Hwin, but are you sure this will actually work? I only tried it because you told me to. Even if we pile up the corpses of the monsters we just killed, will the real boss actually come and eat them? Drawing on his past life experience, Sang-Hwin was incredibly confident. Don't worry, this boss goes crazy for any kind of meat. She felt quite curious about this. How do you know? Froze for a moment at that question, not knowing how to explain. Unable to answer, Sang-Hwin changed the subject. Kim Fang, hurry up and light the fire. We need to lure the boss out. He nodded in agreement. Got it. This left Kim Mei somewhat speechless. He completely ignored me. The flames gradually flared up amidst the mountain of monster corpses. The four of them sat quietly to the side, waiting for what would happen next. Kim Fang was a bit anxious. It's been 20 minutes. Sang-Huan reminded him it could take the bait at any second. A roar echoed out, immediately catching his attention. Looking at the massive monster before them, Kim Mei quickly warned the others, "It's here." Sang-Huan excitedly gripped his weapon. "All right, get ready, everyone." This boss was incredibly dangerous. Just looking at its massive figure made everyone shudder. The final boss, the giant grizzly bear. From a high vantage point, Kim Mai thoughtfully observed the scene below. With a somewhat bewildered and innocent look, she thought, "It really is thanks to Sang-Huan's plan that we handled everything so easily." Sensing that something wasn't right, Kim Mai was stunned. But wait. The black bear was growing increasingly furious, heading straight for Sang-Huan. Sang-Huan also realized something was wrong with the situation. No matter how you look at it, this situation is still. More wounds began to appear on Sang-Huan's body. This situation is still way too dangerous. A few minutes earlier, the four-man group was gathered to discuss the plan. After hearing Sang-Huan's idea, Kim Mai looked completely baffled. "What did you just say, Sang-Huan?" He calmly replied, "Exactly what you heard." Kim Mai couldn't even believe her ears. "You're really going to act as bait all by yourself?" He sighed and nodded in response. "There's no other way. If we want the whole team to clear this safely and quickly, this is the best method." Giant beasts usually have one thing in common. When they lose a certain amount of HP, a special state triggers. That state is called Devour. When in the Devour state, the beast's physical stats are buffed and it becomes much more aggressive. They also tend to swallow everything around them clean. That's why we piled up the monster corpses as bait. Otherwise, we'd become its targets. This made Kim Mai worry even more. In that case, what if we did something to the bait? He pondered for a moment and then explained, "Based on that idea, while Dang Mai Hai was piling up the monster corpses through her portal, we also prepared thorny pine wood, which has a strong anesthetic effect, and mixed it into the bait. But there's a problem." At this time, Kim Fang was also deep in thought. How do we drain enough of its HP to trigger the Devour state? Sang-Huan nodded, confirming his thought. "Exactly. We need to create an environment where everyone can easily deal damage. That'll be my part. Just this once, trust me." Back to the present, the grizzly bear continued its fierce attacks. Sang-Huan silently dodged. How is this even possible? And about to cross over to the afterlife here. Aren't I supposed to be much stronger than I was before? So I thought I could take a few hits, but man, why is this stupid thing so ridiculously strong? Are my strength stats still not high enough? If I keep pushing myself to fight like this, I'm seriously going to die. I didn't regress just for this. From now on, I have to dodge everything. A loud explosion echoed. The ground seemed to shatter under the raw power of the giant grizzly. It acted like a maddened monster, relentlessly smashing the ground in pure fury. Sang-Huan managed to jump high into the air just in time, glancing down at the grizzly. The grizzly quickly noticed him and coldly tilted its head up to look. The bear's gaze made Sang-Huan realize something was terribly wrong. It's moving too fast. Damn it, was jumping up a bad idea? At that critical moment, Kim Mei's arrows flew in continuously. The grizzly bear, hit by the sudden, undefended attack, roared in pain. Seeing this, Sang-Huan seized the opportunity. On a distant rock, Kim Mai stood providing him with cover fire. She didn't forget to shout a warning, now Sang-Huan. As if understanding his teammate's intention, he let out a surprised laugh. Kim Mai. Thanks to you, I'm saved. Seeing him prepare to counterattack made the grizzly somewhat fearful. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Sang-Huan used his full strike skill, dashing right through the powerful, massive body of the grizzly. Following through with the momentum, his greatsword slammed heavily into the ground, seemingly shattering everything. The grizzly's body endured excruciating pain as it was affected by a 1-second freezing effect thanks to the full strike skill. Seeing the grizzly completely collapse filled Sang-Huan with joy. It worked. The freezing skill I got from the Frost Heart, I had combined it with full strike. I thought it wouldn't work due to skill resistance, but it was actually effective. The moment he saw the grizzly fall, he seized the chance and charged forward. In that case, it's my turn now. Taking continuous hits, the grizzly howled in intense pain. A system notification popped up. Demon Combat Skill Level 2 has been activated. Noticing the grizzly getting weaker, Kim Mai shouted a signal. Kim Fang. He nodded in understanding. I know. I'm going to use my ultimate move. His face turned dead serious as he yelled, Sang Hyun, get out of the way. Sensing danger, Sang Hyun hastily turned back. At the same time, Kim Fang unleashed his Southern Flamingo dance skill, blasting fiery flames straight at the grizzly. No matter how thick its hide was, being engulfed by these roaring flames made it howl in agony. This firepower is seriously beyond expectations. At this level, it's definitely enough. We've dealt enough damage. While everyone was still on edge, the grizzly's eyes slowly widened. The energy surrounding the giant bear was changing. Refusing to accept defeat, it roared endlessly in desperation. Seeing things turn for the better made Sang-win laugh in delight. It worked. We did enough damage. A system notification popped up. The giant grizzly bear has entered the Devour state. He had been waiting for this moment, just as planned. The Devour state. Seeing Sang-win act a bit strange, Kim Mai called out in confusion, Hey, Sang-win. The surroundings immediately began to change. The grizzly slowly crawled up and glared at Sang-hyun. It was starting to devour everything around it. Seeing it act so bizarrely made him somewhat anxious. Is the Devour state usually this violent? Where did that dumb bear from earlier go? The final blow's up to Dang My High. Can I hold out until then? Standing on high ground, Kim Fang was in absolute disbelief. That really is the Devour state. It's practically turned into a different monster. Kim Mai jumped down to the ground and yelled, Kim Fang, how's my high doing? Hearing this, he slowly called back, Kim Mai. He kept an eye on her current status. She's still preparing. Amidst the chaos, my high slowly floated into the air, preparing to use her ability. Sensing that something wasn't right, her eyes snapped open. Kim Mai was quite worried. She'll make it in time, right? Kim Fang, right beside her, chimed in. Now's not the time to worry about that. The important thing is whether Sang-win can hold on. The grizzly continuously snapped its razor-sharp jaws at Sang-win, making him scramble away in panic. Even regressing multiple times wouldn't give Sang-win the guts to fight back in this situation. Is Dang Mi Hai still not done? If this keeps up, forget the raid, I'll be the one kicking the bucket first. While still lost in thought, he realized the situation was rapidly deteriorating. The grizzly was now incredibly ferocious, unable to wait another second. Knowing that if this continued, he'd be the one losing his life, Sang-win hastily gripped his great sword. Damn it, if it's come to this. I'm not playing by the rules anymore. He slowly readied his trump card. I just have to dive head first. At the same time, he activated his illusion skill. A stream of green aura instantly appeared. It seemed my high was finally ready. This took a significant toll on her stamina, but she still notified everyone. I'm ready. Teleport. Just then, the ferocious grizzly lunged straight at Sang-win to tear him apart. He raised his great sword just in time. My spatial teleportation aura abruptly materialized. Before he could even strike, the grizzly vanished in a flash. Utterly drained of her energy, my high collapsed. Kim Mai and Kim Fang rushed over in a panic. My high, are you okay? She nodded in response. Yeah, I'm fine. Just used too much mana. Sang-win also let out a deep sigh of relief. I almost died. If my attack hadn't hit that spot just now. We both might have been devoured right then and there. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The giant grizzly bear is strongly affected by the anesthetic effect of the suspicious snow mountain cypress. A wry smile appeared on his face, but hey, as long as it worked, I guess we pulled it off. Kim Mai and the others on the side were happily celebrating. Sis, I'm so dizzy. Our my high is the best. After the long consecutive battles, the giant grizzly bear's body began trembling terrifyingly. It stood before the four of them, its blood about to flow like a river. Blood poured endlessly from the wounds on its body. Its eyes grew dim and lost all reason. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss, the giant grizzly bear. It collapsed straight to the ground. Congratulations, you have cleared the unranked gate, Frozen Hell. Seeing this, Kim Mai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. You worked hard, Sang-win. I feel like we relied on you way too much. I'm sorry. Sang-win laughed in response. Not at all. It's because I insisted on doing it. At that moment, notifications continuously popped up. You have received a massive amount of experience points as a clear reward. He gave a wry smile. This dungeon really was incredibly difficult, and there were so many dangerous moments. My high also slowly walked up to everyone. You guys are so amazing. I'm sorry I couldn't help much. Kim Mai quickly reassured her. You did really well too, my high. Sang-win also stepped forward to praise her. No, I should be thanking you for supporting my flawed plan. She replied with a sheepish smile. I think because of that, I finally figured out where my limits are. It's okay. Her cheerful attitude made him chuckle in amusement. Then I'll be counting on your help again next time. Meanwhile, his own thoughts raced. To be honest, I'm really grateful to them. I never expected my teammates to just follow such a one-sided plan, but even if they hadn't followed it, I probably would have pushed through to the end anyway. In my past life, the gates I entered always ended in tragedy. Poor adventurers would get attacked and left completely immobilized. We need emergency medical help over here. The average survival rate of gates with good rewards is 90%. But since the raid team members are all professionals, the survival rate was quite high. His teammates continuously supported the weakened Sang-Huin back then to the medical station. Check over here too. His gaze back then was a bit strange, glancing toward a certain direction. But that remaining 10% could fall on anyone. The desperate woman shed tears looking at her husband's corpse. How could this happen? Back then, it wasn't just me. Every player had to face the god of death. Getting stronger is crucial, but if I have one goal in this life... The corners of his mouth curled into a very peculiar smile. He looked at his 3 teammates who were still happily joking around. It's to prevent unnecessary deaths. As time passed, Sang-Huin and his teammates looked at the scene before them with extreme excitement. All right, the rewards we worked so hard for. Let's check them out together. The system displayed a notification. The gate's final reward, the first clear special reward, has appeared. Sang-Huin was incredibly anticipating this reward. Finally, I'm face to face with it. The first clear special reward. Whenever you touch the first clear special reward, the item is decided based on the individual. Unconsciously, Sang-Huin slowly reached his hands forward. He was still waiting to see what would happen next when suddenly, the Goddess of Luck grabbed his hand. The Goddess of Luck stated that you can now witness her true power. Hearing this left Sang-Huin utterly amazed. True power. She's that confident? It's making me really look forward to it. And the result. After Sang-Huin reached his hand out, a series of system messages appeared along with various rewards. Player Din Sang-Huin has received a unique tier holy relic. You may choose one of the holy relics from the list. He couldn't believe his eyes. Unique? I kind of guessed it, but the weight of this unique tier is on a whole different level. Could it be because this is practically the highest tier? Realizing something wasn't quite right, his expression instantly changed. He and the Goddess of Luck stared at the system notification. Thanks to the power of the Goddess of Luck, unique tier holy relics or higher will unconditionally have their hidden effects unlocked and inherited. Only then did he slowly come to his senses. Right, I forgot. This clause was in the contract. The Goddess of Luck demanded that you sincerely call her Nuna. Sang-Huin didn't hesitate to silently call out, Goddess Nuna. I'm ready to call you that 100 times over. He continued to glance toward his teammates. Perfect. It looks like the others are busy checking their own rewards. They probably won't notice. He slowly reached his hand forward. I'm really picking now. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the warlord's greatsword. An incredibly powerful sword slowly materialized. Just looking into Sang-Huin's eyes was enough to understand how much he loved this sword. My mind was already set on this one. Less than greater than. The system displayed the warlord's greatsword's info. Unique holy relic. Two-handed weapon. Weapon type, greatsword. Attack plus 500. Effect, strength plus 100, speed plus 50. Hidden effect, knockback. This greatsword symbolizes the indomitable fighting spirit of a martial artist. Not only does it contain unfathomable power, but it also holds a mysterious blessing from the winds of heaven. When enveloped by the battle aura awakened by the war god and the blessing of the wind, the user's recovery speed increases by 10%. This information filled Sang-Huin with immense anticipation. Truly worthy of being a unique holy relic. The stats are insane. He slowly reached out and grabbed the sword. From now on, I'll be counting on you. But the harsh reality was that the great sword was far too heavy for Sang-Huin to even lift. He tried with all his might to lift the sword. What the hell? Why is this thing so heavy? Where's the weight reduction effect? Less than greater than. Information about the weight reduction effect popped up. Passive effect is always active. No cooldown. Due to the Holy Relic consumption skill, all current skills no longer consume mana. However, as a penalty, the weight reduction effect is halved. All equipped artifacts will now weigh exactly 100 grams. Sang-Huin looked at these lines of information on the system with extreme suspicion. After reading the information on the screen more carefully, he was so angry he couldn't stand it. What the hell is this? A fraudulent contract. Where did that line even come from? Seeing him act strange, Kim Mai also slowly approached. Is something wrong, Sang-Hwin? He hurriedly shook his head and explained, it's nothing. He continued to look toward the others. But everyone seems to have gotten the rewards they wanted, right? Kim Mai laughed happily and shared, that's right, we all got holy relics suitable for our classes. It's all thanks to you, Sang-Hwin. He replied hurriedly in embarrassment, I really didn't do much. She smiled gently and chatted, there you go again. But the fact that we got these because of you is undeniable. Our team has discussed it. How about we give all the side drops, like the boss corpse and the magic stones, to you, Sang-Hwin? This made him extremely embarrassed and he refused. No, you guys really don't need to go that far. My high quickly stepped forward to explain, no, we have to be absolutely clear about things like this. We've already calculated everyone's contributions, so please don't worry. This inadvertently moved him and he lowered his head. He felt a bit of appreciation as he looked at his teammates. I can't believe my teammates would even think of something like this. Everyone was still looking at him with concern. Sang-Hwin, hey, we said we're fine with it. Really, don't cry. The monster corpses alone are worth 600 million, and with the extra drops added in, the total could easily reach 1.5 billion. Seriously, I can't. I can't hold back my laughter anymore. As time passed, the scene shifted to the peaceful exterior of the frozen hell. Hearing Sang-Hwin's words made Kim Mai feel a bit regretful. Is that so? It's a bit of a shame, but I guess there's nothing we can do. It would be nice if you could at least have a meal with me. He shyly replied, let's make it the next celebration party, because he was secretly thinking, I'm just dying to go check out the results of all these rewards. Kim Mai and the others quickly took their leave. Then I'll see you later, Sang-Hwin. I'll text you. He waved goodbye to everyone. Great work, everyone. Remembering something, Kim Mai suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at him. Sang-Hwin, can I speak more casually with you from now on? This made him seem a bit puzzled. I can't just say, how can a kid like you speak so casually to an adult, right? He replied awkwardly, feel free. Hearing this finally made Kim Mai laugh in satisfaction. She waved goodbye and quickly left. Then, get home safely, Sang-Hwin Oppa. Kim Mai's smile also left him frozen for a brief moment. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Get home safely, Oppa. He recalled the times of the past. It's been a really long time since I last heard that phrase. Meanwhile, Kim Fang and Mai Hai started to feel that the atmosphere was a bit suffocating. The two thought in bewilderment, Oppa, huh? She called him Oppa. The scene shifted to a small alleyway behind the P Station gate where Sang-Hwin sat quietly. The system continuously popped up notifications. You have absorbed the dilapidated greatsword. The conditions for the weight reduction effect have been met. The effect has been reactivated. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. As expected, since it doesn't come with substats, I couldn't absorb much from it. Anyway, since it's my favorite spicy tuna dish, I'm quite happy about it. Alright, so everything is done. Now time to check the fruits of my labor. Sang-Hwin's information appeared. Title, Wise Hunter, etc. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Unique skill, Absorb Holy Relic. Number of relics absorbed, 25. HP, 1398. MP, 183. EXP, 408. His status panel info also appeared. Strength, 250. Stamina, 109. Agility, 83. Magic, 71. Luck, 169. Evasion, 30. Defense, 62. Following that was info on the knockback skill. Hidden skill. Effect induces in knockback state. Consumes 27 mana to knock back enemies. Success rate and knockback distance vary depending on the target's skill resistance. Can consume up to a maximum of 183 mana to increase the success rate and knockback distance. Then Wise Hunter, title rank, C. Title description, recovers 1 HP by absorbing blood every time you kill a monster, large or small. Reading through this information brought a radiant smile to Sang-Hwin's face. He couldn't believe his own info on the system screen. Just switching to a new sword made my power increase this much already. Plus 2 titles and a skill. This gate truly is a treasure trove. Sang-Hwin tapped the screen to examine it more closely. If I increase my luck stat even more then. While Sang-Hwin was still calculating, the system popped up a notification. The player's luck stat has exceeded 200. Critical hit damage range has been recalculated. 120% to 600%. This new piece of information left him stunned as he carefully recalculated everything. A whopping 600% critical hit damage. So if I'm lucky, I can land hits worth 6 times the damage. I've advanced so much further than my past life. Reaching level 50 in just 2 weeks, something that took Du Dekin years to achieve, he immediately spoke up, trying to cheer himself on. All right, I have to keep up this pace. Just you wait, Ghost Sword Du Kin Hoa. In this life, I will definitely catch up to you. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The atmosphere around you is growing increasingly eerie. Sang Win then noticed the presence behind his back. Now time to go find Din Trang Li for revenge too. The scene before his eyes left him frozen in his tracks for a moment, this familiar feeling. A sight he would never forget appeared. 3 new constellations are approaching you. The Lion King is interested in your swordsmanship. The Sower of Beauty and Flame acknowledges your fierce fighting spirit. The Shadow Hunter questions your existence in this world, claiming that you do not belong here. Sang Win stood frozen as he stared at the sight right in front of him. The Goddess of Luck mentioned that some pretty decent constellations had shown up this time, and that Sang Win's stock was skyrocketing. He looked at her in surprise. Where did you even learn to talk like that? The 3 deities stood right in front of Sang Win, waiting for his answer. This left Sang Win unsure whether to be happy or sad. I didn't expect the next batch of constellations to appear this quickly. It must be because my growth rate is so absurdly terrifying. The Goddess of Luck's friendliness and sociability are probably the biggest reasons. Stop acting like you can read my mind. Wait, she actually can read it. Let's see who has shown up. Lion King and the Sower of Beauty and Flame. There's no one who doesn't know these two. They are real heroes who incarnated and became constellations. Could it be they see my potential as a warrior? But maybe the real reason is. The Lion King looked at him with a perplexed gaze, while the Sower of Beauty and Flame looked slightly surprised upon seeing Sang Win's eyes. The two of them instantly grew furious. The Lion King reprimands you for glancing around disrespectfully in front of your seniors. The Sower of Beauty and Flame roars that if this were his time as a general, your head would already be rolling. He gave a wry smile and replied, "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, he secretly calculated in his head, this is exactly why guys who used to be heroes are so troublesome. If I sign a contract with them, I can already guess how much they'd nag me. And an extremely dangerous individual has appeared, the Shadow Hunter. She's the absolute last person you'd ever want to cross paths with as a player. She continuously monitors the spatial rifts in real time, constantly moving everywhere, and tracks down players who receive excessive benefits from system errors. Rumor has it she's a bounty hunter who specializes in eliminating dirty players who cross the line. In my past life, a similar incident happened. Excluding special cases like the Goddess of Luck, there was a player who signed a dual contract. She relentlessly hounded them until they completely collapsed. It's truly terrifying. Just thinking about this made Sang Hyun want to piss his pants. Damn it, none of the constellations here are suitable for me. But the Lion King boosts stamina, and the Sower of Beauty and Flame boosts strength. Of course, signing a contract with constellations is very important. It's definitely a decision that can change a player's entire life. But having the Goddess of Luck is enough for me right now. That means, if I wait just a little longer, is there a chance I'll receive something even more amazing? Only 2 words cross Sang Hyun's mind: constellation. In history, the number of players who managed to form a contract with truly mythical beings could be counted on one hand. I don't like to gamble, but right now, there's no other choice. After thinking it over for a moment, Sang Hyun immediately declared, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be choosing anyone today." This infuriated the 3 of them. The Lion King was stunned, saying he had never been treated like this before. The Sower of Beauty and Flame left, stating he might visit 3 times like a sworn brother. Speechless, he thought to himself, even if you come back 3 more times, my answer won't change. Looking at the scene unfolding before him left him slightly surprised. It turned out that the Shadow Hunter was unwilling to just walk away. She even turned her head to glare at Sang Hyun one last time. The smile on her face twisted into something incredibly eerie as the Shadow Hunter warned that one day she would expose the secrets he was hiding. And just like that, the Shadow Hunter departed, leaving Sang Hyun behind. Too many things were happening, pushing him to his limits. I'm so exhausted. I really wanted to avoid trouble, but it seems I have no choice. I'll have to be careful with these constellations from now on. Well, I guess things are fine for now. It was already 11:25. Sang Hyun made up his mind. Great. If I leave right now, I won't be late. The monsters in the next rift are a pack of ferocious wolves. Just like the 3-headed dog earlier, they're also affected by the intersection of day and night. I can't afford to miss this target. Without hesitation, Sang Huin grabbed his greatsword and marched forward. Running this 3 times in one day won't be easy, but let's give it a try until a constellation takes an interest in me. Time passed and the scene shifted to the mission area near Dam Sen Station. Inside the company, the staff were still focused on their work at the Player Association's Rift Management Department B4. The customer service rep quickly answered the phone. Yes, this is the Rift Management Department of the Korean Player Association. We're listening. What the person on the other end of the line said left the staff member completely panicked. What? She hurriedly turned around and screamed, "That's impossible. A rift has appeared at exit 1 of Hoa Bin Station. All combat personnel get ready, move out immediately." Confirmed. We will request cooperation from nearby players, so... The person on the other end frantically explained, but someone is already fighting here. This startled and confused the staff member. What? What did you just say? The woman quickly reported the situation to the staff. I mean, there's already a player here. The staff member was baffled. How did they get there? She shook her head and explained, I don't know, but he's fighting the monsters all by himself. This made the staff member even more anxious. Alone? That's too dangerous. Tell them to evacuate immediately. The woman looked helplessly at Sang Huin, who was still battling the monsters. Okay, I understand, but... Not exactly. This doesn't actually look too dangerous. The staff member was completely lost. What? Tears in reality started appearing 11 years ago after the first outbreak. Unlike dungeons or gates, this is an unpredictable disaster that allows monsters to enter our world. Spatial barriers shattered, creating bizarre fragments. Following that, the monsters slowly poured inside. However, looking at the scene before it made the monster's eyes widen in sheer terror. The overpowered Sang Huin stood there wielding his great sword, having waited for it for a long time. Looking at the bewildered faces of the monsters, he burst into laughter. To me, this isn't unpredictable at all. The time shifted to 10 minutes earlier. Sang Huin walked up to the train station here. He glanced around. It's about time. According to my memory, I just need to leave through this exit. While Sang Huin was still searching for his target, he noticed something was wrong. A pale pink light continuously flickered in the air, as if something was about to happen. He chuckled and slowly stepped forward. Found it. The rift is right there. The reason I can remember this so clearly is for a very specific reason. This rift was a massive tragedy. It caused the deaths of countless civilians. But this time I'm here, so that's not going to happen. Thinking about this, Sang Huin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I regressed. Ever since I was born, I grew up in an orphanage, so I don't remember what my parents looked like. But even so, I never felt sad or desperate. However, I know exactly how it feels to lose someone. Painful memories resurfaced. The monsters had destroyed absolutely everything. That's why I will never forget this. And the mysterious person who reached out to help Sang Huin during his darkest times. Are you okay? Sang Huin gripped his weapon and charged forward. This goal is even more important than getting stronger. Chaotic scene unfolded as the monsters relentlessly charged forward to attack. They looked absolutely furious, clutching their weapons tightly. He quickly used the intersection of day and night skill. The wolf-type monsters would be frozen by this effect. The ferocious wolves didn't dare to take another step towards Sang Huin. This made him extremely smug, and he laughed. Excellent. It's working perfectly. His eyes subtly darted to the side, but it's not showing the same clear effect as when I fought the three-headed dog. It must be because of the moon, right? The moon is completely covered, so they haven't entirely submitted to me. But this makes things interesting too. Seeing Sang Huin charging at them made the ferocious wolves flinch in fear. He raised his great sword high and dashed straight at them. This is my chance to test out all my new skills. Information about the charge strike skill appeared. Movement skill, skill level 1. Focuses a massive amount of power, then dashes forward in the blink of an eye to attack the enemy. The longer the charging time, the greater the damage and dash distance. However, all movements will be restricted during this time. His sharp blade continuously slashed at the ferocious wolves. This only enraged them even further. A sudden blue light appeared, causing the monsters to flinch in confusion. Before they could even react, the monsters were slaughtered one by Sang Huin's hands. The move he just used was Repel, hidden skill, causing a knockback effect. Consumes 27 MP to repel the enemy. The success rate and knockback distance vary based on the target's skill resistance. Up to 183 MP can be consumed to increase the success rate and knockback distance. The fierce battle here was still raging on. Sang-Huin ruthlessly sent each ferocious wolf flying. Naturally, due to his overpowered skills, they didn't dare to fight back and could only brace themselves for the beatdown. A thick cloud of dust kicked up, and the cries of the ferocious wolves echoed in terror. Seeing how overpowered his current strength was made Sang-Huin chuckle in amazement. The knockback effect has a really wide range. Combined with Charge Strike, the damage output is pretty insane too. This alone has significantly boosted my AoE attack capabilities. Plus, the luck stat increases the critical hit rate. Current critical damage stat, 120% to 600%. Gripping his weapon tightly, Sang-Huin slowly approached. You guys didn't die from that last hit, so I guess I haven't hit maximum critical damage yet, huh? In that case, let me see just how high the max damage can go this time. On this side, a car was speeding furiously forward. Looking at the chaotic scene ahead, the two of them urgently relayed, "Over there, we found it." The sports car quickly approached the crowd of people standing around. At the same time, Lo Win hurriedly stepped out of the car. "We're from the Player Association. Who made the call?" This man was Lu Win, level 110, B+ rank player. The woman hurriedly pointed ahead and explained, "Right, in the one who called. The monsters are over there." He quickly warned her, "All right, find somewhere safe." "We will." Before he could even finish his sentence, his partner right beside him interrupted, Hyung. Litrung slowly turned his head, speaking in sheer panic. "I think we should check it out first." This was Litrung, level 90, B-rank player. Meanwhile, over on this side, Sang-Huin was still effortlessly obliterating the giant monsters, leaving the two of them completely dumbfounded. What the? The scene was absolutely chaotic as the beasts relentlessly charged forward to attack. Watching this battle left Lo Win somewhat bewildered. Anjiang warriors? This is the Anjiang Rift. Let's take it down fast. Despite being terrified, Litrung nodded in agreement. Got it. Right at that moment, Sang-Win's voice roared. "I'm fine. Don't you guys come over here." Hearing this, the two of them jumped in shock. "I'll take them all on my own." The two of them were baffled by the spectacle. "Wait, what are you saying?" The system continuously displayed notifications. Confrontation title activated. Isolation status. Anjiang warrior. No allies within a 5-meter radius around the target except you. All skills are boosted by 20%. He laughed out loud. "I want to see this." Body fortification skill activated. User's body has been fortified. Speed increased. The ferocious wolf monsters continuously swung their weapons to attack. Sang-Huin merely charged back at them with an ecstatic grin. The repel power had been stacking up until now. Let's see what happens. A massive explosion echoed, and the visual field became completely chaotic. Despite its colossal size, the monster was sent flying by Sang-Huin in the blink of an eye. It was even blasted all the way back to the exact spot where it started. Watching the ferocious wolf crash violently into the ground, Sang-Huin slowly stepped forward. Absolutely beautiful. This was the first time Litrung and Lo Huin had ever witnessed such tyrannical power. After a brief moment of thought, a stuttering voice called out, "Hey, are you Din Sang-Huin?" He looked at the two men in front of him in surprise. "Yeah, are you guys from the association? Sorry about earlier." Lo Win stepped forward and praised him. "No, thanks to you, nobody got hurt even though this is a rift. It's a genuine miracle. I want to thank you." Sang-Huin chuckled and explained, "It's nothing. I was just lucky enough to be passing by." He was somewhat curious. "I'm just guessing here, but you're planning to keep fighting, right?" Sang-Huin looked at him in surprise. "How did you know?" He hurriedly shared his thoughts. "I heard most high-level players do that. If it's not too much trouble, please let us tag along." Litrung in the back called out in slight surprise, "You." But Lo Win seemed incredibly certain about this. "We won't get in your way. I just want to observe how you operate." After a moment of listening in silence, Sang-Huin burst into amused laughter. No longer bothered, he quickly turned away. "Do as you please." However, he thought to himself, "Rookies are so cute. Man, I sound like an old geezer." The scene shifted to Hua Bin Station, at the intermediate arena rift, where Li Huin and Li Trung were pacing along behind Sang-Huin. Sang-Huin's combat style is absolutely terrifying as he continuously obliterates the giant monsters. This leaves Li Trung, who is chasing after him, completely dumbfounded. How is he so fast? Is he really a low-level player? Li Huin right beside him reminds him, "Forget about his level, just keep up with him. Do you not remember his battle outside the rift earlier? His combat senses are definitely out of the ordinary. We need to observe and learn as much as we can. I haven't been able to get much stronger lately." Hearing this, he looked slightly surprised. However, isn't it too weird that he still has so much stamina left after that battle earlier? Li Win hears this and nods in agreement. However, he thinks to himself, I used to be confident that my stamina was better than most players, but that battle just now was truly not easy. The time shifts to 30 minutes ago at the peace station, the entrance to the dimensional rift. The scene before them fills Li Trung and Li Win with a sense of dread. Fierce monsters are everywhere, lying in wait for the three of them. One of the wolf monsters from above is drawing its bow at the three of them. Seeing the bad situation, Sang Win shouts a warning. Everyone, hide behind me. He secretly calculates. I drag this corpse in here to prepare for situations like this. The female monster simultaneously fires an arrow straight at the three of them. Luckily, Sang Huin uses the beast's corpse to block these terrifying arrows. Due to carelessness, Li Trung unfortunately gets grazed on his arm. Seeing him injured makes him feel somewhat regretful. Bringing them along was probably a mistake. Trying to deal with the monsters while protecting them is a bit too much. Sang Huin immediately falls silent, deep in thought and calculation. Realizing there isn't much time left, he tries to remind himself, why am I complaining? I need to learn how to handle situations like this. Otherwise, I'll never be able to reach a high level, right? One of the monsters quickly draws an arrow, preparing to shoot. An arrow grazes its head, killing it instantly. This sight makes the two monsters next to it freeze in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Huin jumps right in front of them. Don't get distracted now. The arrows have stopped, haven't they? And so Sang Huin's rampage officially begins. He intends to wipe out all the monsters here. In less than 10 minutes, almost all the monsters here are wiped out by Sang Huin. He turns around with amusement to assess the situation. All right, next up is the second floor. This time, a fierce wolf monster charges forward to attack, but luckily, Sang Huin dodges in time. He hastily retreats to keep his distance. The more he thinks about it, the more something feels wrong. What the hell? Why suddenly? Good thing I reacted in time. If I had been hit, my body would have been crushed to pieces. The Anjiang champion. I really didn't expect a monster this strong to be guarding the second floor. Suddenly, the monster thrusts its shield forward. This time, Sang Huin truly realizes the situation is getting more precarious. It charges at an incredibly fast speed, leaving him a bit troubled. It's lunging again. With no other choice, he has to grip his sword and hold his ground. Can I repel this attack with repel? No, I can't gamble on uncertain situations like this, which means I have to take its attack and try to minimize the impact as much as possible. His sword immediately pierces through the monster's shield. After he puts all his strength into it, a terrifyingly brutal scene unfolds. His sword knocks the fierce monster's head clean off. That is also when Sang Huin realizes his sword can be this powerful. What the hell? This amount of damage. It didn't just pierce through the shield. It also one-shot the Anjiang champion, famous for its high defense. My stats shouldn't be this high. So is this the true power of the warrior spirit greatsword? The fierce wolves behind, seeing the Anjiang champion's head, immediately become terrified. Anjiang. Sang Huin bursts into excited laughter as he looks at the remaining beasts. So that's how it is. He continuously sweeps through the area, causing the monster's desperate screams to echo all around. As time passes, the place is overwhelmed by the stench of fresh blood and the scattered corpses of the monsters. The items are also collected by Sang Huin, including a glowing pair of shoes. Its info reads, Speed Boots. Rank, Platinum. Type, General Equipment Shoes. Effect, boots imbued with the will of an assassin who yearned to run faster. Blessed by 7 normal spirits. Movement speed triples when moving on unpaved terrain. Under normal conditions, movement speed doubles. Sang Huin happily puts on the boots to try them out. Jackpot. These Anjiang guys are much harder to deal with than normal monsters, but I heard they can drop some rare artifacts. As soon as he puts on the speed boots, he feels the difference. This delights him, and he stands up to happily admire them. It even auto-adjusts its size. I guess those Anjiang don't have athlete-sized feet. Things are going to be much easier from now on. Besides that, he walks over to the railing to check the situation. Li Trung and Li Win have become incredibly exhausted from fighting the fierce wolf monsters. Sang Huin can't help but chuckle and praise. These two fight better than I thought. Less than, greater than. Ending the flashback, Sang Huin runs quickly forward while calculating. This trip has yielded quite a lot of loot. 5 silvers, 4 golds, and 1 platinum. This alone is already worth 1.5 billion won. Just by wiping out the Anjiang along the way, my health is already full. So the boss shouldn't be a problem, right? The new title is pretty strong too. The system displays a notification. Wise Hunter. Title effect. recovers 5 HP by absorbing blood upon killing small-sized monsters or larger. But as soon as he looks at the scene ahead, Sang-Win is slightly startled and bewildered. Before his eyes is an ominously glowing red door. This strange energy, so it's in there. This is the deepest room in the dimensional rift, the king's treasury. His expression slowly changes as he looks at the golden light in front of him. What the? How is this in front of my eyes? A massive mountain of gold coins piled up makes it hard for him to believe. What the hell is this? Ignoring his surroundings, Sang-Win hastily sits down. Forget about that strange energy. I'm sorry, you lovely items. What is this? Can I retire early now? Forget about getting stronger or whatever. With this much money, my life is set, right? Little does he know that the boss behind him has already targeted him, ruthlessly shooting an arrow straight at Sang-Win. A massive explosion occurs. There seems to be destruction here. Sang-Win, holding his sword, reacts very quickly. He speaks in annoyance. Another ambush. The boss, seeing a stranger appear, becomes extremely agitated. As for him, he just hopes to finish it off quickly. It's this same move every time. So boring. Just as he lowers his weapon, the boss agilely jumps to the side. Sang-Win clearly reveals his bewilderment. What? It could dodge from that distance. What kind of movement is that? It feels like it deliberately lured me in here. And this dangerous monster is the final boss, the Anjiang King. Amidst the chaotic scene, the final boss, the Anjiang King, quickly and fiercely leaps into the air, its furious face glaring intently at its opponent. Seeing this, Sang-Win is startled and realizes something isn't right. He hastily spins around, using the full strike skill to dodge. Seeing the current power of the Anjiang King makes his heart skip a beat. That was close. If I hadn't used full strike to dodge in time, my body would have been pierced through. Sang-Win quickly jumps back down to the ground to keep his distance. His face slowly becomes strained. This thing. The Anjiang King slowly raises its hand into the air, making a strange gesture. He also knows that this time he's run into a tough opponent. This is quite troublesome. Seeing the fierce battle ahead makes Lei Huin incredibly curious, running over. Has it already started over there? The two of them quickly appear in front of the Anjiang King. Sang-Huin, sorry, we're late. The giant monster right before their eyes makes both Lei Trung and Lei Huin absolutely terrified. Its gaze looks as if it wants to eat the two of them alive. The system displays a notification. Due to the Anjiang King's Emperor's Gaze effect, the immobilized status has been applied. At this moment, Lei Huin is so scared that his jaw drops. What is this boss? My body can't move. Taking advantage of the Anjiang boss distraction, Sang-Win grips his sword and charges at it to attack. His face becomes extremely smug. You dare take your eyes off me? The system continuously displays new notifications. Level 1 recovery skill has been activated. Immobilize has been dispelled by recovery. Seeing him attacking right before its eyes prompts the Anjiang King to react. Only it's too late. He manages to strike its body directly with his sword in time. This causes it immense pain, making it roar. Demon Strike cannot be cast due to the Anjiang King's skill resistance stat. Seeing himself gradually overpowering it brings Sang-Huin a bit of joy. Thanks to recovery, I found an opening. But the stat gap is too big, so I can't inflict stun. What a shame. However, he turns his head to look at Lei Huin and Lei Trung, that intimidation effect from earlier. If two level 100 players react like that, it's probably even stronger than the Lord monster I fought before. The corners of his mouth curl up in amusement. I couldn't get it last time, but luckily. This time I will definitely get intimidation. At this moment, the Anjiang King gradually loses its patience as it glares at him. Sang-Huin also realizes the situation is steadily getting worse. The Anjiang King uses combo strike. The scene descends into chaos. He laughs, raising his sword to continuously block this thing. Both sides continue to clash and fight, a grueling and terrifying battle. Amidst the dark and gloomy setting, the monster relentlessly unleashes terrifying roars. Sang-Huin freezes slightly as he looks at the scene before him. Just as I thought, it's very smart. It's unlike any monster I've ever seen before. But its arrows are infinite. That's so unfair. It keeps its distance and turns this into a prolonged battle because of its full strike. From what I remember, its intimidation has a shorter cooldown than my recovery. If it figures that out, that I might die. I can't do anything while intimidated. I can't let it drag me into a drawn-out fight. Damn it, if I had a long-range attack, this would be so much easier. Remembering something, Sang-Huin turned his head to look at the mountain of gold coins right in front of him. The corners of his mouth immediately curled into an extremely amused smile. That's right. On this side, Letrung stood up and anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" "I feel better now." Lohuin also nodded in confirmation. "I've never encountered this effect before, so I was a bit scared." The two froze again as they looked at the fierce battle between the Anjiang King and Sang Huin in front of them. Letrung was a bit surprised. But how is Din Sang Huin still fine? Could it be he has some sort of cleansing skill? Lohuin couldn't believe his eyes either. Looking at him, it wouldn't be strange if he had one or two. Not surprising at all. But what is this strange feeling? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he realized the Anjiang King's intention. It turned out the arrows were continuously piercing hard into the ground. Wait, the arrows are digging deeper and deeper into the dirt. "Damn it, I should have realized it sooner." He hurriedly shouted a warning. "Sang Huin, it's a trap." Over on this side, Sang Huin was still unbothered, unaware of what was about to happen. "Are you done shooting?" His foot slowly touched the mountain of gold coins right in front of him. Suddenly, the scenery here seemed to change, catching him slightly off guard. Seeing everything go according to plan made the Anjiang King extremely delighted. Seizing the opportunity, it prepared to rush toward him and attack again. At the same time, it channeled all its strength into aiming at him and fired straight ahead. This sudden emergency made Sang Huin's heart stop in fear. Before he could react, the arrow pierced straight into his stomach. While he was still in agony, the Anjiang King continued to charge forward. It was incredibly joyful, eagerly anticipating how his upcoming death would unfold. Contrary to its expectations, Sang Huin coldly spoke, "Foolish." This made the Anjiang King freeze slightly. It turned out he had discovered its plan long ago. "Did you think you were the only one who knows how to set traps?" The system popped up a notification. "Thanks to the sacrifice effect, the attack has been nullified. Health has been restored." He stabbed his sword hard into the mountain of gold coins. "You should have wondered why I was so easily hit." Now then, illusion skill activated. User's body is strengthened and movement speed is greatly increased. Now it's time for you to take a beating. Sang Huin decided to use his knockback skill to attack the Anjiang King monster. These powerful attacks caused it immense pain, making it scream out in helplessness. Letrung, watching from the side, was momentarily surprised. Gold coins. They're just like bullets. Just how strong is his knockback anyway? Lohuin slowly broke into an extremely intrigued smile. "No, that's not the important part. I've met countless players before, but I've never seen anyone possess combat senses at this level." After a period of continuous fighting, the Anjiang King was left in excruciating pain and collapsed. Sang Huin looked at it and let out a mocking laugh. "You really are as stubborn as a leech, aren't you?" The corners of his mouth curled into an extremely amused smile. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared to finish off this giant monster. "All right, then let me end this." At that very moment, the Anjiang King opened its mouth wide and roared incessantly. It seemed the area was undergoing a change. The two sides clashed in battle, creating an incredibly brutal scene. The Anjiang King's body was injured, but it still tried to muster all its strength to cling to its pathetic life. Sang Huin looked at it coldly. He was determined to kill it and claim this pile of gold coins. An echoing scream rang out. Finally, the Anjiang King was slashed to pieces. The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Anjiang King." After being struck down by Sang Huin, the Anjiang King lay on the ground waiting for the Grim Reaper to take it away. Over here, Sang Huin continuously received new notifications. "Your level has greatly increased. You have acquired a C-rank title, before the drink gets cold." C-rank title description. A title created by the Sower of Beauty and Flame based on their old memories. For 2 hours after entering a dungeon, you and all players are immune to the intimidation effect. The Sower of Beauty and Flame once proudly declared, "When I was young, I beheaded my enemies before my wine even had a chance to get cold." Sang Huin chuckled in surprise. "This is the first time I've received a title related to a constellation I've met." The light emerging from behind made him extremely expectant. Finally, the shape of a talisman appeared on the ground. It's here. Intimidation. Information about these items was also clearly recorded by the system. Talisman of Despair. Platinum Relic. Support Equipment. Special Effect. Intimidation. The almost shrieking roar of the Anjiang elite tribe carries extreme resentment. Enemies hit by this oppressive pressure will rapidly lose their will to fight. Boots of Swiftness. Gold Relic. General Equipment. Equipment Type. Footwear. Special Effect. Retreat. Specialized boots for high-speed evasion, allowing you to move backward faster than moving forward. When the opponent leaves an opening, it can create a huge counterattack opportunity. Necklace of Exploration. Gold Relic. Accessory Equipment. Special Effect. Tracking. The Anjiang King crafted this necklace to quickly detect enemies. It senses killing intent and displays enemies within a 100-meter radius as red lights. Sang Huin smiled as he looked at the items he had received. There are a few other things too. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. I'll store them for now and absorb them later, since there are still people watching. He was still in a cheerful mood when a shout suddenly rang out from behind. Mr. Sang Huin. He turned his head in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly calling my name so loudly? Lo Win and Le Trung rushed over. We need to get out of here right now. The rift is starting to close. Hearing this, Sang Huin froze. He burst into laughter, thinking he already knew about this. What? No, everyone knows rifts close right after being cleared. Why are these two so scared? Wait, don't tell me. Sang Huin looked at the mountain of gold coins with a hint of reluctance. Does that mean? Then what about all this loot? Sang Huin yelled incessantly. No. Le Win and Le Trung dragged him away together. Just let it go, kid. Pull him out. No. Damn it. The scene shifted to the outside of the rift, where many people and reporters had gathered. Seeing figures stepping outside made them extremely expectant. They continuously chattered together in great excitement. Looks like they succeeded. Holy crap, Sang Huin. He's so freaking cool. Look, the rift is closing too. But the very next sight made the three of them freeze for a moment. They noticed Sang Huin stepping out with a miserable expression. Why is the atmosphere like this? He could only stare at his lost loot in regret. Suddenly, a microphone was thrust in front of his face. Min smiled and initiated the conversation. Hello, Mr. Sang Huin. We are reporters from Player Magazine. He chatted on enthusiastically. As the hero who saved the peace station, please say a few words. Hearing this, Sang Huin gave a strange smile, not knowing what else to say. A hero? What are you talking about? Time passed and the scene shifted back to the player town at Building S, high-class training room B1. The woman holding his staff quickly spoke, summoned 3 B-rank monsters. Now then, she was a member of the Korean Player Association. Ho An Dao, level 120, summoner mage, B+ rank player. She continuously shouted warnings, combat simulation starting. Trang Li remained standing there, waiting to see what would happen next. Her face was incredibly calm, as if nothing had happened. A few basic martial arts forms were displayed as she attacked at lightning speed. Less than 5 seconds later, the monsters completely collapsed before Trang Li's power. This made the remaining monsters extremely furious. Seeing their anger, Trang Li's contempt only became more apparent. She tightly gripped the weapon in her hands. Not wanting to waste any time, she dashed through swiftly and flawlessly, dispatching each monster one by one. Every part of these monsters' bodies slowly and gruesomely cracked apart. Trang Li had utterly decimated those giant monsters. Witnessing this sight from the side left An Dao completely astonished, but Trang Li fell deep in thought. Just as I figured, this must be the limit of simulation training. Too slow. An Dao didn't forget to praise her. You did great. Trang Li thought to herself, I came here so I wouldn't forget the feeling of that day. But I want to fight him one more time. We should have exchanged contact information, but Kim Mei interrupted. Right then, the news anchor broadcasted an update. Breaking news. Today, a rift appeared at Hua Bin Station. Fortunately, a nearby player handled it solo. This caught Trang Li slightly off guard. A rift? Now we will go interview that player. Looking at the familiar figure on the TV screen made her eyes widen in disbelief. The reporter was still interviewing him. How do you feel after clearing the rift without any casualties? Sang Huin gave a strained smile and explained, Well, I just did what I had to do. This made the reporter laugh and praise, and you're humble on top of that. That's awesome. Trang Li was thrilled to see him. I didn't expect to see him again like this. Reporter Min continued the interview. So, did you face any difficulties? According to the Player Association, the female monster was roughly around level 150. Your level is still a bit low compared to that, right? You must have had a really hard time. Sang Huin chuckled, about to explain something further. That's right, level is very important. But I don't think it's the absolute factor that determines victory or defeat. Hearing his interview, Trang Li was deeply satisfied. He's right. If he can speak so confidently, it's obvious he knows exactly where his limits lie. I've felt it for a while now, but he truly is mature, like a player who's been to hell and back. Who was his master? His constellation must be a god of war. At this moment, Trang Li thought of another dangerous constellation. Or perhaps, he also has a contract with the throne god, just like me. The scene before them shifted to the next day at Din Sang-Huen's house. He sat there, focusing on absorbing the artifacts he had obtained in the void space. Looking at the food right on the table made him incredibly excited. It's finally time to eat. Yesterday, I acquired the relics of intimidation, tracking, and retreat. All of them are useful. It's probably thanks to my goddess of luck. He laughed and resolved, all right, I'll just keep going like this. A single thought emerged in his mind. I can get as strong as I want now. Ever since the player era began, most swordsmen shared a certain image. Swordsmen could never break out of the mold of strength and stamina. But with the appearance of monsters utilizing different attack patterns, those who solely pursued brute strength began to walk the path of ruin, and swordsmen gradually lost their footing. That might have been the case, but ever since the magic swordsman Do Qinhua appeared, the entire mindset of swordsmen changed. He discarded heavy armor to optimize speed. Instead of choosing defense, he chose evasion. He chose support-oriented skills instead of purely focusing on destruction. In other words, he was a swordsman capable of handling any situation. Basically, he was the pioneer of the all-rounder swordsman concept. Even in my past life, I never changed my fighting style because of my own pride. But this life will be different. You can't eat pride anyway. The system displayed a notification. Preparation complete to absorb the Talisman of Despair, Boots of Swiftness, and Necklace of Exploration. Hearing this, he quickly paid attention. A delicious dish was placed right in front of him. Fresh wild mushroom and jiang soup, and jiang steak with spicy pepper sauce. Looking at these mouth-watering dishes made Sang-Huan crave them immensely. Looks delicious. So this time, the cooking style is related to the Anjiang king. I thought that thing was just cunning, but turns out it was quite the gourmand. But why are there only 2 dishes? Only then did he notice a disgusting dish placed on the corner of the table. Looking at the food right in front of him made him feel a bit nauseous. Raw Anjiang swamp orange maggot vegetables. His face paled in horror as he retracted his earlier compliment about them being gourmets. This wasn't good at all. The scene shifted to the front of Din Sang-Huen's house, where a massive crowd had gathered. They constantly held up their cameras to take pictures, shouting, "I told you, we were given permission last time." Exactly. Open the door. Hearing this, the bodyguards grew extremely annoyed. How many times do I have to say it? You can't do this. Sang-Huan stood to the side, listening to these curses. Then how are we supposed to make a living, huh? Is that my problem? He gave a puzzled smile. What were they doing out there? But come to think of it, how did they get into this area last time? We paid good money to prevent this kind of thing. I went out for some fresh air to clear my head, but seeing that scene just made me even more nauseous. That plate of maggots crossed the line. It better just go inside and rest. He stretched and walked into the room. I don't have any more plans, so what should I do next? Maybe I'll just rest today. That nausea from yesterday still hasn't faded. His phone suddenly rang, instantly catching Sang-Huan's attention. He quickly answered the call. Hello? A voice on the other end rang out. Hello, Sang-Huan? Shilan introduced herself. I'm Kim Chilan from the Player Management Department. We met at the mission area before, do you remember? He nodded repeatedly. Yes, I remember. Why are you calling me? She smiled and explained, it's nothing much. I just wanted to call and reward you for the Dimensional Rift incident. He felt confused. You mean that nameplate? In his mind, Sang-Huan silently thought, until now, all this talk of being a hero or receiving a nameplate. Honestly, by my standards, this kind of achievement is so trivial, it's embarrassing. Because compared to the players who will soon face and stop future disasters, the rift I cleared was merely a drop in the ocean. And still not worthy of this kind of praise. Sang-Huan spoke up, I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline. Hearing this, Chi-Lan looked slightly surprised. Then, at the very least, take the priority access to the dungeon you requested earlier. I'm talking about the Silent Land. Hearing this information made Sang-Huan freeze instantly. He quickly reacted, has it been approved? Chi-Lan nodded to confirm. Yes, thanks to your recent achievement, the higher-ups approved it immediately without any hurdles. He knew this place well. The Silent Land, a dungeon where almost all elite monsters use the silent status effect. Sang-Huan also recalled a memory he shouldn't have remembered. And, back then he turned to ask Kim Lian, looking at your sister's picture again? He chuckled and explained, just a habit. I often look at her picture after everything is over. I think it's been 10 years since I lost her. This made Sang-Huan curious. Which dungeon did your sister go to last time? Kim Lian looked thoughtfully at the picture in his hand. the Silent Land. She was a player who relied heavily on skills, so once she went in there, she couldn't do a thing. But now I can easily white that place out. Regretting it now is useless anyway. Unless I could turn back time. Sang-Win just stayed silent after hearing that. Returning to reality, Sang-Win eagerly informed Chi-Lan. All right, then please prepare it for me right away. He knew that this was a dungeon he absolutely had to enter. Over here, a supercar drove straight down the long highway. Sang-Win was thrilled to be in this luxurious supercar. It's a new car, so the driving experience feels amazing. I originally only planned to spend money on artifacts. But last week, when I entered the rift at Hua-Bin Station, I learned a painful lesson. I like being the center of attention, but not like that anymore. I'm never taking public transport again. Suddenly, his phone rang, catching Sang-Win's attention. He quickly picked up. Yes, speaking. The voice on the other end spoke. Hello, Sang-Win. I'm calling to confirm that today is the raid on the Silent Land. He nodded in understanding. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. The caller continued, understood. Then there will be another staff member at the location to assist you, as it falls outside my jurisdiction. Sang-Win just let out a soft sigh. Come to think of it, time really does fly. I've been entirely focused on training to review my accumulated progress. It's already been a week since I cleared the rift. Thinking of this made him chuckle. I can't wait any longer to test out my new skills. My hands and feet are itching for some action. Suddenly, the scene up ahead caught Sang-Win's eye. The police were still trying to divert the traffic in another direction. What's going on? Is there really still a traffic jam at this hour? I deliberately avoided rush hour. It'll probably take a while for the road to clear up. What the hell is this? Could another rift have opened? The sight before him made Sang-Win's eyes widen in sheer astonishment. Right in front of his eyes was Kin Hua being interviewed by reporters. His face was incredibly cold as he listened to their interview questions. Seeing Kin Hua suddenly appear here left Sang-Win utterly stunned and in disbelief. Do Kin Hua. The scene shifted to Sector 21 at the Bakjiang intersection. A group of crazed fans kept cheering wildly. Kin Hua, I love you. Just look over here once, please. The reporter laughed and continued interviewing Kin Hua. You're as insanely popular as ever, Mr. Du Kin Hua. How does it feel to receive so much adoration? He simply replied coldly, It is an honor for me. This response left the reporter confused. What's with that dismissive answer? Does he think he can act all high and mighty just because he's famous? Well then, how do you feel about the upcoming dungeon raid? Like your attack strategy, for instance? Kin Hua just answered coldly, same as always. His gaze looked slightly terrifying. I'll just slaughter all the monsters. That's it. This time, Kin Hua's coldness also stole the female reporter's heart. Come to think of it, that blunt way of answering is actually quite captivating. The cameraman right beside her constantly reminded her, hey, focus. He quickly noticed Sang-Win standing on the side. Hey, look. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to him. It's Din Sang-Win. Is he watching Du Kin Hua? This made him feel a bit panicked. I was staring so hard that I didn't even realize when they noticed me. Now I remember, am easily recognizable too. Reporters swarmed towards Sang-Win. Breaking news. A clash between God and mortal. Is he challenging the demon sword's domain? Right at that moment, the man beside him whispered into Kin Hua's ear. That's the man who fought in the dimensional rift recently. I heard he's a swordsman with a style similar to yours. Kin Hua chuckled upon hearing this. I know. The reporter's voice rang out, excuse me. Sang-Win, why are you here? Sang-Win quickly explained, it's just a coincidence. But the reporters kept prying, are you here to challenge Du Kin Hua? Sang-Win hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, not at all. Next question, why did you change cars? Is it a fully loaded model? Can you tell us how much it cost? He felt a bit annoyed. It's just a coincidence. But the reporter kept pushing. What? No, I mean, is the car fully loaded? Sang-Win thought helplessly. Damn it. I didn't want to draw Du Kin Hua's attention like this. What should I do? Just then, Kin Hua looked at him and flashed a strange smile. This made Sang-Win freeze slightly. Did he just smile? That was a smirk. The reporter's voice wouldn't stop. So, did you take out a loan for the car, or did you pay for it yourself? But he was in no mood to care about these questions. I don't know the hidden meaning behind that smile, but regardless, I'm truly happy to see it. Seeing him like this reminds me just how long the road ahead still is. Realizing time was running short, Kin Hua quickly turned away. All right, we should get going too. The man nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. At this point, he found Sang-Win incredibly interesting. I met a lot of promising players before, But this guy is different. He didn't look at me with admiration. He sees me as an obstacle he must overcome. Din Sang-Huin, right? Well, definitely cross paths again. The scene shifted to Dungeon 661, codenamed The Silent Land. Sang-Huin slowly stepped out of his newly purchased supercar. Looking at the surroundings, he thought with some surprise, Du Qinhua is truly a special person. He just stood there, but I still couldn't spot a single opening. That aura is still lingering. The bigger the target, the more thrilling the chase. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon enough. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Hey, seriously, what is your problem? Kim Hua had grown furious. Today is clearly our turn to raid the Silent Land. Why did it suddenly become Din Sang-Win's turn? Shi Lan, standing by, kept reminding her, please calm down a little. Sang-Win slowly approached. Is there a problem? She looked slightly surprised. Din Sang-Win. Seeing him appear made the other girl even angrier. Perfect timing. Just because you're famous doesn't mean you can abuse your power like this. Even as a player, you should know the basic rules. Since when does something like this ever happen? He felt a bit surprised looking at the girl right in front of him. Thank God, it's actually today. Yes, that's the face. I wasn't entirely sure because my memories were a bit hazy. He tried to recall Kim Lean's photo from the past. Today is the day his sister died in the Silent Land. But she didn't stop scolding Sang-Win. Are you even listening to me? Her attitude also reminded Sang-Win of Kim Lean. I didn't expect her to have such an aggressive and wild personality. She's the exact opposite of him. You must have suffered a lot dealing with this girl. Well, in a situation like this, there's no need to hold back. Seeing Sang-Win speechless only made Kim Hua angrier. Hey, Din Sang-Win. He shot her an annoyed look. So what? Seeing that, she flinched slightly. Sometimes you just need to be tough with people. He continued lecturing her. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't take it out on me. I'm just following the schedule arranged by the association. Do you have a problem with that? Then I'll enter the dungeon now. I don't have much time. Hearing that, Chai-Lan nodded in agreement. Okay, but Kim Hoa was still absolutely furious. Stop right there. Did you think I'd let this slide? You better watch your back, Din Sang-Win. Be careful out in the dark, got it? Her behavior only fueled his irritation. I really should have just taken the day off. This is so annoying. Time passed quickly, shifting to late evening at the entrance of the Silent Land. Sang-Win slowly walked inside. A stench assaulted his nose, making him slightly uncomfortable. The foul smell hits as soon as you step in. Makes sense, since most of the monsters here are. The moment he stepped forward, the ground began to tremble. Terrifying hands erupted from the ground, launching an attack straight at Sang-Win. The horrifying faceless monsters flashed grotesque smiles. Undead monsters. Their hands tightly gripped Sang-Win's legs. Annoyed, he raised his greatsword high. The system notification popped up. You have been inflicted with the silence status effect by the undead's attack. You cannot use skills for 0.5 seconds. He felt a bit pissed off. Silence from just a single touch. After 0.5 seconds, Sang-Win firmly gripped the greatsword in his hand. He stabbed straight into the undead creatures holding legs. But it wasn't just one undead. Many terrifying, grotesque ghouls continuously spawned all around the area. They charged relentlessly at Sang-Win. So basically, don't get hit even once and limit the use of skills. Seriously, it sounds like I have to play based on fundamentals. If there's one thing I'm most confident in, it's exactly that. The scene transitioned inside the tactical briefing room of Recon Team 4 at the Korean Player Association. The woman was still reporting on the current state of society. The next player we need to discuss is player Din Sang-Win. This seemed to surprise everyone in the room. An official chuckled and chimed in. So it's that kid. The one who wiped out an entire dungeon, right? That left quite an impression. Even so, I heard he only awakened his abilities a month ago. And before that, he was just a porter, right? Kan Sang, standing nearby, sighed upon hearing this. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. So it's him, the guy that the brothers Le Trung and Le Huyn kept praising. Naturally, he was Kan Sang, the captain of Recon Team 4 in the Player Association. Another person immediately added, that's true. He's been getting a lot of public attention lately. Kan Sang seems somewhat skeptical. His growth rate is clearly far superior to other players. However, should we really consider him an ultra-exceptional case like Kim Mai, Din Trang Li, or Du Qinhua? I have my doubts. Din Min Duck, vice captain of Recon Team 4 in the Player Association, also spoke up. I agree with that assessment. There are always players who show incredible growth rates, and the fact that he handled a rift by himself deserves high praise. However, since we can't accurately determine the actual danger level of the situation, we must be cautious when discussing his achievements. We can't rule out the possibility that he's just manipulating things. Right then, another official immediately spoke up. I don't think so. Others also chimed in. There she goes again. This is the 100th time Lei Trang-hye has opposed the vice captain's opinion. Furthermore, she interrupted before he could even finish a few sentences. Min Duck irritably ordered, "All of you, shut up." At the same time, Kane Sang looked at her. "Do you have something to say, Lei Trang-hye?" She stood up and explained, "Yes. I'm really sorry for interrupting you, but he's a player I have personally been observing. She is Lei Trang-hye, a scout from Recon Team 4 in the strategy division of the Korean Player Association." Time passed, and Trang-hye continuously voiced her thoughts during the briefing. "Over the past few days, I've gathered data on Din Sang-hwin. Even if it takes a bit more time, I think we should do this. That is the only way to help us understand that Din Sang-hwin is no ordinary player. As you all know, this is the growth chart of a normal player. We've set the parameters at level 50, assuming that Din Sang-hwin has reached that level." She quickly clicked the remote, and now. This is the simulated growth chart for Din Sang-hwin. These stats left everyone absolutely stunned. What the hell? This is impossible. This time, Min Duck glared at her and questioned, "Lei Trang-hye, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your ability to objectively evaluate the player you were assigned to monitor? You shouldn't forget your role as a scout." Trang-hye confidently looked at the report she had prepared. "We can ignore the number of skills, but looking at the number of titles, do you have any comments?" He angrily retorted, "At that rate, are you implying his growth speed is on par with the sword demon Do Kin Hwa?" Trang-hye remained perfectly calm after hearing his words. "This is the conclusion I've reached after objectively reviewing the data. It's undeniable. I've met with everyone who has ever teamed up with Din Sang-hwin. First question, are there any strange traits about Din Sang-hwin?" Hearing this, D-Kin pondered. "Sang-hwin? I think he has two things that many would consider strange." Trang-hye calmly replied, "I want you to focus more on his skills, his combat intuition, and his impact on the battlefield." He burst into cheerful laughter. "His skills are absolutely amazing. I've never seen anyone use a great sword like that before. I doubt anyone could even get close to him. However, if that was all he had, he wouldn't be considered special." Dae-kin continued recalling Sang-hwin's battles. "The reason why he's special must be because of his innate combat talent." Second question, what are your thoughts on his combat intuition? This made Kim Fang incredibly excited as he exclaimed, "His basic training is top-notch." Mi-hee immediately added, "That's right, Sang-hwin is super cool." Trang-hye kept taking notes. "How should I put it? Compared to players of the same rank, he's much better, right?" Mi-hee loudly confirmed, "It's more than that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be here talking to you right now." Kim Fang laughed and continued sharing his thoughts with her. "It's hard to explain, but I think the gap between him and other players must be a result of how incredibly hard he trains. It feels like I'm teaming up with a seasoned veteran who has tons of combat experience." His words made Trang-hye curious. "Excuse me? Could you explain that in more detail?" After some thought, Kim Fang quickly recounted his impression. "It feels like he knows what's going to happen beforehand. His intuition to predict the opponent's next move is insane." Meanwhile, Sang-hwin was continuously taking down numerous zombies rising from the ground. He kept fighting while Kim Fang on the other end couldn't stop praising him. "I think for most people, there are always moments when they expose a weakness." Trang-hye nodded in agreement. "That's right. Unless they have an abundance of experience to defend themselves, they'll inevitably show some openings." Hearing that, Kim Fang shook his head and continued to explain, "But Sang-hwin isn't like that. It's as if his body moves automatically, even before he has the time to think about what to do." Back on the battlefield, the ferocious monsters were relentlessly attacking Sang-hwin. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and dodged them in time. The conversation between Trang-hye and Kim Fang continued. In other words, it seems he has a very keen combat intuition. Exactly, it's flawless. A finely honed combat intuition. The zombie monsters continuously lunged at Sang-hwin to attack. He slowly gripped his sword and cleanly finished them off one by one. No matter what situation Sang-hwin found himself in, he always had a way to handle it. After hearing these accounts, Trang-hye slowly drew her conclusions. To summarize what I just said, the trait that makes Din Sang-hwin stand out is an intuition bordering on foresight. To add to that, Din Sang-hwin's combat intuition is on par with most A+ ranked players. If we factor this into our analysis, then I believe he has what it takes to be considered an S-rank player. After roughly dealing with the swarming zombies, Sang-Hwin felt a bit exhausted. Seriously, there's a ridiculous amount of monsters. Inside the meeting room, Min-Duk was so furious that he was grinding his teeth. Unbelievable. Do you even understand what an S-rank evaluation means? Trang Hai calmly explained, I understand it perfectly. He grew even more annoyed. Then what's all this nonsense? Foresight. Are you saying Sang-Hwin knew the rift would appear beforehand and took the opportunity to grab titles? Why don't you just say he's a regressor while you're at it? Hearing that, she looked slightly surprised. A regressor? That's quite convincing, actually. I knew the captain would. Min-Duk angrily yelled, "Let Trang Hai." Seeing the meeting room gradually descending into chaos, Kang Sang quickly spoke up to reprimand them. Everyone, quiet down. Why is there an argument every single time? Are you all children? I don't understand why you're saying Ding Sang-Hwin isn't a normal player. Lee Trang-hee, starting today, your mission is to focus solely on monitoring Din Sang-Win. However, you will be working alone, understood? Hearing this, Min-Duk became extremely displeased. Captain. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Trang-hee was thrilled. Yes, sir. I will do my best. Time passed. On his end, Sang-Win continued to explore the area with his sword in hand. He was growing tired of these disgusting things. I hate the smell of monster blood, but zombie blood might be even worse. That's why I bought new clothes. Why do they keep popping out of nowhere? It's really annoying to deal with. They don't even drop relics. Realizing something was wrong, he was startled and confused. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, I don't have that skill active. His eyes widened as he stared ahead. I should have used it from the very beginning. Information about the location skill popped up. Active skill support, skill level 1. Activates eyes of detection. If you possess a support skill of the same type, this effect will be nullified. All monsters within a 100-meter radius will be marked. Monsters leaving the area will be marked separately. Maximum range, 500 meters. As soon as he used the skill, he discovered that there were already many zombies waiting in ambush around him. His face grew stiff. What? Why are there still so many monsters? I thought I had dealt with most of them. Should I just ignore a few? The sight before him made him freeze for a moment. An incredibly bizarre monster appeared in the sky, catching his eye. Sang-Hwin stepped closer to inspect the monster. A fly? Does it even count as a monster? Why did the location skill mark it? Suddenly, it exploded like an atomic bomb, blasting Sang-Hwin backward. Sang-Hwin's clothes were left even more tattered. It's a suicide bomber fly. Luckily, I reacted in time, otherwise I would have been burned to a crisp. I could have lost an arm. If there are more suicide flies around, there must be some sort of magic-type monster nearby. If I can't shake them off. Continuous explosions occurred, all witnessed by the monsters lurking behind. They were highly amused, thinking they had seen Sang-Hwin blown to pieces. Back inside the meeting room, Min-Duk immediately called out, Lei Trang Hai. I understand you rate Din Sang-Hwin very highly, but besides his combat intuition, do you have any more information about his skills or titles? Because according to what you said, he probably has some special method to acquire them. Am I right? Trang-hee thought calmly, then quickly responded, No. Actually, I've considered that, but right now, it's just my hypothesis. Meanwhile, the skeleton monsters quickly took notice, but even if it's only partially correct, Sang-Hwin had cast a protective barrier and remained completely unscathed after the consecutive explosions. Seriously, do you guys not value your lives or something? The skill he had just used was Defensive Sword. Uses a sword to create a barrier blocking attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, forward movement is restricted. You can only move backward. Consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, Defensive Sword must be reactivated. Sang-Hwin smirked confidently at the monsters before him. Now it's my turn, huh? Ding Sang-Hwin is a player who transcends all conventional limits. The scene shifts to a few days prior. In the underground training room of Building C in the player town, Sang-Hwin was passionately training. Arrows were continuously fired straight at Sang-Hwin. His powerful strikes effectively countered all of them. Looking slightly exhausted, he stared straight ahead. It seems I've been sticking to this training schedule for 3 days now. Except for a few special cases like absorbing relics, acquiring skills is very simple through repetitive habits. If you follow well-known guides, getting basic passive skills is pretty easy. But to get an active skill like Full Strike, those methods don't work because it requires repetitive habits that meet specific conditions. Players who figure out these methods rarely share them, keeping them as their own secrets. Acquiring them is almost impossible unless you stumble upon them by sheer luck. Sang-Hwin looked at the monsters orchestrating everything. But I'm a player with quite a bit of experience under my belt. The move he used was defensive sword. Uses a sword to create a barrier blocking attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, forward movement is restricted. You can only move backward. Consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, defensive sword must be reactivated. Seeing that Sang-Hwin was still safe made the skeleton monsters slightly agitated. They kept blaring at him with looks that seemingly wanted to devour him alive. This time, they repeatedly raised their hands, summoning more suicide bombers. Sang-Hwin didn't dodge. Instead, he charged straight at the masterminds in the back. The more he fought, the more thrilled he became. Defensive sword, which I worked so hard to get, is definitely a great defensive skill, but its biggest flaw is the inability to move forward. Just then, a massive explosion went off in midair. However, the thick smoke and dust gradually cleared away. Amidst the chaotic scene, Sang-Hwin's silhouette darted forward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the zombies pulling the strings. He flashed a triumphant smile, ready to slaughter them. There's always a workaround for every limitation. Paralyzed by fear, they desperately tried to counterattack. A group of zombie mages cast multiple hellfire spells at the same time. Fireballs flew relentlessly towards Sang-Hwin, but he showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he even felt a surge of exhilaration. A bright smile formed on Sang-Hwin's face. It's too late now. With just a few basic strikes, Sang-Hwin completely obliterated the zombie monsters right before his eyes. Off to the side, a lone zombie witnessed the entire spectacle. His face clearly revealed an anger bordering on sheer hatred. The undead slowly vanished into thin air before Sang-Hwin's attacks. Finally, a spirit stone appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly squatted down and picked up the crystal to examine it. Is this a purple mana crystal? Finally, some high-tier items are dropping. A high-grade mana crystal sells for an average of over 100 million. Once I enter higher-level dungeons, the rewards will definitely be even better. Without overthinking it, Sang-Hwin slowly placed the crystal back on the ground. Oh, come back for it after clearing everything. Now, let's head into the deepest part of the dungeon. He activated his detection skill once again. Monsters appeared on his radar, and Sang-Hwin sensed something terribly dangerous. His face showed clear, utter disbelief. There's only one. Where did the swarms of monsters from earlier go? If it's just that one monster, where is it? Sang-Hwin didn't realize that the undead boss had already lunged at him from behind. At the very last second, his eyes darted back. There's something behind me. It's too late to react now. Right, left, down. Damn it. Whatever, I'll just have to rely on my intuition to guess its attack trajectory. Sang-Hwin leaped high into the air. Please, let me be right. Instantly, the ground beneath him was sliced to pieces by a power that would make anyone shudder. Sang-Hwin realized that his opponent this time was no pushover. This is insane. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. Now I get it. Of course, the monsters wouldn't just vanish on their own. They all fled to survive simply because this thing showed up. A monster that annihilates both friend and foe without distinction. The Death Knight. It swiftly charged straight at Sang-Hwin to attack. Its speed was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Sang-Hwin. He couldn't fathom why a monster supposed to be in the deepest part of the dungeon had wandered out here. But now that I'm facing it directly, I understand. That's right. It was this bastard. This is the thing that killed my comrade's younger sister. Sang-Hwin raised his sword, preparing to strike back at the mid-boss, the Death Knight of repentance and wrath. The thought of the bitter suffering Kim Lian had to endure fueled his resolve even more. In this life, I won't let that happen. Their powers clashed violently, a force so immense that it affected everything around them. But it seemed the Death Knight's strength was slightly overwhelming his own. Damn it! Every single one of its strikes. It was utterly helpless, unable to do anything else. It's just too damn powerful. The Death Knight, true to its name, is an undead monster, a knight born from death. More accurately, it is the soul of a dead swordsman reincarnated into an immortal body. Its main ability is the Swamp of Silence, a passive skill constantly in effect that heavily weighs down anyone who touches the black aura beneath its feet. The association believe it could be easily defeated if engaged alongside a long-range player. Using the undead monsters in the dungeon as a benchmark, they set the difficulty of the Silent Land to level 120. And that was the association's greatest mistake. The true power of the Death Knight wasn't something like the Swamp of Silence. Less than greater than. It was the soul of the swordsman dwelling within it. In other words, if that swordsman possessed high-level skills, the Death Knight would become exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this far too late and subsequently raised the threat level of the Silent Land significantly. Sang-Wen could only grit his teeth in furious cursing, having discovered that the Death Knight in the Silent Land had a danger level somewhere between A+ and S rank. The relentless strikes rendered Sang-Wen helpless as he crashed heavily onto the ground. He screamed in agonizing despair. This is bad. He realized he was no match for the Death Knight. Am I truly going to die this time? Sang-Wen suddenly fell eerily silent. He abruptly spoke up, "This pisses me off." His words left the monster somewhat puzzled. Every time I say I'm going to die, it's so hard. Humans really can't change that easily. Every time things get even slightly dangerous, these weak thoughts are always the first to pop up. Sang-Wen recalled his past self. At this rate, I won't change a bit. Standing before the Death Knight, he raised his voice. "You bastard. What the fuck are you looking at? Bring it on, you son of a bitch." His sudden shift in demeanor took the Death Knight slightly by surprise, but soon after its gaze grew increasingly ferocious. Amidst the ruins, Sang-Wen faced off against the Death Knight. It let out guttural growls from its throat. Wasting no time, Sang-Wen immediately turned around and bolted. It stared intently at him with a bewildered gaze. Right after, it rushed to chase him. The two of them engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Seeing that the Death Knight took the bait, Sang-Wen calculated inwardly, "All right, it's chasing me without any suspicion. With my current stamina, fighting it head-on is just foolish. I need to find a way to recover my stamina, even just a little." A system notification suddenly popped up. Detection. Found monsters 17, 18, 19. Ahead of Sang-Wen lay invisible monsters. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk as he thought, just as I expected. They're taking advantage of the moment the Death Knight left. So you guys were hiding in the deepest part to avoid the fight. After a long time of fleeing, he finally found the exit door. Without hesitation, Sang-Wen kicked the door open and dashed into the new room. But right before his eyes were hundreds of giant monsters, glaring at him as if hunting their prey. The very next second, the giant monsters charged straight at him. Having prepared for this scenario, Sang-Wen wasn't too surprised. With just a few basic strikes, he easily took care of the horde of monsters. Clearly, they were no match for him. The corpses of the monsters were scattered all over the ground. Just as he finished dispatching the low-level monsters, the Death Knight showed itself. System analysis. Rank C title. Title description. Every time you kill a small monster, you absorb their blood to recover stamina. Sang-Wen chuckled in amusement. All right. A notification popped up. Thanks to the effect of Cunning Hunter, you recover 35 HP. He calculated inwardly. Thanks to the holy relic I got from the rift, my speed has increased, so losing him was a breeze. Okay, as long as I keep recovering my stamina like this, I can reach the deepest part of the dungeon. The Death Knight was still frantically chasing close behind, forcing Sang-Wen to increase his speed. After a long time of running, he arrived at the deepest part of the Silent Land. Realizing something was wrong, he was startled. It turned out that even more prey for the Cunning Hunter had appeared here. Sang-Wen burst out laughing, seemingly quite thrilled. There are still plenty of them here. At this rate, I can recover most of my stamina. All right, next up is... While he was still brimming with confidence, the Death Knight unexpectedly caught up. This situation was completely unforeseen. He gritted his teeth and dodged its attack. Damn it. With just a single strike from the Death Knight, all the monsters in the area were wiped out in an instant. Even Sang-Wen was taken aback by its terrifying power. This thing. Don't tell me that attack just now wasn't aimed at me. But instead, he silently watched as the Death Knight slowly advanced forward. It continued its assault, exuding an aura of indescribable might. Sang-Wen's expression grew even grimmer. It noticed that I was recovering my stamina, and it went and killed all of its own kin. He cursed in despair. This is pure madness. As the Death Knight attacked, Sang-Wen hastily leaped into the air to dodge, and the ground shattered beneath him. Unable to just sit back any longer, he gripped his sword tightly, preparing to counterattack, but it had already spotted his move. Sang-Wen knew clearly in his heart, it doesn't matter. I've recovered enough mana. The opening is here, and I'll use my counterattack to face it head-on. But man proposes, God disposes. His skill activation was denied. Seizing the opportunity, the Death Knight retaliated. A system notification popped up. You are inside the Death Knight's swamp of silence. You cannot use any skills. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't react in time before the Death Knight's devastating strike landed. A loud crash echoed. He was clearly no match for it. Sang-Wen's entire body was slammed violently against the wall behind him, looking utterly pathetic. With his HP plummeting to rock bottom, he truly understood the meaning of despair. What a stupid mistake. I swore I'd always be on guard against silence, but all the stamina I managed to recover was blown away in a single hit. If I hadn't blocked it with my sword in time, it'd be dead. Motherfucker. Am I really going to end up like this? He unwittingly recalled a memory from his past. I can't just give up like this. Sang-Hwin didn't want to repeat that mistake ever again. He had suffered enough. Back then, Kim Lien had called out in a trembling voice, "Hyung, I just want to ask one thing. Just one thing. Sang-Hwin, the place where my little sister is buried. Please bury me next to her." He had scolded loudly, "Don't say such unlucky things. Do you really have a death wish, you punk?" "The collapse is almost over. Just hold on a little longer and the rescue team will be here." He had revealed a sorrowful smile. "Really? That's a relief then?" "Hyung," Sang-Hwin grew increasingly frantic. "You bastard, stay awake and hold on!" The next sight left him frozen in shock. Perhaps unable to wait any longer, he closed his eyes and fell into an eternal slumber. Yet another comrade had passed away. Sang-Hwin gritted his teeth to keep himself from crying. Cradling Kim Lien's corpse, he looked up at the sky and roared, "I get it!" Back in the present, the Death Knight stood there, staring at its prey. It silently observed to see his current condition. Suddenly, Sang-Hwin's voice rang out, startling it. "That's right. I guess I was wrong from the very beginning. I probably tried to conserve my stamina for the final boss fight as a precaution. That's right, I completely misjudged everything, repeating the same mistake over and over again. It's over. It's truly over. So now it's all or nothing, you son of a bitch." At the same time, his berserk skill was activated. Sang-Hwin told himself, "That's right, I absolutely can't give up here. Not because I'm obsessed with my goals or my past, but just because." He drew his precious sword and pointed it at the Death Knight, preparing for the next battle. A second later, he completely vanished from sight, catching it off guard. Sang-Hwin clashed head-on with the Death Knight, his strength no longer overwhelmed by it. He understood clearly that he couldn't live turning a blind eye to what he could protect. Even so, this battle was still quite tough for Sang-Hwin. Just parrying an attack felt like the skin on my hands was being ripped apart. In a pure contest of strength, I can't beat it. But during our previous exchange of blows, I figured it out. What I'm better at than it. As the Death Knight raised its sword high and charged, Sang-Hwin readied his counterattack stance. With his speed, he dodged its attack in the nick of time and appeared behind it. The ground completely shattered from their fierce battle. The Death Knight reacted with incredible agility, turning its head to search for him. But it probably didn't know that with Sang-Hwin's speed, he had already launched a stealthy attack. By the time it reacted, Sang-Hwin had poured all his strength into this decisive blow. He roared fiercely, "No matter how good you are at fighting, it's useless if you can't hit me." The sword slashed right into the Death Knight's face, successfully dealing a critical hit. Critical hit damage increases based on the player's luck stat. The current rate is between 120 and 600%. Sang-Hwin shouted, "Die." The Death Knight's entire body was blown backward, looking totally pathetic right now. The critical hit damage this time increased by 600%. Suddenly, a blue flame erupted and engulfed its body. Sang-Hwin stood still, watching its pathetic state. But he also knew very well that this battle was far from over. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he taunted, "Quit faking it and get up. I know it won't end this easily." The Death Knight was completely enraged by his actions. It sacrificed its remaining life force, causing all its physical stats to skyrocket. He grew even more vigilant as he watched his opponent. Here we go. A notification popped up to retaliate against its enemy, the Death Knight. Even though the Death Knight's skill was neutralized, they always have one thing in common. Whenever their remaining HP drops below 10%, after 10 seconds, it will self-destruct, known as the definition of death. The Death Knight suddenly let out agonizing shrieks. The Death Knight had completely lost its mind. It decided to end its own life right here and now. The situation was beyond imagination. Sang-Hwin knew well that with his current HP, just one hit would kill him. Trying to fight it head-on now is no different from suicide. In this situation, I've completely become its prey. But I can't let myself be devoured. Even prey has its own role to play. Only 10 seconds left. I'm going to run for my life. 10-second countdown begins. The Death Knight suddenly appeared right in front of him, taking Sang-Hwin by surprise. Fortunately, with his agile body, he dodged its attack just in time. Even though it was on the verge of death, its power was absolutely terrifying, even shattering the ground completely. Having calculated everything only for it to go off track made Sang-Hwin extremely frustrated. There was probably no other way, he just had to risk it all. Death Knight charged straight at him again, leaving Sang-Win no choice but to run for his life. The time is now 9 seconds. Refusing to let him get away, look for another way to attack. Seeing the energy radiating from it, he was startled. This thing. Don't tell me. Turns out its intention was to control the sword from behind. Infused with dark energy, the sword began to move. In just a few short seconds, it appeared in the Death Knight's hand. 8 seconds remaining. Sang-Win frantically tried to counterattack. Where do you think you're going? He even threw his sword at the Death Knight, catching it quite off guard. 7 seconds left. It still had no intention of letting its prey go. On the contrary, its intent grew even more frenzied. It wanted to drag Sang-Win down with it, so he had no choice but to run with all his might. Time was running out, but he suddenly realized, I screwed up. There's still too much time left. My body is screaming in pain. Feels like my lungs are about to fall out. Just a little bit more. Hold on just a little longer, you damn body. A loud noise echoed out. Fortunately, the Death Knight's attack missed. Only 5 seconds left. Perhaps due to the impact of the previous attack, he was blown far away. Sang-Win's face looked even worse as he turned his head to look at the Death Knight. 4 seconds left, it rushed toward him at breakneck speed. As much as he wanted to fight back, Sang-Win couldn't do a thing. A notification popped up. You are in the Death Knight's Swamp of Silence. You cannot use any skills. In that split second, he urged himself, think, come on, think. If you can't figure it out, you're going to die. The Death Knight attacked directly. Time flashing back to the past, Sang-Win easily dealt with the surrounding monsters. It was about to say something, but its body completely collapsed. With just a few strikes, he took care of this obstacle in his way. Sweat rolling down his cheeks, he slowly spoke, finally. I finally killed these damn ghouls. How many more times were they planning to use silence? Just then, Kim Lian ran up from behind. Hyung, are you done? He nodded and announced, just finished. But how come you look so damn clean? He explained, because honestly, it wasn't that hard. Sang-Win realized something was off. What did you just say? Didn't you run into these damn ghouls? They keep casting silence continuously. How could it not be hard to swallow? They spammed it so much I couldn't even use a single skill. Is this what you call fair? It's basically telling a swordsman like me to go die. Kim Lian stepped closer and gently consoled him. That's why I told you to bring the crowd-control dispelling holy relic. Don't be so stubborn. Sang-Win angrily retorted, it's not about me being stubborn. What's the point of bringing a relic with a 2-hour cooldown? If they cast silence again, it's totally useless. He shook his head and shared his thoughts. That's why you have to use it carefully. Even if it's unfair, at least you can use it once and use it to create an opening, right? Create a perfect act with the stage you've been given. That's what makes a true player, isn't it? He suddenly reacted, You punk, are you talking down to me now? If it were that easy, it'd be a rancor instead of hanging around here. Kim Lian replied, annoyed, why are you being like this? I'm just telling the truth. Sang-Win got even more furious. The truth. You really want me to punch you? Who does this brat think he is, acting all high and mighty? Back in the present, Sang-Win let out a helpless laugh. I guess I really have no right to criticize anyone else anymore. Notifications constantly popped up. Level 1 recovery skill has been activated. Recovery has removed the silence status. He immediately used the backstep move. Sang-Win's legs started doing their job. He activated his movement skill, quickly retreating backward. The movement direction is based on the foot touching the ground, and the wider the contact area, the farther the backstep distance. If used against an exposed opponent, it can create a huge opening. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Sang-Win managed to dodge the Grim Reaper's attack. Only 3 seconds left. Seeing that he successfully evaded, the Death Knight was absolutely furious. It was determined not to spare him, the one who had caused it so much trouble. Another second passed. He firmly grabbed onto the ceiling lamp from above. Sang-Win cursed this beast in desperation. You disgusting thing. That move just now drained all my mana. Now I've got nothing left to play with. Not even a bit. The Death Knight rapidly lunged forward to attack again. With no other choice, he had to let go. Luckily, the monster attacked the wrong spot this time, and his entire body fell from above. Time was still ticking away, second by second. Finally, the number hit 1. And this was also the final second of his life. Falling from that height left Sang-Win in agony, but this wasn't the time to dwell on that. He asked himself, I don't even have the strength to lift a finger right now. How much time is left? He continuously cursed in his mind, damn it, is this really how my life ends? When did everything start going wrong? No, it's more like one mistake after another. Right from the start, I misjudged my opponent's strength and ended up taking a massive amount of damage for nothing. Then I kept making mistakes. I really marched straight towards my own demise. I should have made the most of this chance called regression. Damn it. In that final split second, the Death Knight's entire body began to dissolve. It was clear that it couldn't take him down before it self-destructed. Seeing that he miraculously survived once again, Sang-Win burst into laughter. He sighed as he lay on the ground, muttering to himself, "I really thought I was dead. Now it feels like I've been reborn all over again." A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have defeated the mid-tier boss, Death Knight. You have earned a massive amount of EXP. Your speed has greatly increased. Your HP has been completely restored." Sang-Win chuckled, "I completely forgot about this. A full HP recovery from consecutive leveling just saved my life." Realizing something wasn't right, he grew anxious. "Wait a minute. Stamina and HP are separate. My stamina hasn't recovered at all. And with the side effects from the madness skill earlier, could I even keep pushing forward while carrying all these penalties? But the boss of this silent land won't go down easily. That Death Knight was unnaturally strong, but keeping going just isn't realistic right now. There's only one conclusion. The only thing I can do is..." Sang-Win made his decision. Deactivate madness. He thought to himself, "I have no choice but to take the side effects to recover my stamina. Though I didn't take any fatal damage after activating it, so I should be fine." A bone-chilling surge of agony violently tore through his entire body. Sang-Win clutched his body, screaming frantically in pain. Notifications popped up. "Due to the deactivation of madness, you have entered a state of extreme fatigue from accumulated damage. Warning: accumulated damage has tripled. Fatigue level has severely increased. Warning: prolonged exposure to this condition may result in the player's death." Sang-Win wondered in confusion. Why didn't it give me this warning earlier? No, my consciousness. It's fading. Unable to teleport to the entrance of the Silent Land, the staff members sensed something was wrong. That's strange. According to the association's statistics, he should have cleared it and come out by now. The man next to her asked, puzzled, "Could something have happened in there?" The girl replied, "What should we do? Should we report it?" Kim Hwa suddenly spoke up. "Report what? If he's so confident, he can take responsibility for himself. Still, I feel like something is wrong." At this, Kim Hwa yelled, "This is so annoying." But looking inside, Kim Hwa was startled. What the hell is going on in there? What did he do? She was shocked to see Sang-Win collapse on the ground. Inside the Silent Land, Sang-Win had passed out from sheer exhaustion. Seeing this, the surrounding monsters slowly approached to investigate. Their curiosity grew as they saw someone lying motionless in this place. They let out disgusting, guttural sounds. One monster crept closer, reaching its hand towards Sang-Win. At that exact moment, the goddess of luck suddenly appeared, declaring she wouldn't spare anyone who dared to harm her player. Even though she couldn't physically intervene, her relentless warnings threw the monsters into a panic. They hurriedly turned and fled, and she let out a soft sigh. The goddess of luck immediately smacked Sang-Win on the head, telling him to stop being a crybaby and get up. She scolded him, asking if this was really the limit of his abilities. Seeing that he had truly pushed himself to the absolute limit, the goddess of luck fell silent in thought. She suddenly turned her head, searching the surroundings. A pile of rocks in the distance caught her attention. A mischievous smile tugged at the corners of the goddess of luck's mouth. For a while after that, she obediently stayed in a corner with Sang-Win, who was fast asleep. Finally, he opened his eyes and woke up, his body still aching terribly. "Where am I?" Realizing something wasn't right, he was startled. He abruptly sat up and looked around. Damn it, how long was I out? I can't believe I actually lost consciousness inside a dungeon. Another wave of pain shot through his body, making Sang-Win grit his teeth. His entire body trembled in waves. Damn it, I didn't expect the side effects of hallucination to be this severe. But against an opponent like that, I had no other choice. I need to be much more careful from now on. He looked up and glanced around. Anyway, luckily it seems the ghouls didn't come after me. Wait, does that even make sense? Those corpse-craving freaks. And what is that lying over there? Seeing the goddess of luck appear, Sang-Win chuckled. No way. The goddess saved me. Wait, constellations sleep too. He wearily stood up. I don't know what happened while I was unconscious, but I'm sure the goddess will tell me once she wakes up. For now, I need to loot whatever I can. A small glowing item caught his attention. Sang-Win approached it, curiously inspecting the item. His face was filled with utter disappointment. Is this the only holy relic? It was the Ring of Silence, Platinum tier Holy Relic, support equipment. Type, ring. Special effect, mana circulation. By simply wearing this ring, your mana recovery speed will increase fourfold. However, this is only effective in dungeons on nights when the moon is visible, and the effect is halved during the day. No matter how bizarre it is that this ring was crafted by a vengeful spirit thirsting for mana, its ability to accumulate mana is truly astonishing. Sang Huin angrily kicked a skull on the ground. Are you kidding me? I worked my ass off just to get a reward like this, and it doesn't even have a silence effect. Why? Is it because he wasn't the final boss, so you're not going to give it to me? Is that it? Realizing something, he flinched. Wait a minute, now that I think about it. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated the Death Knight. You have earned a massive amount of EXP. Sang Huin quickly opened the system. You have gained more EXP than ever before. He muttered to himself, right before I passed out, there was a status window I'd never seen before. More EXP than ever before? Let's see just how much. Player information appeared. Name, Sang Huin. Level, 83. Titles, Wise Hunter and 8 others. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Exclusive skill, Absorb Holy Relic. Holy Relics consumed 29. HP, 2038. MP, 247. EXP, 1738. Strength 250. Stamina 109. Agility 83. Mana 71. Luck 229. Evasion 33. Defense 65. Available points 25. Staring at level 83, he was stunned. Wait, my level. Sang Huin's face filled with utter disbelief. He was completely bewildered by this unexpected information. 83. I'm certain that last time, after defeating the Kobold King, I reached level 58. At that time, he gained 7 levels, but now he jumped to level 83. And in that last battle, where he nearly died at the hands of the Death Knight, he shot up 25 levels to 83. So this time, just by taking down the Death Knight, I leveled up over 20 times. Did I get a massive amount of EXP in exchange for not getting many holy relics? As expected, my growth is increasing exponentially. This is amazing, if I just keep up this momentum. Unable to contain himself, Sang Huin shouted, I can become a top ranker in the blink of an eye. Perhaps awoken by his frantic shouting, the Goddess of Luck stirred. Suddenly, he realized, I'm bleeding. Some time later passed inside the dungeon. Goddess of Luck seemed incredibly relaxed. Sang Huin smiled ruefully and chatted with her. It's been a long time since I sat by a campfire like this. He thought to himself, it really has been a long time since I could relax like this inside a dungeon, even if it's just a brief rest to recover my stamina. Less than greater than. Then he glanced at the Goddess of Luck. But aren't you relaxing a bit too much, Goddess? The Goddess of Luck replied that if you don't learn to enjoy the little things in life, luck won't find you either. Hearing her answer, Sang Huin laughed. The little things in life. Yeah, I used to try and live like that in the past, too. But now, everything is different. Sang Huin reminded himself, it's time I take destiny into my own hands. He tossed the ring into the air. A notification appeared. Mana synchronization with the Ring of Silence has begun. Preparations to absorb the Ring of Silence are complete. Marrow garnished with the silent green shoots of the forest. The dish that materialized before his eyes left Sang Huin incredibly excited. Bone marrow? I never thought I'd get to taste something this rare. Even in my past life, I'd only ever seen this kind of stuff on YouTube. I always wondered what it tasted like. In those videos, I'm pretty sure they used a spoon to scoop it up like this and just eat it, right? Well then, bon appetit. He brought it to his mouth. A notification popped up. The Ring of Silence is being absorbed. Sang Huin sighed, returning to reality. Getting to eat meat right by a campfire. What an absolute dream. The Goddess of Luck, startled, turned to look at him, remarking that she was speechless and wondered who exactly was the one relaxing too much here. She was very curious about how he managed to obtain that skill, noting that a skill which completely bypasses all growth restrictions is incredibly rare. Sang Huin explained it to the goddess. Is that so? When awakening, every player receives an innate skill. At least that's how it works as far as I know. The Goddess of Luck admitted she didn't know about individual player traits, but said that if that were true, possessing such a skill was a stroke of colossal luck. He gave a wry smile. Luck, huh? In his mind, he thought, that's right, I really am lucky. Even if it's an absurdly rare kind of luck that I could only obtain through regressing. A truly costly stroke of luck. The Goddess of Luck said that her meeting a player who could grow as strong as him was also a stroke of luck. She declared that becoming his guardian constellation was an incredibly wise decision. Sang Wen fell silent, lost in thought for a moment, growing stronger. She's right. If I keep progressing at this pace, making a name for myself nationwide won't be a distant dream for much longer. However, human greed is bottomless. What if the stage isn't just limited to one country, but encompasses the entire world? Then there's a stage no ordinary player could ever hope to reach, a true monster. Surpassing all the limits of a mage-class player, mastering the magic of all four elements, he pushed back an S-rank rift entirely on his own, a monster standing above all monsters. The United Kingdom's first supreme archmage, Ziran Decay. I'm not even at a level where I can look up to him yet, but maybe someday I can set him as my goal to strive toward. No. Sang Wen suddenly turned his head and called out, "Goddess." She looked up, giving him her attention. He offered a slight smile and said, "Your decision. It'll make sure you feel it was the greatest luck of all." Sang Wen's resolve was set in his heart. I have to keep growing endlessly, and I will absolutely make him my ultimate target to conquer. His sudden words took the goddess of luck by surprise. A gentle smile graced her lips. She suddenly transformed her appearance, leaving Sang Wen bewildered as to what was happening. The goddess of luck said she always knew she had a great eye for people and felt incredibly happy. She told him that he had just spoken some truly admirable words, and she was genuinely proud of him. The goddess of luck resolved that from now on, she would also put in her utmost effort to support him. Now their destinies were intertwined, and the faith she had in her player, Sang Wen, grew even deeper. Sang Wen, however, was suffocating from her actions. "Goddess, it hurts. My muscles are screaming. I'm dying." Thanks to the goddess of luck giving him a hug with all her might, his stamina was completely restored. He was shocked to realize, "My muscles, they don't hurt anymore." The scene shifted to the final boss room of the Silent Land. In other words, this is the Palace of Silence. Sitting on the throne, the final boss of the dungeon, the bored Arch-Lich King muttered something. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. "I apologize, I didn't take your language into consideration. Repeating what I just said is so tedious. Regardless, you've done well to make it this far. So let me see if you have what it takes to fill this boredom of mine." Sang Wen's voice rang out. "Are you this kind of character again? Anyway, you just left us out there, and we camped right outside your door, right? Thanks for that, by the way. Because of you, I was able to fully recover my strength." Saying that, he firmly gripped the sword in his hand. "Now then, they'll finish you off real quick. You won't have any time left to feel bored, got it? They'll finally be able to leave this annoying place." Without wasting any time, Sang Wen charged straight at the Arch-Lich to attack. He was quite surprised by his action. Watching you run around like a foolish drunkard is truly ridiculous. Let's see about that. Try wagging that tongue of yours one more time. Realizing something was wrong, Sang Wen flinched. Fortunately, he reacted incredibly fast and was able to dodge his attack. Sang Wen calculated in his head, that subspace skill is truly dangerous. Weapons just pour out from nowhere, giving me no time to react. Even using a sword to defend is barely enough to handle it. I wonder how long I have to keep dodging like this. Seriously, do these monsters have infinite mana or what? Meanwhile, I'm almost out of mana from using my skills. How many times have I used them? 4. Now that I look at it, his attack pattern seems like it's trying to make me use up all my mana. The Arch-Lich suddenly shouted, "The fun ends here, you insect." Just as you said. The fun will end soon. Don't be scared. The Arch-Lich began to create hundreds of different magic circles again. But it seems Sang Wen wasn't afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he found it quite interesting. You can relax now because it will end in the blink of an eye, even though you don't have eyes to blink. Arch-Lich, a high-level undead mage monster who possesses extremely sophisticated magic. Compared to the Death Knight I met earlier, he didn't seem as worrisome, but once he shifts into this form, he'll be an incredibly troublesome opponent. Of course, that depends on the situation. The reason is simple. Normally, mages have to use both hands to cast magic, because using one hand weakens the spell and reduces its accuracy. As I said earlier, the Arch-Lich uses a very simple method. Thanks to the undead's immortal traits, he can force his arms to extend out to cast magic. Although he might not reach the perfect level of triple casting, unleashing 3 spells in quick succession like that is a simple yet top-tier strategy. Thinking of this, Sang Wen's speed increased, meaning, I just need to kill him before he can extend his arms, right? As if reading his mind, the Arch-Lich let out a mocking laugh. Your calculations are wrong. At the same time, he activated the language of silence. A notification popped up. You have been inflicted with the silence status effect. You cannot use skills for 3 seconds. This didn't hinder Sang Wen's speed at all. It doesn't matter. Even without skills, I still have more than enough power to slice your head off. He attacked with all his might. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the Archlich's neck, he suddenly spoke up. That's why Right after he used extreme teleportation. With mockery in his voice, the Archlich said, I told you your calculations were wrong, you insect. He proceeded to cast Hellfire. The Archlich didn't forget to kindly console him. Don't be too sad, you're just unlucky. Sang-Win abruptly charged forward. Before you could even react, his cold blade had already closed in. The Archlich desperately screamed in terror, but Sang-Win struck with absolute decisiveness. In that final moment, he desperately asked, how? Seeing that he wanted to know so badly, he smiled and explained, you just mentioned luck, right? Sorry, but I have plenty of that to spare. As soon as he finished his sentence, the Archlich's entire body collapsed to the ground. He was still angrily muttering to himself, this makes no sense. How is this possible? Sang-Win, on the other hand, was extremely smug about his victory. What are you wondering about? You've been observing everything this whole time, haven't you? I have a skill to remove silence. The Archlich finally realized it. I knew it. But I saw it in your previous battle. The way you fought and even your mana limits, I clearly saw it all. You shouldn't have been able to use your skill. No, it's absolutely impossible. My calculations were perfect. Sang-Win abruptly interrupted. Is that so? Well, you were wrong. Sometimes in this world there are those who can surpass their own limits, and there are insects that never stop evolving. This time he used Mana Backlash. This special effect always triggered with the recovery ring. Thanks to the Absorb Holy Relic skill, this effect was always active even when he wasn't wearing the ring. As a penalty, the Mana Backlash effect was halved, and the mana recovery rate greatly increased up to 3 times. However, this effect only applied at night when there was a moon in the dungeon. During the day, the efficiency would drop to about 1.5 times. Outside, Kim Hoa was startled when she witnessed the next scene. She hurriedly shouted out to notify everyone. Look, he's coming out. The people around were startled. It's true. He's still alive. Hey, turn on the camera quickly. We have to interview him. Seeing the noisy crowd made Sang-Win confused. He asked himself, what is this? What's this situation? It feels strangely familiar. A crowd of people quickly rushed over and grabbed hold of him. Sang-Win, hello. I'm reporter Baek Hun-din from the Player Weekly. What exactly happened in there? He was about to stop them. Hey, wait, when the medical staff grabbed him. I'm from the hospital's emergency room. Is your pulse stable? Is your breathing normal? How are your wounds? Have you lost a lot of blood? What's your blood type? What's your MBTI? Sang-Win tried to stop them. Seriously, stop making such a fuss. Realizing something wasn't right made him flinch. Standing to the side, Kim Hoa chuckled and said, looks like he's doing just fine. I don't mean to ask my brother to help anymore. Not that I was worried about him or anything. Kim Lian remained silent, staring intently at him. Continuous noises rang out. ENTP, right? Hey, this nurse is so weird. He ignored the arguments around him. ESTP, INTP, ENFJ. You're not actually a nurse, are you? Time seemed to stand still as Sang-Win recognized the comrade who had once gone through life and death with him. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. Finally, I can repay this debt to you. Time flashed back to his past life. Sang-Win looked out of place among the playing groups around him. Really? He looked quite awkward. 10 years after awakening, I felt like I had hit a wall. I was so obsessed with the Absorb Holy Relic skill that I couldn't build relationships with anyone, and gradually, I was left behind by the player world. One day, as usual, no one paid me any attention. Kim Lin smiled and walked over to chat. Do you want to come with us? He silently looked at the man in front of him. You came and started a conversation. But he seemed embarrassed. A member of our guild suddenly got a stomachache, so we wanted to ask. He abruptly called to say he accidentally ate expired green onion kimchi. I didn't even know kimchi had an expiration date, but apparently it does. That's why you need a dedicated kimchi fridge. His teammates around him reminded him, stop talking nonsense. Here we go again, seriously. He ignored them and continued to explain, anyway, by pure coincidence, that member was also a swordsman player. Sang-Win realized, this guild seems quite friendly. I've never partied with anyone before, so I also wanted a bit of stability. But I rejected that offer. He quickly turned and walked away. It's fine. I was planning to clear the dungeon solo today anyway. He reminded himself it was just out of a bit of pride. Even with 10 years of experience, I still didn't want others to see that I couldn't even pull my own weight. And, because of that pride, I almost lost my life. Kim Lin spoke up. That was close. Are you okay? He was like a god, rushing to appear in front of Sang Huin. He realized, if a guy who always loves meddling in other people's business like you hadn't followed me into that dungeon, my life would have ended there. He continued to explain. Earlier, the guild members were saying it was because I kept bringing up that kimchi stuff. So I thought you got annoyed and decided to enter the dungeon alone. That's way too dangerous, so just in case, I quickly followed you. He suddenly fell silent. Because of you. Then he helplessly said, truly, thank you so much. In his mind, he thought I was able to shake off my inferiority complex and be reborn anew. If you hadn't been there at that time, I wouldn't have had the chance to change. After that, I accepted your offer without hesitation. You asked me if I wanted to join your guild. I like the guild you created. It wasn't a strong guild by any means, but its motto was to always help weak players. It reminded me why I had yearned to become a player so much in the first place. But, he cried out in anger, in really giving up. Man, I can't do this anymore. I mean it. Sang Huin looked at him in confusion. Hey, not this again. Then what are you going to do for a living? He helplessly recounted, anything will do. It's definitely better than this job. Part-time work, farming, it'll do anything. To be honest, truly, it's just too terrifying. Facing death time and time again, watching others fall. I told you already, I formed this guild after my younger sister passed away, right? So under the pretext of helping players in danger, I just kept living like that. Yesterday, I heard the news that a guild member who was in the ICU finally didn't make it. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Sang Huin listened silently. I, despite receiving such help, still couldn't become a pillar of support or give you any strength in the end. He silently listened to his complaints. I can't endure this anymore. I want to retire. He thought to himself, I really wanted to tell you to just give up. But as the guild grew larger, I knew you would never abandon those members, and their livelihoods all depended on this place. That's why I couldn't utter a single word. He stepped closer and patted Kim Lian on the chest. He voiced his thoughts to him. Don't ever think about forming a guild, all right? In his heart, he knew clearly. But now, I can finally say this to you. Sang Huin continued to explain. You'll only bring yourself pointless suffering. He awkwardly scratched his head and asked, Excuse me, but have we met before? My memory isn't that great. Did I say I was going to form a guild? Kim Hua, standing to the side, suddenly yelled, Hey, now you won't even spare his family. Wasn't stealing that dungeon enough for you, huh? Where are you going? Stop right there. Sang Huin had no choice but to leave this place. Kid, just live a good life. The scene shifted to the Dimensional Legion, Residential Area B, the slums. A horde of multi-shaped monsters was gathering at this location. The man among them suddenly spoke in incredibly strange sounds. Late bloomer, Scholar sighed and muttered, How dangerous. It's already too late. I must execute my plan immediately. Breaking news just in. Reporters announced that based on information provided by player Sang Huin, we have received word that the danger level of the Silent Land dungeon has been adjusted. Is the Player Association really doing their job? Up until now, the Silent Land has always been a dungeon with a massively high casualty rate compared to its publicly stated danger level. The truth has been revealed that a monster known as the Death Knight is actually exponentially more dangerous than the typical monsters in this dungeon. For that reason, entry to the Silent Land is officially forbidden until the exact danger level can be determined. It is the Association's modern complacency and poor management policies that have led to these senseless casualties. Sang Huin chuckled upon watching the news. Good. Now it's guaranteed that the tragedies of the past won't repeat themselves. Is this actually the first time I've genuinely saved someone since my regression? What a refreshing feeling. I gained so much after entering the Silent Land, and it's not just about the artifacts or the titles I received. I also managed to gather information about the Late Bloomer Scholar. A series of different items appeared, like the Dimensional Pouch, a Platinum Tier support accessory item with the special effect Subdimension. A mage's failed experiment led to the opening of a dimensional portal. However, he left behind only one thing, a pouch connected to an endlessly vast subdimension. Through this pouch, you can free yourself from the shackles of physical reality. You can freely store and retrieve items without worrying about their weight or volume. Lick's Ring, Gold Tier support accessory item. Special effect, Silence. Stats, plus 25 mana. A ring favored by liches, mandatory for casting the Silent Swamp magic. The silent energy contained within this ring threatens to swallow all the light and warmth in this world. Psychic necklace. Gold tier support accessory item. Special effect. Telekinesis. You can summon any designated item with this necklace using psychic energy. However, if the designated item exceeds 200 kilograms in weight, you will not be able to summon it. Additionally, the time required to summon the target depends on its weight. The heavier the item, the longer it takes to summon. This array of items took Sang-Huin completely by surprise. An excited smile appeared on his face. The rewards this time are absolutely insane. I vaguely guessed the silence effect would show up, but still. A subdimension and telekinesis 2. These two skills alone are enough to multiply my flexibility in combat, although I'll have to train extremely hard. Of course, depending on how I use them, I could reach a completely new level. Even in my past life, I never heard of anyone acquiring skills like these. Am I finally about to get the first pioneer title? Is it finally time? The goddess of luck is complaining, saying you've received such wonderful things thanks to her help, yet you haven't even uttered a single word of thanks. Sang-Huin smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm truly incredibly grateful to you, goddess. I'll thank you properly after I finish eating." The goddess of luck says you should express your gratitude decently. System notifications popped up continuously. The 3 artifacts have begun the mana synchronization process. Necromancer's Macaron. Whisper of the Void Meringue. Endless thousand-layer Mille-Feuille. Looking at the 3 pastries in front of him left Sang-Huin dumbfounded. Necromancer what? What's with these food names this time? Damn it, Archlich, what on earth have you been eating all this time? And they're all desserts too. Son of a bitch, does he really have that much of a sweet tooth? He brought a piece of pastry to his mouth. Endless thousand-layer Mille-Feuille. I guess I'll try this one first. The moment he took his first bite, a wave of unexpected sensation spread through his mouth. Sang-Huin's entire body began to tremble. What is this? This thing lives up to its name. It truly has endless thousand layers. The layers of mille-feuille in my mouth feel like they have no end. This boundless flavor. It really is. It tastes like a dream. Apologize for always looking down on all kinds of desserts until now. I'm truly genuinely sorry from the bottom of my heart. Less than greater than. A system notification appeared. The absorption process of the 3 artifacts has begun. The absorption process is complete. Sang-Huin rubbed his belly in delight. All right, Archlich, you sure talk a lot, but this isn't half bad. Gotta admit, you have great taste. Let's see, I guess I need to choose this now, right? Before his eyes were 2 options. You must bind telekinesis, and you must bind silence. He silently calculated his options. Binding it to the battle-will greatsword is definitely the right choice for telekinesis. I don't even need to think twice about it. Now, the real issue is silence, right? It doesn't have a sustained effect like stun or freeze. If I bind silence to full strike or knockback, it probably won't do much good, especially considering the cooldown times. Less than greater than. I just don't know what the risks will be, so I guess this is the optimal choice for now. Sang-Huin quickly made his decision. Bind to basic attacks. A notification popped up. Additional conditions must be met to bind the absorbed effect silence to basic attacks. Consuming 1 mana per basic attack will allow the use of the silence effect. Do you wish to continue? Yes or no? His expression slowly shifted. Costing 1 mana per basic attack? Isn't that too terrible? Doesn't that mean I'll be wasting a mana point for every single strike I throw? Sang-Huin waved his hand and sighed in hesitation. Well, I did get a mana-related title from taking down the Archlich earlier, but still. The system notification popped up. End of a Twisted Desire. Title rank B. Title information. A mage's failed research caused him to sink deeper into the power of darkness. Yet even in such a twisting dark fate, his pure passion remained. You have acquired the mana power that the Archlich regretfully left behind before his death. Title effect. Plus 150 mana. Sang-Huin's face contorted with further annoyance. If I use mana circulation, it'll have a stable mana reserve. But if I accidentally get swarmed by a mob of weak monsters, this will become an unnecessary risk. What should I do? Sang-Huin stood in silence, pondering for a very long time. Having made his decision, he let out a relieved laugh. His hand reached toward the empty slot. Sometimes it's good to take a gamble. Deep down, he knew he couldn't keep getting stronger if he just clung to his comfort zone. Notifications continuously popped up. Silence has been bound to basic attacks. Whenever a basic attack is triggered, the silence effect will be applied based on the opponent's effect resistance stat. A portal suddenly opened from behind, startling both Sang-Huin and the Goddess of Luck. The surrounding energy was gradually turning gloomy. He turned around in surprise. Wait a minute, goddess, did you summon another constellation? I feel really guilty turning them down now, you know? The goddess of luck says she's very surprised because she had absolutely no hand in what's happening right now. 3 new constellations have sought you out. First is the Mongolian Conqueror, saying you left a profoundly strong impression on him with your masculine belligerence. Next is Sun Quan. He stated that a rough diamond like you desperately needs a backer who can provide rewards and care worthy of your caliber. The goddess of luck expressed her displeasure that other constellations still showed up despite knowing she was present. She insisted that they leave. Meanwhile, the new goddess appeared and stated that a player shouldn't be monopolized by anyone. From behind those two, a burst of bright energy suddenly spread out, catching Sang-Huen's attention. The new goddess told the Mongolian Conqueror, "Step aside, you reek." This situation caught both the goddess of luck and Sang-Wen completely off guard, while the Mongolian Conqueror laughed heartily as he stepped aside to make way for the goddess. He wondered to himself in confusion, "The new goddess? I feel like I can guess who she is just by her appearance. Does that constellation really go by such an alias?" The moment she saw him, she revealed a seductive smile. The new goddess says she has been attentively watching your brave spirit. She says your demeanor left a deep impression on her, and she decided to come meet you in person. The new goddess says a man like you is absolutely worthy to stand by her side. She says you should ditch that outdated goddess and come stand beside a stylish and glamorous goddess like her. Goddess of Luck criticized her as a shameless goddess who disregards all authority and has the audacity to plot to usurp her position. The new goddess ordered the other constellations to clean up these archaic remnants of a bygone era so as not to taint her noble sight. The goddess of luck screamed, "Archaic?" The new goddess retorted, "You're just a woman who has nothing but that damn luck." Watching this unfold made Sang-Huin burst into laughter. Looks like they're having fun. It's unclear what their relationship is, but they clearly don't get along at all. There's only enough room for one goddess, it seems. The new goddess says she is holding some classified information and could reveal it to you. Sang-Huin suddenly felt confused. Information? For me? The new goddess says you should hear this information and then form a contract with her. She says this information is related to the late bloomer scholar. As soon as those words fell, Sang-Huin froze. He hastily grabbed the new goddess tightly by her shoulders. His face grew even more anxious. That constellation. Did you form a contract with another player already? No, more importantly, how is he? What on earth has he been doing all this time? The new goddess says that while traveling, she accidentally stumbled upon him in the slums of the Dimensional Legion. She adds that he is a lunatic obsessed with the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory. The new goddess says that if you want to know more about him, you must abandon that other goddess and form a contract with her. Brought back to reality, Sang-Huin had a massive headache, not knowing what to do. He asked himself, the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory? I can't wrap my head around what she means. When we were together in my past life, he never mentioned anything of the sort. The goddess of luck suddenly appeared in the room, taking him by surprise. He hurriedly pressed for info. You're here, goddess. So, did you manage to get any information? The goddess of luck says she's very sorry, but she found absolutely no trace of him in those slums. Sang-Huin's face immediately turned sorrowful. I see. Thank you for going out of your way to look for him. Right then, Sang-Huin directly rejected the new goddess. That's not going to happen. The goddess of luck says it was incredibly satisfying to see you crush that sly cat's pride. But Sang-Huin was still lost in his own thoughts. Above all, why was he in the slums? He used to say that was a place for those who failed to become constellations. Damn it, where? Are you and what are you doing? The scene shifts to the Hundiong group. Inside the room, a subordinate reported. Madam CEO, I would like to share the list of new participants for the upcoming open market with you. Miley chuckled upon hearing this. This is. Displayed on the screen was the new open market members' information. Name, Sang-Huin. Class, Swordsman. Level, 88. Rank, unranked. She seemed quite thrilled. We have an interesting guest here. Her level had reached 900 with an S+ player ranking. Luxury supercar sped down the long road. Sang-Huin focused on his thoughts as he drove. Even after that, I kept searching, but I couldn't find any more information about the late bloomer scholar or the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory. That doesn't mean I was forced to form a contract with that goddess. She probably just wanted to forge a constellation contract with me so she could ascend to a mythic tier constellation. After all, there are cases where a constellation's status rises along with the growth of the player they sponsor. But If I formed a contract with her and somehow ended up in some tragic accident, what then? In that regard, my current situation is much safer. Besides, there's no guarantee she'll definitely become a mythic tier constellation either. The goddess of luck says she still feels elated recalling the dumbfounded look on that cat's face. The smart system's notification chimed. You have arrived at your destination. Route guidance has ended. Rolling down his car window, Sang-Win smiled and declared, finally here. Hundeong Market. He gazed at the vast expanse before his eyes. Open market. True to its name, it's a place where you can freely buy and sell items. Up until now, item trading was only permitted face-to-face between players. However, the open market guarantees safety in exchange for a hefty commission fee. The formation of a market like this is easy to understand. Trading goods at high prices is always surrounded by countless variables. That is why the most crucial requirement of the open market is safety. Major guilds around the world run the majority of the open markets. And the undisputed top market in the country is the Hundeong market, although it's affiliated with the Hundeong Group, which is a powerful guild. The guild itself isn't so overwhelmingly powerful that it could secure such a leading position on sheer strength alone. The reason Hundeong Market can pull this off is entirely due to the existence of the Hundeong Group's head, Han Mai Li, because she is the only S+ rank buffer player in the world. Therefore, high-level players from all over the world flock to the Hundeong Market that she runs, and basically they act as undercover bodyguards to maintain the peace. The reason is that if you lined up all the people desperately craving her buffs, you need the space of a few football stadiums. Truly a terrifying old woman. With that kind of scale, who would dare cause trouble here? As soon as she spotted Sang-Win, a staff member rushed over. Mr. Player, please wait a moment. Before you enter, we need to verify your entry code. May I have your information, please? He nodded and introduced himself. I'm Sang-Win. I received authorization about a day ago. She continued to inform him. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Sang-Win. I have confirmed that you have clearance to go all the way down to the 8th basement level. That piece of information left him quite surprised. The 8th basement floor? Isn't that the floor reserved for VIPs? Does Han Mai Li hold me in such high regard? Oh well, I'll just go in and see. The staff member bowed respectfully. I hope you have a comfortable shopping experience today. From a distance, voices of gossip rang out. Hey, isn't that Sang-Yuan? Why isn't he with Kim Mai today? Kim Mai? Why would he be with her? Don't you know? Aren't those two dating? Another person chimed in. Hey, she just lost her boyfriend in an accident caused by her own greed, and now she's already dating another player? That doesn't make any sense. The friend replied, Really? If it were me, I wouldn't feel comfortable dating under those circumstances either. Sang-Yuan thought silently to himself. That rumor again. I ended up hearing things I shouldn't have. What's wrong with these people? I don't get why they have to go around gossiping about other people's business. The whispers continued to reach his ears. What the hell are you talking about? Like you'd say no if she hit on you. Am I wrong? True. If it's Kim Mai, I guess I wouldn't mind playing around with her a bit. Sang-Win suddenly realized it. Kim Mai must be suffering terribly with slander like that following her everywhere. Just ignoring these things is probably the right choice, but... He turned his head and told the staff member, This Hundeong Market is way too loose with its freedom right from the entrance. I can't believe there are scumbags so casually spouting such filthy words. In his mind, he thought, I'm still not mature enough to be a forgiving person who turns a blind eye. Shortly after, those gossipers were dragged outside by security. What? Why do we have to leave? What did we do wrong? A security guard announced. We will explain everything outside. But they still refused to let it go. What? How can Hundeong Market treat its customers like this? The guard continued his warning. We have the freedom to treat those on the blacklist however we see fit. Sang-Win was quite pleased watching this unfold. This is how adults fight, you brats. If you can't take responsibility for your own words, then keep your mouths shut. Now then, it's time to get down to business. Sang-Win stepped inside the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th basement floor. He muttered to himself, First, I should probably drop by the VIP area on the 8th floor. I'll make 3.9 billion once I sell all the drops from the Silent Land. I don't think this amount is enough to buy any artifacts from the VIP floor, but... Just walking around and window shopping is fun enough. Simply setting foot on the VIP floor of the Hundeong Market, a place I never even had the chance to see in my past life, will definitely be a huge help to my growth. An announcement rang out, You have arrived at the 8th basement floor. Sang-Win looked around the 8th basement, the VIP room of the Hundeong Market, and was quite taken aback by the atmosphere. A staff member approached and greeted him. "Welcome, Mr. Sang-Huin. My name is Song and Dong, and I am here to guide you around the VIP room. If you do not need a guide, please let me know. I will be on standby just in case." He was a bit surprised, wondering to himself, why do I feel like I don't belong here? It feels just like when I wandered into the luxury brands section of a mall as a kid.
I can't back down here. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to visit here frequently in the future. Sang-Huin slowly walked forward. "All right, I'll call you if I need you." Andong nodded in understanding. "Understood. If you have any questions about the items here, just call me." He slowly browsed through the artifacts in the area. Seeing an artifact with a 12-digit price tag left him bewildered. 140 billion? Did they accidentally drop a zero or something? The staff member approached and introduced it. This book is an epic tier artifact called the Tome of the Abyss, and its price is 140 billion won. He let out a chuckle and nodded. 140 billion, I see. But I'm a swordsman player, so I don't really need any book-type artifacts. Hearing this, Andong quickly offered, "I apologize. Let me show you the artifacts related to swordsmen then." Sang-Huin hurriedly declined. "No, just let me look around first." He thought to himself, she didn't realize it, did she? There's no way she saw me freeze up right after looking at that price tag, right? The sound of discussions caught his attention. "This is crazy. I've never seen anything like it in my life. They're actually selling it in our country. Who could even afford that?" Sang-Huin looked in that direction curiously. "What's over there?" She smiled and explained, "That's a special stage used to display the items we've recently acquired. Of course, they are all available for purchase. Let me introduce you." Before she could finish her sentence, Sang-Huin was already walking away. "No need, I'll go take a look myself." He muttered to himself, "Special, huh? Just how special is this item that these people here are so surprised?" But upon seeing the artifact, he was completely stunned. Right before his eyes was a floating stone, radiating an incredibly mystical energy. It was the magic stone, a supreme tier artifact. Seller, Jiran Decay. Domestic sales agent, Han Mai Li. Looking at the words supreme tier, Sang-Huin's face grew even more bewildered. That's the absolute highest of the 9 artifact tiers, right? I can't believe I'm seeing it with my own eyes. And seeing the starting price of 3 trillion won, he completely froze. 3 trillion. My eyes have truly been opened today. Damn it. Does this mean Jiran Decay already has the highest tier artifacts in his possession? Otherwise, why would he be selling artifacts of his own class? Doesn't that mean he possesses items even better than this? I came here looking for motivation, yet all I feel right now is my own powerlessness. Eventually, Sang-Huin arrived at the Platinum Zone on the 4th floor of the Hundian market. The item before his eyes had a starting price of 700 million won. He chuckled and said to himself, "This isn't exactly cheap either, but still. This is a lot better than that insane string of zeros from earlier." Suddenly, a man recognized him. "Mr. Sang-Huin, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Im Dun Diak. May I ask what kind of artifact you're looking for?" Sang-Huin immediately recognized the man. Dun Diak. "In the future, he'll earn the title of Flawless Hurricane, right? I really am meeting a lot of famous people after regressing." He quickly replied, "I'm not exactly looking for anything specific. I'm just taking a walk and looking around." Hearing this, the man rummaged through his bag. "By the way, wouldn't you like to take a look at my artifacts? I have an artifact that I'm having a bit of trouble dealing with because it doesn't really suit me. It's this one. I'll pull up its info so you can get a closer look." It was the Ring of the Life Stream, a platinum artifact. Support equipment. Equipment type, ring. Special effect, Life Stream. Effect, plus 50 mana. Passive effect, Life Stream. A fixed percentage of mana is automatically consumed to recover stamina, restoring 5% stamina over 10 minutes. Active effect, Life Stream. At the user's will, they can consume 20% of their current mana to restore 30% stamina. Cooldown, 1 hour. Sang-Huin let out a baffled smile as realization dawned on him. Is this guy planning to use the direct transaction exemption right here and now? Unlike regular open markets, the Hundian market possessed a rather bizarre system, the direct transaction exemption, plus 5%. Less than greater than. Even though the Hundian market usually charges a steep transaction fee of up to 5% to attract customers and facilitate trading, if 2 players decide to make a direct transaction right inside the market, that entire fee is waived. But still, that artifact looks pretty awesome. I just received a mana-related title a few days ago, so it would probably suit me quite well. However, Sang-Huin realized there were more problems than he thought. He awkwardly scratched his head and declined. I'm sorry, but it's a bit different from what I'm looking for, so. Dun-Deok chuckled and shook his head. It's fine, no need to apologize. Sang-Huin knew very well. What I'm looking for is an artifact so worthless that no one would even think about buying it. Only then can I use it in a completely different way after absorbing it. Doing it that way is much cheaper too. Suddenly, the voice of a security guard rang out, catching their attention. Seriously, I told you not to eat here. Hearing him say that, Han Dong was a bit surprised. I'm eating what I bought with my own money, and besides, I haven't seen any rules banning outside food. The security guard angrily explained, it's not a rule, it's basic etiquette. We've been enduring this smell for days now. What the hell are you doing? And it's not just a few slices, you brought in several whole pizzas. She awkwardly looked up at the two of them. Did you guys want some too? But I wasn't planning on giving you any. They angrily fired back. Do you honestly think I'm acting like this because I want a slice of your pizza? Left with no choice, Han Dong decided, I get it. Then I'll give you the complimentary side of spaghetti I got for leaving a review. Dun-Deok flashed a forced smile. Is she at it again today? The security guard was still furious. I already told you I don't want to eat. Han Dong let out a helpless sigh. What did the food do wrong? It's not like I did anything wrong either. Getting a good look at her face made Sang-Huin flinch. Wait a minute, that's... He immediately walked up to her. Hello. I'm sorry for bothering you while you're eating, but could you please let me see the information on these artifacts? She nodded in agreement while eating. Just pick them up and check them yourself. It's not like you're going to steal them anyway, right? He nodded in understanding. All right. Excuse me then. Sang-Huin reached his hand out toward the items on the ground. The moment he picked it up, his face froze in astonishment. I knew it. This is perfect for me. This is exactly what I've been looking for. The information for the two rings appeared. Ring of Speed, Platinum Artifact, Support Equipment. Equipment type, Ring. Special Effect, Speed. Effect, +10 Dexterity. Allows for explosive speed far surpassing human limits. 2 times speed consumes 20 mana per second, while 3 times consumes 30 and 4 times consumes 20. Ring of Enhanced Potential, Platinum Artifact. Support Equipment. Equipment type, Ring. Special Effect, a little bit faster. With its ancient seal release, the potential of this ring, once worn by a hero, has awakened. By consuming 10 mana per second, the user's dexterity stat can be increased by 1.5 times. However, when mana runs out, this bonus stat will automatically disappear. A look of excitement formed on Sang-Huin's lips, just like when I got mitigation. Even though it has a great effect because it drains way too much mana, nobody gives a damn about it. That's why she's been sitting here for days. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. These rings, I'll buy them all. How much for both? Han Dong replied a bit awkwardly. I actually really like those two you see. So I think 1.2 billion for the Ring of Speed and 1 billion for the Ring of Potential is a fair price. But since you're planning to buy both at the same time, I think 2 billion for the pair is enough. However, I'm currently eating pizza, so I'm in an incredibly good mood. A truly fantastic mood. Pizza. I'll give you a special discount down to just 1.8 billion. Sang-Huin kept staring intently at Han Dong, making her even more flustered. In the end, he transferred 1.3 billion won to her for the two items. Sang-Huin chatted happily, thanks for the discount. She nodded with a smile, you're really good at haggling. In his mind, he thought, I was dirt poor in my past life. Did you really think you could rip me off like that? I'm a master haggler, got it? Han Dong immediately stood up. Well then, I'm off. I'm going to buy something super delicious to eat, and I'll probably donate some to the orphanage as well. Completely sold out. Hearing her say that made Sang-Huin a little curious. Orphanage. She nodded and explained, I run an orphanage. Do you want to see? She held her phone out in front of Sang-Huin. The sight of innocent children caught his eyes. Han Dong continued, see. The kids are all super adorable, aren't they? He froze for a moment. Joy Orphanage. This is definitely. He suddenly recalled the image of his younger self. Deep sense of confusion welled up in Sang-Huin's heart. That's my orphanage. Seeing Sang-Huin act so strangely took Han Dong by surprise. She suddenly asked, why did you turn so pale all of a sudden? Did something happen? He smiled, standing up to explain, no. I just remembered a few things from the past. I actually know that orphanage, but wasn't it shut down? Hearing this, she hurriedly nodded. That's right, it was destroyed during the Great Collapse. How did you know? Sang-Huin scratched his head and explained, I have an acquaintance from there. He muttered to himself,
It's probably best to hide the fact that I came from that orphanage. There are far too many people who would attack me simply because I'm a player and they think I have money. The reason she needs so much money for the orphanage is definitely to pay for private security. She herself is a player, so that must weigh even heavier on her mind. Han Dong was still pondering. An acquaintance? How is that possible? Well, whatever. Anyway, my parents used to run that orphanage back in the day. That's why I've recently started rebuilding and reviving it. I'm sure it's much better now than it was before.
Sang-Hwin smiled and nodded. Your parents. I see, I never knew that. She quickly handed him a business card. That's right. Drop by for a visit whenever you have some free time. This is our orphanage's business card. It looks cute, right? The kids drew it themselves. The childish scribbles on the business card caught Sang-Hwin's attention. He smiled as he accepted the business card. Yes, very adorable. In his mind, he thought, what is this, a pile of money? Kids these days really do have some realistic dreams. A sudden pang of sorrow welled up in his heart. Sang-Hwin asked himself, why am I getting so emotional all of a sudden? The orphanage where I grew up really was a good place. The few kids who survived the great collapse ended up scattered across different facilities. I wonder how they're doing now. No, I almost burst into tears right in front of someone I just met. I can't let that happen. Man, Sang-Hwin, the older I get, the quicker I am to tear up over absolutely nothing. I almost lost it there. Anyway, I never knew that having someone cherish the same memories as me could bring such a deep sense of fulfillment and completion. I'll go visit them soon. Han Dong was still muttering to herself. What should I buy for the kids? Malatang? Fried chicken? The scene shifted to the Eden Guild in South Korea. Sang-Hwin slowly walked inside. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching his attention. Mr. Sang-Hwin, we've been waiting for you. Im Do Din Ho, nice to meet you. Now then, shall we head up? He smiled and nodded, yes, thank you. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Din Ho to come out and greet me the moment I stepped through the door. I just dropped by on a whim, but I guess things are about to get serious. An hour earlier, Sang-Hwin was still chatting with Han Dong. He nodded and said, well then, I'll contact you later. She nodded in understanding, yes, call me anytime. I'm sure the kids would be thrilled to meet you. He smiled back, that would be wonderful. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Sang-Hwin pointed to his phone. Excuse me, I'm getting a call. Do you mind? Han Dong shook her head. Not at all, I'm heading out now anyway. It was a pleasure doing business with you today. He laughed, likewise. Have a good day. Next, he brought the phone to his ear. Hello, Sang-Hwin speaking. Kim May's voice rang out. Sang-Hwin Oppa. He immediately recognized her voice. Kim Mai, what's up? She sounded a bit pouty. Kim Mai? Oh, come on, don't tell me you haven't saved my number. I'm calling because a gate is about to open. It's a two-person dungeon with a minimum level requirement of 130 at Nawan Station. It's called the Black Gate. He was quite surprised. The Black Gate. The familiar name caught his attention. The Black Gate. I've definitely heard of it before. I remember now. Isn't that the dungeon that the purifying swordsman Kang Bo-an was the first to successfully clear? If I recall correctly, she later made the strategy for the Black Gate public. Absolute seamless coordination with your partner is the prerequisite for clearing it. But so far, Kim Mai and I have been coordinating extremely well. Above all, a sword and a bow are a perfect complement to each other. And if my memory serves me right, the reward for the first to clear the Black Gate is an epic tier holy relic. Even though I don't know what it is, it's a mythic tier item. These things cost at least 120 billion won. Sang-Hwin immediately replied over the phone, I'll go. I'll definitely go. What should I do now? Or should I come over to your guild right away so we can discuss it in more detail? Hearing that, Kim Mai nodded, all right, then come over. It'll definitely be easier to talk things out in person. Back to reality, he was still calculating. I will no longer be a loser drooling in the corner of the Hundeong market. I will become the master of an epic item. An epic item. Seeing him acting so strangely, Din Ho turned his head in surprise. Is something wrong? I keep feeling a weird energy. Sang-Hwin shook his head and replied, it's nothing. The two of them stepped into the elevator and went down to a basement. Din Ho chatted as they walked. Kim Mai is currently talking to the CEO, so unfortunately, in the one showing you around. Sorry if you feel uncomfortable walking with an old man like me. Sang-Hwin replied casually, come on, it's no bother at all. His face suddenly filled with pride. After passing through here, we'll reach the special training room. This is the Pride of Eden. Even so, there are restrictions on who is allowed to use it. It's right behind that door over there.
Looking around the place made Sang-Huin quite uneasy. I feel like the atmosphere here has suddenly changed. Until just now, it still felt like a normal office building. Dinho nodded and explained, I feel the exact same way every time I come here. No one is using this place today, so make yourself at home. You're lucky, no one made a reservation for today.
Looking inside, Sang-Huin smiled and announced, Sorry, but I think someone's already in there. Dinho turned his head in surprise. No way. But witnessing the battle inside left him completely astounded. An earth golem was frantically attacking its opponent. Facing that overwhelming power, Trang Li didn't back down even a little. She used the weapon in her hands to find the golem's weak point. In just a few strikes, the earth golem's head flew into the air. It was clearly no match for Trang Li. Her speed was incredibly agile. Seeing what just happened, Din Ho called out in surprise, Trang Li, did you reserve the training room? I didn't see any reservations on the schedule. If there's a mix-up, well, wait outside. How much longer are you going to use it? We need to use this place after 6 o'clock, so just let me know. Trang Li abruptly turned her head to look at the two of them. Seeing her remain silent, he immediately spoke up. Hey, answer me. She walked up to Sang-Huin and greeted him. Long time no see. What brings you here? He smiled and replied, Nice to see you. I didn't expect to run into you today. I came here to practice coordinating with Kim Mei for the gate raid. I just happened to arrive a bit early. Trang Li looked quite curious. You seem pretty close to Kim Mei, huh? He scratched his head and replied, Yeah, that's just how we are. Din Ho chimed in from the side, Trang Li, did you hear anything I just said? Seeing her still ignoring him, he grew even angrier. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? As if thinking of something, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Trang Li immediately turned to leave. I understand. If there's a chance next time, remember to spar with me. I'll contact you later. I haven't booked the room either, so feel free to use it. Din Ho replied angrily. Great, thanks for the quick response. Sang-Huin sensed something was off. He was angry. Why? He stepped into the space inside. I sincerely apologize for the trouble just now. She isn't always like that. Sang-Huin nodded. Don't worry, I don't mind. Din Ho explained as they walked. Anyway, it seems Kim Mei will take quite a while, so just make yourself at home. Or maybe not. Just waiting around seems a bit boring, doesn't it? I know a pretty good way to kill time. Are you interested? Sang-Huin looked up at him. What are you talking about? Din Ho forcefully thrust his sword into the ground. It's nothing major. How about a light sparring match with me? Sang-Huin's expression completely changed. What? Why are you taking off your shirt? He was perplexed as he recalled his first encounter with Trang Li. Wait, hold on. Why is everyone in this guild the exact same? Do they have a tradition of challenging people they've just met to a fight? Seeing that he seemed uncomfortable, Din Ho hurriedly explained, You don't need to feel pressured. It's just that Kim Mai and Trang Li have seen your abilities with their own eyes, Sang-Huin, so I simply couldn't contain my curiosity. And I suppose you could also consider this a hobby of mine. After all, crossing swords with another swordsman reveals what kind of person they truly are. This time, Sang-Huin's attitude changed completely. I understand, he thought to himself, so he wants to test what kind of person I am with his own hands. He's so straightforward that it's annoying, to the point where I'm not even surprised anymore. He then pointed behind him. It looks like you didn't bring a weapon, so just pick any of the ones hanging over there. Sang-Huin interrupted him. No, it's fine. I have my weapon right here, and it's always with me. Sang-Huin opened his virtual inventory space. Hidden skill, special active skill, skill level 1. You can summon a subspace and store an item of your choice. As the level increases, the internal space will expand. Note, living creatures cannot be stored. He walked up to Din Ho, smiled, and suggested, Shall we begin right away then? This made him feel even more excited, bursting into loud laughter. I never thought you would use that kind of skill. I heard you were an interesting guy, and it turns out to be absolutely true. All right, let's start right now. His entire body suddenly enlarged tenfold, taking Sang-Huin by surprise. Din Ho immediately dashed towards Sang-Huin. Honestly, I was planning to go easy on you, but now I'm afraid that would be too insulting. I'll go all out from the very beginning. The scene shifted to the Eden Guild's CEO office. Dun Xian spoke with a resolute voice. Listen to your father this time. At this rate, that incident will happen again, and Kim Mai abruptly interrupted. Dad, I've told you so many times not to bring that up. He sighed and explained, I'm sorry, Kim Mai, but please understand that I'm just worried about you. She still didn't care at all. Forget it. I know what you're thinking right now. I'm leaving. Don't contact me. Dun Xian hurriedly called out from behind, Kim Mai, wait. Perhaps he also felt helpless with his own daughter. He immediately reached out to call his assistant. A voice rang out, yes, chairman, in listening.
Dun Xian suddenly asked a question. Manager Dang, you're still in contact with the association, right?
He nodded, of course. His expression immediately turned serious. Then I need you to do something for me. That player, Sang Win, his family and his past, investigate everything in full detail. Meanwhile, Sang Win was still staring at his opponent in confusion. Why did he suddenly get so huge? It seemed Din Ho couldn't wait any longer. Now then, the preparations are complete. A notification popped up. Training mode has begun. Players, do Din Ho, Sang Win. He excitedly took step after step forward. Are you ready? At the same time, training mode has been set up. Players may begin combat when ready. Number of players ready, 12.
Din Ha's massive figure completely overwhelmed Sang Win. He proposed, how about we only fight for exactly 2 rounds? Crossing swords twice is more than enough to determine a person's mettle. Just let me know when you're ready. He was still calculating. So this is Din Ha's giantification skill. Even though his size seems smaller than the giant grizzly bear I saw before, the pressure he gives off is multitudes greater. Truly worthy of a level 100 player, a real monster. But then again, that's only natural. They say that Du Kin Hoa changed the entire meta for swordsman with his all-rounder swordsman style, but that was only possible because he is Du Kin Hoa. Not every player can adapt to that style so easily. Other swordsmen, including those who rejected that style, focused entirely on strength, believing that it was the only real answer. Those people continue to train their bodies as well as their own raw power. I used to be one of them. However, a question arises. If Du Kin Hoa is the peak of the all-rounder swordsman meta, then who is at the top of the strength-based swordsman meta? There's still no single consensus worldwide, but at least in our country, the answer is already clear. It's Du Din Ho. With his skill, he has the ability to crush his opponents with just a single swing of his sword. No matter how the swordsman meta changes, he still perfectly protects his position. I wonder how well my fully developed strength will hold up against a player like him. Damn it, I'm getting so excited now. Sang Win nodded and announced, in ready. Let's start. A notification popped up. All players are now ready. The match will begin immediately. Current number of ready players, 22. Wasting no time, Din Ho directly charged in to initiate the fight. I like that attitude of yours. Such a decisive answer. True men always cast their doubts aside and prove themselves through action. Knowing that his opponent was not weak in the slightest, Sang Win frowned. Just by lifting his sword, he's creating gusts of wind that blow everything around him away. How am I going to parry that attack? With a defensive sword technique, or should I activate stun? No. Facing off against Do Din Ho means I'll have to use my own strength to fight against his. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared. Berserk skill activated. The user's body has been reinforced. The user's speed has been increased. The duelist title is currently active. Isolated target, player Du Din Ho. There is no one else within a 5-meter radius of the target except you. The effect of duelist has been activated. Din Ho excitedly rushed forward to attack. Now.
Let's start with a light blow, shall we? His brute force was incredibly terrifying, giving Sang Win a hard time. He had to remind himself, I have to stay calm. This is a clash of strength against Du Din Ho. Charging into a head-on collision is no different from suicide. That means I have to land a strike on his flank where the flow of his power is the weakest. Seeing Sang Win completely halt his attack left Din Ho incredibly surprised. Even though his body was small, nothing could deter him. His sword was forced down to the ground by Sang Win. On the contrary, this only made him more excited. How truly surprising. Din Ho realized, he blocked my attack. I'm amazed not just because he blocked it, but out of all the possible moves Sang Win could have made, this kid.
He could have dodged to the side, froze, thrown his sword. Countless different techniques popped into Din Ha's mind, but Sang Win was completely different. Out of all the possible choices, he chose a contest of strength. I never expected this. While he was still lost in thought, Sang Win slowly lifted his sword. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Din Ho jolted and seriously realized, I blanked out for a second there. This surge of energy is terrifying. That attack is too dangerous. He shouted an announcement, here I come. With the help of his skills, Sang Win started sweeping through the area. Even managed to push Din Ha's body backward. Perhaps due to his extreme excitement, he burst out laughing.
How long has it been since I was sent flying like this? And from such a small body, too. I've completely misjudged him.
Since I only heard about him through Kim Mai and Trang Li, I thought he was just a frog in a well, but Even though he was blown far away, Din Ho quickly regained his composure. He stared intently at his opponent. He's a true man indeed, just like me. Unable to hold back, he praised. Great attack, I'm truly surprised. Sang-Wen smiled and nodded. Thank you. Din Ho continued his analysis. I never thought you could knock me back with that small frame of yours. You really are a monster, just like the rumors say. He thought to himself, it's all thanks to my critical hit in a state of madness. Normally, most monsters would have exploded from that blow. But you're the real monster here, damn it. Sang-Wen calmly replied, I just got lucky. Din Ho raised the sword in his hand again. There's no need to be so modest. A real man doesn't need to hide behind false humility. I must apologize for holding back my strength until now. I will fight you with everything I have. Sang-Huen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Finally, he was going to use that move. This was the very attack Do Din Ho used to save countless lives during the incident that was supposed to happen 20 years from now. A relentless bombardment against meteors summoned by magic-wielding monsters. A single strike from his sword could destroy everything in its path. Do Din Ho's signature move, Starbreaker. While he was lost in thought, Din Ho elaborated, this technique is still incomplete. This is also the first time I've shown it to anyone else. I hope this satisfies you. Sang-Wen let out a soft sigh. I'm already satisfied that he wants to go all out against me. Damn it, this just proves how incredibly strong I've become. What should I do now? Even if that technique is still incomplete, blocking that attack right now is almost impossible. But still, I can't just give up like this. Then I'll have to unleash my strongest attack. I'll use acceleration, full strike, and frenzy for a counterattack. Right, with this combination, this is the strongest attack I currently have. Sang-Wen raised his great sword. I'm ready. He knew well in his heart that his strategy remained the same. Attack his flank, where his strength was least concentrated. Anyway, thinking about it now, it's actually kind of funny to be matching strength against a level 700 player. This terrifying moment had finally arrived. Sang-Wen tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Din Ho began to raise his sword into the air. He dashed rapidly toward him, not forgetting to announce, here I come. Sang-Wen told himself. But up until now, I've continuously overcome the impossible. So right now, and right here, I will overcome the impossible once again. Somewhere else, Kim Mai was walking down the hallway deep in thought. What Dun Cheon said earlier was giving her a massive headache, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. No, I have to go train with Sang-Wen now. I can't stay sad like this forever. Pull yourself together, Kim Mai. Suddenly, an earthquake struck the area, leaving everyone around in a state of utter panic. It quickly returned to normal, leaving everyone with puzzled expressions. An earthquake? What just happened? No, I think those were tremors from the training room. Sensing that something was wrong, Kim Mai hurriedly turned her head. Don't tell me. She sprinted toward the training room as fast as she possibly could. After stepping inside, Kim Mai screamed, Sang-Wen, what happened? Before her eyes was a room that had been completely destroyed. Still in disbelief at the sight before her, she saw the place was in absolute ruins. Kim Mai asked, what on earth happened here? Meanwhile, Din Ho slowly stood up and smiled, remarking, you really are full of surprises. Even though it was just training mode, I put all my strength into that attack, and yet, you were able to face it head-on. I truly didn't expect that. Sang-Wen was also completely drained of energy. He nodded and replied, thanks for the compliment, but it wasn't easy for me either. I think my wrist is broken. Din Ho tiredly reassured him, don't worry about that. We have top-tier medical facilities here at the Eden headquarters. This won't affect your training schedule with Kim Mai. He thought to himself, I'm acting as if I'm unscathed, but I actually took way more damage than I expected. I can't believe I was matched by a newly emerged rookie player. However, for some reason, I don't feel too bad about it. It must be because of that moment when my sword clashed with Sang-Huen's. His sword didn't feel like that of an ordinary rookie at all. That's right, it felt exactly like enduring an attack from a true veteran. God, a veteran? Seriously? How could that even be possible? And yet, it seems I still have a long way to go. A notification popped up. Training mode has ended. Din Ho slowly walked up to Sang-Wen. He apologized once again. Thank you for accepting my selfish request, Sang-Wen. I didn't expect this, but it became a moment for me to reflect on myself. Furthermore, I'm certain that no one in the Eden Guild will dare to doubt your abilities anymore, Sang-Wen. He suddenly extended his hand toward him, taking Sang-Wen by surprise. He stood up and smiled. Does that mean you just wanted to test me?
He nodded and laughed loudly, of course. You suddenly fell out of the sky, so I was a bit suspicious. However, I fully acknowledge you now. You truly are a real man, Sang-Win. Would you like to join the real men's club that I founded? If you agree. Kim Mai's voice cut him off. So this is what happened, huh? I understand everything now, Din Ho. Seeing that she had appeared out of nowhere, he startled and turned his head.
Unable to hold back any longer, she berated him continuously. Real men, my foot. I only asked you to guide Sang-Hwin, but what the hell are you doing here? This place is a total mess now. How are we supposed to train here? Din Ho looked awkward. We're dead. Sang-Hwin glanced at him. What do we do now? She was still furious. A real man wouldn't just ignore a friend's request like this, would he? He awkwardly tried to explain, no and sorry, Kim Mai. She then turned her scolding towards Sang-Hwin. You too, Sang-Hwin. You already have an appointment with me, so what is the meaning of this? Facing such a situation for the first time, he felt awkward. And sorry, Kim Mai. The scene shifted to the underground parking lot of Building C in the player town. Sang-Hwin exhaustedly opened his car door. Today's training had drained every last ounce of his life force. He recalled what had happened. It's my fault for not listening to Kim Mai and fighting Do Din Ho instead. Still, her constant scolding. Sang-Hwin, you better prepare yourself mentally. Her words only made him feel more despair. I didn't expect to have to train for 18 straight hours after that. If it were the old me, I would have logged out of this world 3 times over by now. Even so, it's great that this training session brought such rewarding results. I think we have about 2 days left until the Black Gate appears, right? I'll get some good rest between now and then. A voice from behind caught his attention. Are you Sang-Win? What a coincidence. It's nice to meet you. Did you just finish training? Seeing the unfamiliar woman in front of him left him a bit bewildered. Sang-Win stepped toward her and asked, who might you be? Holding the business card in his hand, Sang-Hwin realized she was Lee Trang-hai.
Realizing her identity, he chuckled and conversed. So you're a scout from the association. In his mind, he thought, I was pretty surprised when she greeted me by name. I thought it was an acquaintance from my past life, but it's definitely not. She nodded and cheerfully chatted. Yes, am Lee Trang-hai, a strategic scout from Recon Team 4. To recruit you, Sang-Hwin, I've been gathering information on you all this time. But what a surprise to run into you here. He was somewhat speechless. Aren't people usually supposed to keep that a secret? I'm a bit tired today, so I'll be taking my leave. If you have any questions regarding recruitment, please ask me later. I'll call you back using the number on your card.
Suddenly, Trang-hai stepped closer and requested, wait, could you please answer just this one thing for me? Is it true that you have zero interest in becoming a player affiliated with the association? Sang-Hwin turned his head and clarified, no, not at the moment. An excited smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. I figured as much. One personal question. Can I ask one last thing? Sang-Hwin's expression grew even more tired. So exhausting. Fine, all right, as long as it's something I can answer. He thought to himself, what's her deal? Isn't she being way too persistent? I feel like I'm going to pass out any second. Why couldn't she save this for another time? Trang-hai asked the burning question in her mind. Sang-Hwin, is your ability a skill that allows you to copy or even steal other skills? Or do you possess an ability that lets you see the future? These sudden words made Sang-Hwin freeze completely. What?
In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to Uedo, the entrance to the Black Gate. A luxurious supercar swiftly pulled up to the location. Kim Mai stepped out of the car and instructed, I'll call you later, driver. The chauffeur replied, understood, miss. Please be careful. Glancing around the area, she let out a soft sigh. I arrived earlier than expected. That means I can prepare faster, so it's fine. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Kim Mai curiously called out, Sang-Hwin. Oppa, you're here so early. I also got here sooner than expected, so do you want to warm up? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed something was wrong. She hurriedly checked again. Who are you? Sang-Hwin wearily recognized Kim Mai. You're here.
Stepping closer to observe, she was quite taken aback.
What's wrong? Did something happen? I thought you were a monster for a second. Sang-Hwin waved his hands and smiled, explaining, it's nothing. Nothing happened. I'm fine. He thought to himself, damn it, that whole thing has been bothering me non-stop. I couldn't sleep a wink. I feel like I could pass out at any moment right now. I stayed up all night investigating that woman but found absolutely nothing. This feeling of anxiety is going to kill me. I didn't expect someone to suspect my unique skill and my regression so soon. Flashback. Seeing him out reply, Trang-hai waved goodbye. Aren't you going to answer me? Well then, see you later. This made Sang-Win even more uneasy. I thought I was being so careful. How the hell did someone figure it out so fast? And normally, who would even suspect someone of regressing?
This isn't good. I feel like I've been completely seen through by some weirdo. What do I do now? How do I make her stop suspecting me? Should I just lay low and observe for now? Or should I take the initiative to get close and befriend her? Maybe invite her out for drinks? No, wouldn't that just make me look even more suspicious? Seeing Sang-Hwin spaced out like he'd lost his soul, Kim Mai called out, "Oppa. Be honest with me, did something happen? Or should we cancel today's raid?" He hurriedly shook his head. "No, I promise I'm completely fine. Nothing happened at all. We can't let this opportunity go to waste. By the way, Kim Mai, I've never seen that bow before. Did you get a new one?" She chuckled and explained, "This. I was just about to show it off to you. This is an epic tier holy relic that I borrowed from the Kurokawa Guild in Japan. We've had a partnership with them for a long time, so I went all out preparing for this raid." Hearing that, he gave a forced smile. That's really amazing. Inwardly, he thought, is it really that easy to borrow an epic tier artifact? How much did that even cost? No, I'm about to get my own epic tier item soon anyway. I shouldn't be jealous of things like this. You can do this, Sang-Win. For now, just focus on securing an epic tier artifact. I'll worry about Litrang Hai from the recon team later. Not wanting to waste any more time, he spoke up. Well then, even though it's a bit earlier than planned, why don't we just get started right now? Seeing that Sang-Win was ready, Kim Mai became even more eager. Yes, let's go. The two of them slowly proceeded inside the dungeon.
Sang-Hwin muttered to himself as he walked. That's right, who cares? As long as I get an epic tier item, that's all that matters. Whether my regression gets exposed or not, I just need to focus on what needs to be done. Realizing something was off with him, Kim Mai felt even more perplexed. Sang-Hwin really has no self-awareness at all. It's truly amazing. Why does he think I went through all the trouble to borrow this? What I witnessed with my own eyes a few days ago shocked me to my core. Less than greater than. I already knew that Sang-Hwin's growth rate was abnormally fast. After all, I've been watching him all this time. But about 15 hours after we started training, right? All of a sudden, he said he just learned a new skill and wanted to test it out. Seeing her get blown backward, he was extremely worried. Kim Mai, are you okay?
The event from that day still left her astounded.
The training ground was built to be indestructible, yet it was brought down in a single strike. Sang-Win had anxiously pointed at the shattered wall. What do we do now? Do I have to pay for this? No, wait, I didn't know it would crumble like this. Kim Mai wondered in confusion. Does he really think I can keep up with him if I don't borrow an epic tier artifact? That's why I prepared so thoroughly today. I won't stay behind his shadow forever. The two of them arrive at the entrance to the void forest inside the Black Gate. The place seemed incredibly ordinary as they slowly made their way through. Kim Mai remained highly vigilant, turning her head to scan their surroundings.
Sang-Hwin smiled as he talked to her. Being cautious is good, but don't worry too much.
Maintaining a defensive stance drains a lot of stamina. She laughed and nodded. That's true. Actually, this place is quite different from what the preliminary investigations said, so I'm just a little nervous. I heard this is a forest full of supernatural phenomena, but it looks like that was a bit of an exaggeration. Sang-Hwin's expression grew serious. I studied this gate in my past life too, but could this place really have changed this much? This is the first time I'm experiencing a difference from my past life. It's a bit worrying. While the two were still lost in their own thoughts, a monster suddenly appeared. Kim Mai immediately went into a combat-ready stance. There really is a monster ahead. It looks like an orc, doesn't it?
Sang-Hwin suddenly felt a surge of excitement.
No, that's... He reminded himself, right? Everything is definitely different from my past life. This isn't just a simple change anymore. He nodded and observed a giant goblin. Wasting no time, immediately charged toward them to attack. Sang-Hwin took a defensive stance. Here it comes. Kim Mai. He suddenly made a hand sign in front of her. Time flashed back to the previous night. Sang-Hwin smiled and suggested, after thoroughly studying the Black Gate, I have a proposal. From now on, let's use this. What do you think? At that time, she was still confused. Your fingers? You mean we're going to use hand signs to signal each other? Sang-Hwin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. To prepare for extreme high-tension situations, we'll simulate every possible scenario and communicate using hand signs.
This time, Kim Mai turned to look at him with a puzzled gaze.
Every possible scenario. Do we even have enough time for that? The expedition is just a few days away. But he was very confident in his calculations. Don't worry. I said every possible scenario, but we only need to learn the basic movements. Everything else will just happen naturally. But it won't always be easy to remember and use them right on the spot. Then we only have one option left. Well, focus on repetitive training and form patterns to deal with any situation. That way, we'll be able to use hand signs in the most natural way possible, assuming we actually succeed in memorizing them. Then we'll be able to clear this expedition flawlessly. Back in the present, Sang-Win smiled. Now, in holding up 2 fingers. What does this mean? Kim Mai stayed silent in thought for a moment. That is.
What was it again? Oh, I remember. When a monster charges straight at us. As the goblin lunged forward to attack, the 2 of them dodged in opposite directions. Kim Mai continued her analysis. We dodge in 2 opposite directions, right? Sang-Win nodded, prompting her. That's right, and what about the next step? She recalled what he had taught her. After that, the monsters will instinctively target the weaker one, and chances are high that it's going to be me. It'll shoot an arrow while dodging, because if we know who its target is, then before it can even make a move, I can shoot arrows straight into its joints and restrict its mobility right away. He nodded in analysis. Exactly, and when its movements are restricted, even without using skills, we can still create an opening. She suddenly spoke up. But Sang-Win Oppa, I think that's going to be my limit in doing that. I don't think I can deal a critical hit. Kim Mai fired an arrow straight at the monster, and just one strike completely dismantled its body. Realizing her own overpowered strength left her in awe. What is this power? I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet. Is this the power of a mythic tier holy relic? I didn't even draw the bowstring that hard, yet it's already this devastating. If I put all my strength into a shot, could I finish it off in a single blow? After that attack, the goblin realized its opponents were not easy to deal with. It hastily gathered its remaining strength, intending to launch a desperate death charge at Kim Mai, which caught her somewhat off guard. Sang-Win's steady voice rang out. It's true that landing a critical hit will be tough, but that's fine, because I'll exploit the opening you create. He leaped into the air, aiming straight for the goblin. Channeling all his strength, he violently smashed its body into the ground. Obviously, this monster was no match for Sang-Win to finish it off. Through their combined efforts, the giant monster was completely taken care of. Sang-Win jumped back down to the ground and called out, Kim Mai, it seems your firepower just skyrocketed compared to before. She sighed and suggested, I think we should recalculate our tactics. We need to factor in the power of my new bow, too. He nodded in agreement. That's true. If you had aimed straight for its head just now, it would have been much safer for you. Looks like we'll have to tweak our strategies a bit. Sang-Win thought to himself, just as expected from a mythic tier item, huh? Kim Mai's firepower feels like it's tripled now. No, it's got to be 5 times stronger than before. This gate will probably be a lot easier to clear if we know how to utilize that power well. Seeing his pensive expression, she stepped forward and said, Anyway, it's a relief that our teamwork is still so amazing, isn't it? Good thing we practice so hard. He nodded in confirmation. Yeah. You reacted faster than I thought. You must have trained really hard, huh? Kim Mai forced a wry smile. Yes. She suddenly recalled the previous night. This one is move number 37. She grumbled internally. Whose fault do you think that is, huh? Do you know how many times I had to rewatch our training videos just so I wouldn't fall behind? I thought my eyes were going to pop out of my skull. Sang-Win suddenly spoke up in praise. Great job, since our rehearsal ends here. Let's begin the real battle. Before the 2 of them, 2 other giant monsters appeared. From above, another monster was silently observing their actions. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity. It didn't seem like an easy one to deal with. Seeing this situation, Sang-Win let out an amused laugh. Is it because we took down their buddy so easily? They aren't attacking right away, but are actually observing us. If that's how they want to play, it's to our advantage. With his divine eye skill, Sang-Win confirmed the number of monsters in this area to be 10. He asked himself in confusion, there aren't as many as I thought, huh? Is it because we're still near the entrance? He suddenly spoke up. There are 10 of them in total, including the one we first saw. According to the preliminary survey info, it's highly likely an assassin goblin. It seems to be using a stealth skill. Hearing this, Kim Mai immediately decided, is that so? Then I think using the 4-2 tactic will. Sang-Win turned his head and explained, no, there are no ranged monsters, so let's go with that tactic. She was quite taken aback by his words, that tactic. Her expression worsened. Wait, Oppa, don't tell me. No, I refuse. Why do we have to use that? Isn't 4-2 the standard maneuver to deal with stealth skill monsters?
That's the right way to do it. Or we could use number 4 to fight a group of monsters. Are you even listening to me? Seeing the two of them seemingly arguing, the surrounding monsters were quite curious. Left with no other choice, Kim Mai sat on Sang Huin's greatsword. Please explain, why do we have to do this? He smiled and said, you know perfectly well why, right, Kim Mai?
Your firepower is far more terrifying than we anticipated, so there's no reason for us not to fully exploit that advantage. No matter how I calculate it, this is the most optimal tactic right now. It seems she really didn't want to go through with this. I know that very well, but fine, whatever. Let's just do it your way. It's not like I can ever change your mind anyway. Sang Huin couldn't wait any longer. All right, let's get started. He calculated inwardly. If there are no ranged attacking monsters in the dungeon. That's right, securing the safest sniper position is the tactic with the absolute advantage right now. This is. The sudden action of the two left the monsters extremely perplexed. Kim Mei's entire body was launched high into the air. It was all within Sang Huin's calculations. The human cannonball tactic, Kim Mai. Perhaps out of fear, she screamed in despair. Seriously, I hate flying through the air like this. I don't even ride roller coasters because I hate this feeling to death. Immediately after, a change occurred in her legs. At the same time, the level 4 flight skill was activated. The system announced, for 5 minutes, your falling speed from high altitudes will be significantly reduced. Kim Mai said with a voice full of determination, okay, this will do. It better work. On this side, Sang Huin charged straight toward where the two monsters were. They seemed to lose all reason, howling madly. With just one arrow from Kim Mai, one of them was sent to meet its ancestors. Everything happened so fast that the remaining monster couldn't even process what had occurred. With a thud, it was completely dealt with as well. Seeing everything go according to plan, Sang Huin chuckled. All right, he thought to himself. I kind of expected this. But it truly is one shot, one kill. This isn't just thanks to the mythic tier. I'm not sure if it's the result of her training or just the amount of time that's passed since last time, but Kim Mai's aim has gotten so much sharper. I can see the shadow of the Fairy of Slaughter Kim Mai from my past life in her right now. It seems it's not just me, others are also gradually becoming stronger. I'm honestly quite surprised that there would come a time when Kim Mai herself is the one motivating me like this. Alright, next up is. Both of them were aiming for the monster deep inside the forest. A stream of dark aura gradually formed its body, along with glowing red eyes that looked like they could incinerate everything. Realizing there were intruders in its territory, the beast surveyed its surroundings. As Kim Mai lunged forward, it too readied itself for the upcoming battle. At that exact moment, Sang Huin abruptly appeared before its eyes, warning it, that's enough. Before it could even comprehend what was happening, he claimed its head. He told himself, I have to properly support Kim Mai. Having dealt with this obstacle, Sang Huin laughed. Even though I didn't expect this situation, but I guess the day where I'm genuinely getting carried by Kim Mai has finally arrived. From midair, she drew her bow once again. Her eyes locked straight onto her prey, 7 monsters remaining. At the same time, the multi-target lock skill was activated. Multi-target lock has selected 7 targets. All the monsters below were now in Kim Mei's crosshairs. There was likely no way for them to escape. Right after, she activated the Stardust skill. 7 arrows fired in 7 different directions, completely taking out every single monster simultaneously. The scene shifted to the Hollow Forest, which was also the resting area of the World Tree. Inside, Sang Huin and Kim Mei sat quite far apart. Feeling a bit awkward, he called out, Kim Mei, when are you going to stop being mad at me? She didn't even seem to care about him, in your dreams. 6 times. You made me do that 6 times. How could you make me do that 6 times, huh? That's right, I had to fly up 6 times. Sang Huin awkwardly explained. The place was crawling with monsters everywhere. We didn't really have any other choice. Even so, she refused to forgive him. I'm asking you why I was the only one killing monsters, huh? I know I can do it, but isn't 6 times a bit too much? Do you have any idea how many arrows I shot today? Sang Huin silently pondered her words. Well, it was a bit much, but it's been so long since I felt like I was being carried like this, so I just couldn't contain my excitement. What should I do now? I don't think normal gifts can soothe Kim Mei's mood right now. She can buy anything herself anyway. Suddenly, he remembered something. Sang Huin's face revealed a triumphant smile. Come to think of it, there is a way. Holding a pan in his hand, he dove into cooking. Adding various spices to the pot, he felt a bit excited. It's been a long time since I had the chance to show off my skills like this, he thought to himself.
In a situation like this, a delicious meal is the most perfect way to relieve a bad mood.
A delicious aroma began to spread everywhere. Even though she was sulking, Kim Mai could smell the food. She silently realized something wasn't right. When Kim Mai turned around, Sang Win said, "There you are, perfect timing. I just finished too." She was a bit confused. "What are you doing?" He brought a plate of delicious food in front of her. "Don't be like that. We still have a long way to go, so I thought having something to eat right now would be the perfect way to lift our spirits." The dish she cooked was an occasional adventurer's beef Wellington. While Kim Mai was still surprised, Sang Win urged her, "All right, let's eat." Even though she was still mad, she decided to try a bite. The moment she put it in her mouth, the flavor bursting inside surprised her. Kim Mai immediately praised it. "It's so good! What on earth is this? How could you make something like this?" He nodded, pleased. "I'm glad you like it." She looked thrilled. "The texture is truly unique. Where did you get this meat? I've never eaten anything like this." Hearing this, Sang Huin showed a forced smile. "I found something that looked like a rabbit." Kim Mai totally believed it. "Really? That's awesome. Do you think we can catch a few more on our way out?" He thought helplessly to himself. "Sorry, I can't tell you the truth, Kim Mai, but as long as you feel better, that's what matters most. I'll take this secret to my grave because what I used was actually the meat of the monster I hunted. This meat is top-notch." Kim Mai delightedly said, "I feel much better. Thank you so much." Sang Huin awkwardly nodded. It was kobold meat. A while later, both of them were full.
Kim Mai rubbed her belly. "That was really delicious, thanks again, Sang Huin." He shook his head and replied, "No, and the one who should be thanking you." "The next area is the final one from the preliminary survey, right?" She smiled and confirmed, "That's where the night guards appear. After that, we won't have any info on the upcoming areas, but it'll be fine. I'm all fueled up now." Hearing that, Sang Huin immediately suggested, "You're right. Then let's rest a bit more before heading out." She suddenly voiced her thoughts. "Oppa, I've caused you a lot of unnecessary trouble recently, haven't I? I'm sorry, I should have said this earlier, but it's all my fault for being too careless." He laughed and replied, "You mean those rumors about me being your new boyfriend, or how you throw money at me and exploit me like a slave?"
Kim Mai immediately reacted strongly. "Slave? No one ever said that." Sang Huin stared at her, "But they did. It's fine. I don't really mind, so you shouldn't worry about it either." Her mood was a bit complicated. "It's just that I saw how amazing you were and felt genuinely drawn to it, but the media keeps publicizing these bizarre misunderstandings." Sang Huin didn't seem to care much. "It's fine, people are just like that. On the other hand, it also shows just how much attention we're getting, right? It feels like I became famous thanks to you, so it's kind of fun sometimes." She glanced at him. "What are you talking about? Even without me, you'd still get a lot of attention. Your progress is really cool." Suddenly, his mood brightened. "You think so? Anyway, you don't have to apologize for that. No matter what the media says, we'll still be there for each other when needed." All working relationships are like that, right? Kim Mai suddenly fell silent for a moment.
Meanwhile, Sang Win casually continued the conversation. "Man, people really do love silly rumors, huh?" Her next words left him dumbfounded. What if it's not like that? What if it's not just a working relationship? What would happen then? Elsewhere, a female streamer was live streaming a sale. "Hello everyone watching on YouTube. Today's dish is braised kobold tenderloin." What's that? Are you wondering what kind of pathogens monster meat might carry, so you're a bit hesitant to eat it? Don't worry, kobold meat is very similar to the meat we usually eat, so it doesn't have any weird pathogens. You can enjoy it with peace of mind.
Oh, right. Now that I think about it, some people are allergic to kobold meat. The symptoms are a bit strange. The main ones are feeling hazy and having lowered inhibitions. You could say the person becomes incredibly honest. Back on the other side, Kim Mai asked, "What if it's not just a working relationship?" This situation startled Sang Win. What is she suddenly talking about? Wait, don't tell me. This is an allergic reaction to kobold meat. Previously, Kim Lian had also reacted, "I want to be a bird." Sang Win had stood aside bewildered and replied, "Right, sure. Being a bird sounds nice. They can fly." He panicked as he realized only 1 in 10,000 people gets it, so I didn't even think about it. I never expected Kim Mai to have it too. Back when a member of my party had an allergic reaction, it was pure hell. Think carefully. How should I react in a situation like this? Suddenly, he remembered the streamer's words. However, don't worry, there's a great way to deal with someone who has a kobold meat allergy. Sang Win's eyes lit up. That's it. That's the only way.
He slowly lowered his head. Well, Kim Mai, the truth is, I want to become a bird. She suddenly turned her head to look at him. Time seemed to pass as they both froze for 3 seconds. Kim Mai's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she hurriedly asked, "A bird?" He nodded and said, "A real bird." Her face visibly turned red. "You're so silly, as if there are fake birds." He told himself, just pretend you're also allergic so the other person doesn't feel embarrassed about it. The next morning, the two continued deep into the forest. But this time, neither of them could say a word to each other. Seeing that the situation was a bit off, Kim Mai called out, Sangwin Appa? He nodded in response. What is it? She was a bit awkward about that time. Before Kim Mai could finish, he interrupted. It was really delicious, wasn't it? But I think it has a very strange hallucinogenic effect. Let's not eat that anymore. Yeah. Sangwin thought with determination. Just grit your teeth and bear it, don't admit to it. Even if I only acted like that to stop Kim Mai from feeling embarrassed. Acting like that at my age is way too humiliating. Damn it. Back then, Kim Mai constantly praised him. You really look like a bird, while Sangwin kept flapping his wings. Like this. A really big bird. What do you think? Too embarrassed, you walked ahead. I think we're almost there. Let's prepare for battle. Kim Mai chuckled and thought to herself, thank goodness, he's just deliberately brushing it off. What the hell is wrong with me, confessing my feelings out of nowhere like that? But with a hint of helplessness in her voice, she added, it's not like I didn't mean it though. Hearing something, Sangwin turned around confusedly. Did you say something, Kim Mai? She hurriedly waved her hands. It's nothing. Growls echoed from their surroundings and he sharply detected the problem. Walking up to a high cliff, he called out, Kim Mai. She nodded in understanding, I see them too. In front of them were 5 monsters sitting perfectly still. Looking at these ugly monsters, Sangwin immediately recognized them. They were a pack of night guards. What do you think, Kim Mai? Do you think you can shoot through them? She thought for a moment and replied, I'm not too confident. It might be tough. According to the preliminary survey, their skin is really thick. I think landing a decisive blow in a single strike will probably be difficult. Sangwin nodded in response. Looks like we can't count on the same good luck we had earlier. At the same time, he calculated it makes sense. Even when using an epic tier artifact, trying to pierce their defenses is still a tough job with Kim Mai's current strength. As Kim Mai grows and becomes stronger, she'll be able to do it easily, but she hasn't reached that level yet. Thinking of this, he proposed, all right, then why don't we attack them head on? She said firmly, just give me the signal, I'll definitely keep up. Realizing something was wrong, Sangwin was startled. Wait a minute. Kim Mai, do they usually move in packs? After thinking, she answered, now that you mention it, I've never heard of that. Was this information something the preliminary survey failed to find? All of them turned their heads toward the two simultaneously. An invisible pressure bore down, startling Sangwin. Kim Mai, he realized, damn it, those things. They knew we were coming. There's no way normal monsters could coordinate with each other to this extent. With no other choice, the two turned and retreated. Run. This is definitely. As soon as they left the ground, they're suddenly shattered. A night guard used its massive body to relentlessly close in on them. This forced both of them to expend mana to run away as fast as possible. Seeing them act so frenzied, he suddenly understood. It's a sign that a commander monster is nearby. At the same time, the mid-boss, the invincible guard king, appeared. Less than greater than. Sangwin jumped onto a high branch. I knew it. Kim Mai was about to say something. Thank you, that was really close. Before she could finish, the two realized danger was approaching again. A giant monster began charging to attack. Sangwin was the first to react. Kim Mai's expression turned even more grave. This is bad. This signal, 3, means a series of rapid close-range attacks. The two continued to fight together, moving from one side to the other. Even though the opponent was also very strong, the two worked together perfectly. The monster was knocked backward. With just one top-tier arrow from Kim Mai, the moment it fell to the ground, she turned her head and announced, Oppa, I'm done. Next is. Before she could even rest, another monster kept charging at her. Its eyes were fierce, looking as if it wanted to tear her into 100 pieces. Perhaps because it was so sudden, she couldn't do anything else. At the critical moment, it was still Sangwin who rushed forward with his sword. He was quite angry at its actions. You pig-nosed bastard. At the same time, he activated his speed skill, a physical enhancement skill that allows for explosive speed far beyond human limits. Double speed consumes 20 mana per second, while triple speed consumes 30 and quadruple speed consumes 40. Everything happens so fast. Before the monster could even understand what was happening, Sang-Win appeared right in front of its eyes. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. With just a basic strike, he finished off this giant monster. Kim Mai hurriedly ran over in worry. Sang-Win Oppa. He sighed and remarked, its body is really tough. It took that hit head-on and still walked out completely unscathed. The boss muttered, its words grating on the ears. Grasping the current situation, he let out a soft sigh. It seems that Invincible title isn't just for show. Even so, if we keep fighting like this, well, definitely take it down eventually. But I want to save some stamina for the final boss. Left with no other choice, he made his decision. Perhaps it's time to use that. Sang-Win spoke up, Kim Mai. She immediately approached him. Yes, what should we do now? The next sight left her completely frozen. The corner of Sang-Win's mouth curled up slightly as he asked, you know what this means, right?
She knew better than anyone else. Signal 1 meant. Kim Mai nodded and declared, all right, I understand. Seeing her leave, the mid-boss was extremely confused. It didn't want to let anyone escape from here. She, however, calmly leaped up high to observe the entire situation. Although she was still filled with worry against an enemy with such high defense, this was the right tactic. But I've never actually seen him use that skill in real combat before. Is this really going to be okay? Sang-Win couldn't wait any longer either. Let's begin. He stepped back to maintain a safe distance. At the same time, he tightly gripped the precious sword in his hands. Sang-Win's powers suddenly erupted, startling the mid-boss. It couldn't have imagined that the seemingly ordinary human before it possessed such terrifying strength. He burst into laughter, seemingly understanding its fear. It seems you still don't understand what's happening, do you? But don't worry, you won't have time to think about it. It'll end this very quickly. These words infuriated the mid-boss even more, making it scream in a frenzy. Not to be outdone, Sang-Win clashed head-on with this giant monster. The scene here gradually became utterly devastating. His sword was engulfed in a sea of flames. In the very next second, a transformation occurred. Sang-Win's footsteps were so forceful that the ground shattered. He seemed to transform into a completely different person, pouring all his strength into this battle. His face revealed a clear smile of anticipation. Let's give this a try in actual combat. The move he used was the Sword of Destruction. Hidden skill. Active skill. Skill level 1. Consumes a portion of mana to accumulate destructive energy into your sword. If you do not have more than 50% of your mana capacity, you cannot activate the Sword of Destruction. The destructive energy will vary depending on the amount of mana consumed. The mid-boss' entire body was torn into 100 pieces by this strike. Clearly, it was no match for Sang-Win. An absolutely horrifying scene unfolded here. Ground crumbled along with hundreds of fragments from the mid-boss body, reducing the area to ruins. A notification popped up. Congratulations on conquering the mid-boss, the Guardian King. Finally, a radiant smile appeared on Sang-Win's lips. He felt that life was truly beautiful. Yes, this is it. This performance is absolutely amazing. I finally have my first one-shot skill right after my regression. While he was still rejoicing, the system suddenly announced, the Sword of Destruction has consumed all your mana. You will enter a state of mana depletion in 3, 2. Time rewound to a few days prior at the special training room of the Eden Guild. Watching Kim Mei's combat style took Sang-Win completely by surprise. He hastily called out to stop her. Kim Mai, wait. Barely had he finished his sentence when the surrounding monsters were completely wiped out by her. She turned to look at him in confusion. What's wrong all of a sudden? We were doing so well. Sang-Win shook his head and replied, sorry. There's just something I need to check right now. He excitedly looked at his current stats. I can finally get my hands on this skill. The Sword of Destruction. It's one of the finishing moves I used in my past life. Have I finally met the conditions to use swordsmanship based on consuming mana up to a certain limit? I managed it quite fast in this life. How many years did it take me to acquire this skill in my past life? Yet now I've obtained it in less than a month. Less than greater than. The Sword of Destruction is a finishing type skill that all swordsmen will achieve given enough time, which is why it is sometimes called a basic right of a swordsman, even though this skill is normally used as a finishing blow. Its applications are limitless, depending on the user's proficiency, and it can also be seen as a way to evaluate someone's true capability. For example, concentrating destructive energy right at the tip of the sword, or using all one's mana to the absolute limit and unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful strike. With my artifact-absorbing skill, mana manipulation techniques are something I naturally have to master, and this has become an essential move that I use frequently.
Even so, to be honest, that was something I only realized near the end of my life. I wasn't able to utilize it to its fullest potential. However, everything is different now. If the current me acquires the Sword of Destruction, then it will significantly increase my chances of winning. Faced with Sang-Hwin's terrifying attack, even Kim Mai had to scream out. Taken aback, she couldn't believe her eyes. No way, she thought to herself. Has he become even stronger than the last time I saw him? How is that possible? The next scene made Kim Mai freeze entirely. Right after dealing with the mid-boss, Sang-Hwin collapsed onto the ground. Anxiously, she hurried over and called out Sang-Hwin. He, however, was just muttering to himself, I need mana. For a while after that, Sang-Hwin had to continuously replenish his energy. As his mana gradually recovered, he finally felt relieved. I was almost a goner. Thank you so much, Kim Mai. I didn't expect you to be carrying mana recovery potions on you. You're a true lifesaver. She looked at him in confusion. Did you just use up all your mana for that strike? Isn't that drastically different from what we planned? You said you would finish them off with a single blow to save stamina, right? So how could you just collapse like that? Hearing this, Sang-Hwin gave an awkward smile. Sorry about that. It's been a long time since I last used it, so I got a bit too excited. It was incredibly overwhelming. She curiously turned to look at him. Didn't you just use it for the first time recently? Why are you acting as if you've been using it for ages? Realizing he had slipped up, Sang-Hwin froze. He hurriedly changed the subject. Well, you see, a few days ago already feels like a long time. Don't they say the world can change overnight? Things are changing so fast lately, right? The world nowadays just... Kim Mai remarked, you're acting highly suspicious. This made Sang-Hwin even more flustered. What do you mean? Anyway, Kim Mai, the Eden Guild is truly amazing. I never imagined you'd be supplied with such highly concentrated mana potions. It's genuinely unbelievable. She smiled back. If you like it that much, why don't you join our guild? It's not even that expensive. I'll get you a lifetime supply. He was quite surprised by this. You really sound like a businesswoman. By the way, how much is this? I'll pay you back. I can't just take it for free. She casually replied, around 500 million won, I guess. Sang-Hwin chuckled. I see. It's really not that expensive if it's only around that much. Realizing something wasn't quite right, Sang-Hwin suddenly froze. He hurriedly corrected himself. Wait, did you say 50 million? That's a bit pricey, but... Kim Mai replied in a matter-of-fact tone. I said it's around 500 million. He nodded in understanding. I get it, so I just misheard you earlier. 500 million. Got it. In that case, Bleg. Sang-Hwin tried to throw up what he had just drunk back into the bottle. Kim Mai reminded him from behind. I'm not going to make you pay me back, so just drink it. After traveling for a long time, the two of them reached the deepest part of Breathless Village, a place called the Hollow Forest. It was still Sang-Hwin walking in front with Kim Mai following closely behind. Neither of them spoke a word. Looking around this place, a sudden realization hit him. I'm certain of it now. I knew something was off the moment we entered this dungeon. But this place, it has changed far too much compared to what I knew of it. Even if his forest is different, I've never seen or heard of a monster village of this massive scale existing here. I think this is the first time there's been such a drastic deviation from my past life. Just in case of emergencies, I should tell Kim Mai what I can. Any information about the final boss will definitely be useful. He called out, Kim Mai. I think the final boss of this dungeon will be... Hearing this, she looked at him in surprise. The final boss? How do you? Suddenly, her figure became a blurry illusion in this space. Time seemed to stop altogether. Sang-Hwin realized that time here had come to a complete standstill. His expression instantly changed. Time just stopped. While Sang-Hwin was still bewildered and trying to grasp the situation, the goddess of luck appeared. She gently touched his face. The goddess of luck said, the words you just spoke have been blocked so that no constellation in the Dimensional Legion could hear you. This made him turn his head in sheer astonishment. Goddess, he thought to himself. A constellation just intervened in the physical world. No, more importantly, why did the goddess? The goddess of luck informed him of a crucial truth. When others find out what makes you special, you will no longer be special. Sang-Hwin was about to say something else. Wait, goddess, does that mean you already knew that? Everything returned to normal. Kim Mai looked at him in confusion. What exactly were you going to say? Could it be that you already know something about the final boss? Sang-Hwin shook his head and hurriedly explained, No, I think I was just mistaken. This place just looked like a video I saw on YouTube. She suddenly found it a bit amusing. What on earth? That's so silly. But it's fine, I get mixed up like that sometimes too. Even so, the final boss might appear soon, so we need to stay vigilant. It's good that you mentioned it. Sang-Hwin was still lost in his own thoughts. Was that a warning, or was it protection? Whatever it was, it seems the goddess of luck knows something about my regression. Have I been too complacent? Right, I forgot that I could be targeted at any moment, just like the shadow hunter I saw before. If any constellation finds my regression bothersome, it'll become their top priority prey. Whether they strike directly or use a contract, it'll be in massive trouble.
Furthermore, I need to pay much more attention to them. Yes, I cannot let myself become their target. He suddenly remembered the Predator Network. They are a group of heretic players who kill other players using special methods and snatch away the constellations they've contracted with or, alternatively, absorb their energy. This dark player group forged their identities to avoid detection by the association. The Predator Network is the very criminal syndicate that nearly drove the world to ruin in my past life. Among them is Luca Vile, the man considered to be their leader. If I get caught by him, let alone growing stronger, I won't even have the chance to keep living. For that reason, I must grow powerful enough to face them head-on. Thinking of this, Sang-Hwin suddenly spoke up. Quietly, so we don't attract their attention. Kim Mai immediately suggested, then let's search this area and see. We can split up to look. He suddenly understood. Right, and not entirely sure what exactly the goddess is trying to warn me about, but for now, I must avoid leaking any information about my regression. Even if that makes this expedition more difficult, it's still better than dying. Sang-Hwin ventured deeper into the village. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, turning the scene into one of utter chaos. On the tree trunks, there were marks as if they had been clawed open by a ferocious beast. Sang-Hwin silently observed every single trace left behind in this place. Finding it amusing, he let out a chuckle. You left some pretty obvious clues, didn't you? He thought to himself. It's no different from a child's work. You're marking this village as your trophy. He turned his head and asked, You're a hunter, right? He had made up his mind. Then well play by your rules. In this childish hunting game, Kim Mai was also searching for tracks elsewhere. Everything felt off, making her a bit anxious. I'm sure of it. Something dangerous is hiding nearby. There were monster corpses and traces of predation all over the village. Even though the bodies were far apart, their state of decay was similar, which meant this monster was extremely confident in its speed. Kim Mai quietly observed her surroundings. When she noticed something unusual, she immediately signaled an attack. But she had miscalculated its speed. Kim Mai's arrow struck the ground hard. Her expression instantly changed. Too fast. I just sensed it, and it's already gone. Handling this alone is too dangerous. I need to send a signal to Sang-Hwin. But the monster had already appeared behind her. Kim Mai's face was filled with pure terror as she realized the dire situation. Kim Mai suddenly realized the monster was already standing behind her back. It immediately raised its claws into the air, preparing to strike. Just as it touched Kim Mai's body, something strange suddenly happened. The monster stared at its prey in utter confusion. At the same time, the pendant around Kim Mai's neck shattered. A fatal blow was blocked thanks to the holy relic's effect, Maria's necklace. She was furious, blaming only herself. Damn it! I can't believe Maria's necklace was destroyed, losing it in such a stupid way. If it launches another attack right now, I'm dead for sure. Think, what should I do next? Create some distance. Kim Mai hurriedly stepped back to maintain a safe gap. But the monster's speed was still far too fast, and the two began a game of tag. She knew clearly in her heart that her opponent was an assassin-type monster, her exact counter. But this was exactly the kind of enemy she had prioritized training for. Recall what Trang Li said, I have to stay calm and remember. Back then, Trang Li had warned her seriously. First, you must fight a battle of speed. Kim Mai approached her curiously. Does that mean I should avoid a direct confrontation? She nodded in confirmation. That's right. A player weak in close combat should avoid one-on-one situations as much as possible. If you face an enemy faster than your arrows, things will get troublesome. This made her extremely worried. That's true. Then, Trang Li suddenly interrupted, but you never know what will happen in a dungeon. If the vanguard protecting you dies, then you'll be forced to fight in a situation exactly like this. Just thinking about it made Kim Mai flustered. Yes, so what should I do? Trang Li calmly drew her sword. Even though I said that, you have plenty of options. Her next words caught Kim Mai's attention. In that case, don't you think it would be better to experience it directly yourself? To find a method to deal with an opponent faster than your arrows, let's give it a try. The truth is, if there isn't a massive gap in ability, assassins like me will avoid attacking head-on. If our movements are too easy to read, someone only needs to time it right. Even a kid could get lucky enough to take us down. That's why assassins like us.
Never rely on luck. We rely on speed.
Now, this is where it begins. When your opponent charges at you, watch which foot they step forward with. Observe their breathing, their habits, anticipate their moves, and draw your bow. That's what you have to do, Kim Mai. That's how you deal with an assassin. Kim Mai told herself, I've only been fighting it for a short time, so the information I have is very limited. However, considering the info I have right now, to toy with their prey, they'll appear from behind. Perfect. I've read it perfectly. And I win. Just as Kim Mai was still feeling confident, another monster appeared behind her. Her expression completely changed. What? She suddenly realized. There are two of them. The assassin monster swiftly raised its claws to attack. At that critical moment, Sang Huin's familiar voice rang out. He suddenly jumped down from above. What a bunch of cowards. His abrupt appearance left the assassin monster unable to react in time. In just one strike, he knocked the monster down, successfully protecting Kim Mai from danger and sending the creature flying backward. Both of them immediately retreated to maintain a safe distance. Sensing something was wrong, they turned to each other and exchanged signals. Sang Huin seemed entirely unafraid as he slowly walked toward them. Even if you are monsters, ganging up 2-on-1 against a girl is just pathetic, don't you think so? Now let's do this properly, a fair 2-on-2 fight. A hunting game, you bastards. Hearing Sang Huin say that, the assassin monsters immediately let out low growls from their throats. After a brief moment of silence, he realized the dungeon is different and the first monsters to appear are stronger. Besides, judging by their appearance, it seems the boss hasn't changed much. They're called Loblas, but they're also known as the Twin Predators. Each one is absurdly fast and specializes in hunting players with their cruel, vicious nature. This is what Judgment swordsman Kang Bo-an, who conquered the Hollow Forest, noted. She said that perfect coordination with teammates is an absolute requirement. Thinking about this, Sang Huin turned his head to look at Kim Mai. Sorry, late Kim Mai. Are you okay? She hurriedly shook her head. No, you saved me, if anything. It's just that Maria's necklace was destroyed. It happened so fast. Sang Huin's expression instantly changed. He still tried to stay calm. I understand. In his mind, he thought, is that so? That's a bit of a problem. That puts us at a disadvantage. To face two monsters that coordinate perfectly with each other, I'll have to fight while protecting the ranged fighter Kim Mai. This won't be easy. Damn it, with our initial plan, they'll look for any opening and pounce right behind me instantly, to hunt down Kim Mai first. In that case, there's only one option left. Sang Huin suddenly called out, Kim Mai. She looked up at him. Yes? He seriously suggested, we won't rely on signals anymore. I'm counting on you now. He seemed to have his own plan. I'll have to stop seeing Kim Mai as a target that needs protecting. She also understood the meaning behind his words. Sang Huin, does that mean? She nodded in agreement without hesitation. All right. I just need to tell you what skill I'm going to use beforehand, and that's enough, right? Sang Huin smiled and nodded. Of course. Kim Mai grew even more determined. He'll move while putting his faith in me. Yeah, I've already decided that I can't keep relying on him forever. If I want to stand proudly by his side. She instantly dashed forward. My first skill. Will be rapid fire. Hundreds of arrows shot straight at Loblas. Taking the chance, Sang Huin lunged forward to attack. I have to prove myself right here and right now. A perfect skill. At the same time, the Berserk skill was activated and the Speed skill was activated. True to its name, rapid fire is a skill that shoots an endless barrage of arrows, while Kim Mai and I are coordinating perfectly. And since this is the first time they're seeing this skill, they won't be able to coordinate smoothly with each other anymore. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Huin locked onto one of the Loblas. All right, let's see, between you and us. He immediately swung his sword powerfully into the air. Kim Mai was still fighting fiercely from behind. It was clear both Loblas had their own strengths, but even so, the two of them refused to give up. Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Sang Huin burst into laughter. Snatching the perfect moment, he decisively dealt with a Loblas blocking his path. Who has better teamwork? While he wasn't paying attention, a Loblas had appeared from behind to ambush him. Before it could act, Kim Mai shot an arrow straight at its arm. This created an opening for Sang Huin to counterattack. He called out, Kim Mai. Great support. He slashed the Loblas directly across its body. It couldn't stand in Sang Huin's way. Hundreds of arrows were fired at the remaining Loblas simultaneously to back him up. But Kim Mai's actions genuinely infuriated it. She couldn't care less, pouring all her strength into creating a rain of arrows. Even as she faced danger, she had no regrets about her decision. Kim Mai's willpower successfully enraged the Loblas.
While Sang Huin was dealing with the giant monster, it turned its head backward and let out a frenzied roar. Seeing things go south, he hastily used teleportation to appear right in front of it. Aren't you being way too obvious? Did you think I wouldn't notice you aiming for Kim Mai? One was already down, defeated by a single strike. He completely finished off the lobless.
Everything happened so fast that the remaining one didn't even know how to react. Its mind had only one single thought: turn around and run. Seeing its intention, Sang Huin irritably gripped his sword tightly. What now? At the same time, the remaining lobless completely lost its mind. A notification rang out: lobless will change its form. Its arms began to bulge with tough, thick veins. Its muscles also swelled up abnormally. The lobless had completely transformed now, glaring at him as if wanting to swallow him alive. This only made Sang Huin find it more amusing. Is it really giving up speed to boost its strength? You really have lost your mind, haven't you? The lobless didn't bother listening to his words. It channeled all its strength into attacking while he waited to see what kind of cheap trick it was planning. The corners of Sang Huin's mouth curled up slightly. He felt even more eager. Initiating a counterattack, he lands a powerful blow to its head. Against this monster, Sang Huin decides to attack its brain first. Your only condition for victory is speed. You stupid thing. You should have stayed calm. The lobless' entire body is now severely injured. A notification pops up. Congratulations, you have successfully subjugated lobless. Your level has increased significantly. A surge of power suddenly rushes through his body. At the same time, in the player info, HP has reached 2138, MP 401, and EXP 3129. In the status window, all skills have leveled up. Sang Huin laughs excitedly. That's right, just 10 more levels and I'll reach triple digits. I gained 2 levels after defeating the Guardian King, and this guy gave me 3 more. After subjugating the Archbishop, I reached level 85. So even though it didn't increase as much as when I took down the Death Knight, it seems he was just a special case. Not that it matters too much, but it's finally here. System notification appears. Player Sang Huin will receive an epic tier holy relic. Please select one of the holy relics below. Silent heavy pressure helmet, wind ascension belt, load reduction bracelet. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. I will finally get an epic tier holy relic. Although it's a bit of a pity that there aren't many choices, it doesn't matter. Every single one of these is extremely valuable and could even be sold for up to 100 billion. So awesome. Just one of them is enough for me to buy back all the holy relics I've absorbed so far with plenty left over. Therefore, it doesn't really matter which one I get, and it's not like they are all useless. Anyway, one of the items that fits into my final character build has appeared. Sang Huin excitedly reaches out to the system screen. This is the only holy relic worth taking. As the battle concludes, Kim Mai walks over and calls out, Sang Huin, you did great in today's raid. I feel like we cleared it much easier thanks to you. He shakes his head and replies, don't be so polite, you did great too. You played a huge role in today's raid. It's not just because we practiced our teamwork or the holy relic you brought today, but because your individual abilities have improved quite a lot. That's why we were able to clear it so easily today. This time, it's all thanks to you. Those words deeply touch Kim Mai. She laughs and wipes away her tears. Thank you. Hearing that from you is truly touching. Sang Huin lets out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, it seems she's been shouldering a lot lately, but it can't be helped. She asks herself, gosh, what's wrong with me? He suddenly remembers that there are many articles claiming Sang Huin is Kim Mai's backer, and because those articles constantly spread false information, she must have endured a lot of pressure and guilt. Perhaps that's why Kim Mai is forcing herself to push forward with all her might. The more I look at it from this perspective, the more I realize how foolish I've been. Just a few days ago, I misunderstood Kim Mai about so many things. At that moment, she shyly speaks up, I'm sorry. He laughs and replies, it's all right. But now he understands. We ended up clashing with each other like that, but now looking at her, thinking about how reliable she is, human emotions are truly strange. Sang Huin approaches and gently pats her head. Good job, Kim Mai. He tells himself, somehow, in starting to see Kim Mai as a little sister. I must be getting old. His action makes her blush. That's also when he realizes something is wrong. He quickly pulls his hand back and explains, sorry, Kim Mai, I saw a bug on your head. Sang Huin then scolds himself, what on earth was I doing just now? Little sister, my foot. So stupid. He becomes even more awkward. I'm sorry. Should I just die? I'm gonna go die now. Kim Mai still doesn't understand why he reacts like that.
Don't worry, it's fine, she tells herself. That startled me. Well, he probably didn't think much of it. Realizing something is off startles her. She quickly asks, "Wait, Oppa, is that the holy relic you chose?" Sang-Hwin smiles and explains, "That's right, it's called the Wind Ascension Belt. It's quite useful, so I picked it. Its stats seem to fit my status. Kim Mai, I see you have a new bow." She laughs and brings it forward for him to see. "Yes, I didn't look at the stats too closely, but I chose it to replace the bow I borrowed from the Kurokawa Guild. Even so, thankfully I was lucky enough to find a weapon. What do you think? Does it suit me?" Sang-Hwin forces a smile and nods. "It suits you very well, Kim Mai." In his mind, he thinks, "You didn't look at its stats closely and even said it's just a replacement. Goodness, I'm truly jealous of the wealth that allows her to treat an epic-tier holy relic like that." Suddenly, he suggests, "Why not test it out right here? We can check its stats." She laughs and nods. "Good idea. Since you're here anyway, let's test it out. Who knows, we might team up again." With that, she immediately draws her bow and aims. Sang-Hwin stares intently at the arrow. Right after, a sudden change occurs, catching him completely by surprise. It must be said that the power of the new weapon is absolutely terrifying, leaving both of them frozen in shock. As the thick dust and smoke clear, massive craters appear on the ground. "To be sure," Sang-Hwin quickly asks, "you only fired one arrow just now, right?" Kim Mai nods in confirmation. "Yes, I'm sure I did." "Does this bow have an illusion-type skill?" He then realizes something. No, that's wrong. It must be a type of perfect duplication skill. Regardless of the arrow, whether a skill is activated or not, this is the bow's innate ability. It allows it to shoot 9 arrows carrying the same effects and power as the original arrow, otherwise known as ninefold split shot. That's right, I'm sure I've seen it on TV before. It was thanks to this skill that Kim Mai's title, the Furious Sharpshooter, became famous worldwide. That means she is step-by-step reaching the growth rate that top players in my past life once had. Kim Mai is still observing the bow in her hand. What just happened? "By the way, do you want to try your item? Since we have this chance anyway, there's no harm in letting me see it." Sang-Hwin holds up the belt in his hand. "Shall I test it out?" "I see, you must be very curious about it, huh?" The smile on his face becomes increasingly terrifying, startling Kim Mai. He continues, "I guess there's no other way." She quickly reminds him, "Wait, don't take this too far." She recalls what Sang-Hwin previously said. Come to think of it, the holy relic he just got is called. He grips his weapon tightly. "Don't worry, Kim Mai. I'm also really eager to test it out." Sensing that things are going wrong, she hurriedly screams, "No." But Sang-Hwin doesn't care about anything around him. That's right. He directly knocks her flying into the air. His strength has increased tremendously. Information about the Wind Ascension Belt appears. Epic Tier Holy Relic, Normal Equipment. Special Effect, Wind Ascension. Hidden Effect, Super Awakening State. Stats Effect, Strength plus 200, Stamina plus 80, Dexterity plus 40. A belt containing Lawless Fighting Spirit. Lawless Combat Soul can release a powerful gust of wind, and since becoming an auxiliary source, it has significantly increased various stats. Next is Wind Ascension, a hidden skill. Airborne Status Effect creates an updraft that launches the enemy into an airborne state. The airborne state will last proportionally to the user's strength stat, and each effect will last for 0.2 seconds per 100 strength points. However, depending on the target's skill resistance, the duration may be shortened. Kim Mai completely regrets her original idea. "I knew you were going to do this." A reporter delivers breaking news. French player Din Lao Ti has been found dead with his body frozen. This incident seems to be connected to the recent discoveries of corpses in player disappearance cases. "We will continue our investigation." A mysterious man asks, "So, who devoured him this time?" The scene shifts to the Predator Network. From above, V.O. Lee suddenly announces, "It was me." Hearing this, Net Chi frowns in annoyance. "You again." Luca V.O. Lee. It seems he doesn't care at all and questions back. "Is that a problem, Net Chi?" He continues to warn him, if this goes on, the Predator Network might collapse. "I remember saying this needs to stop. Are you ignoring my words?" V.O. Lee laughs and retorts, "That's hilarious. Since when did we have this so-called community spirit, Net Chi? Aren't we simply a group that notifies each other about which prey we've absorbed?" He curses angrily, "You bastard." He analyzes, "It's not like we have an obligation to maintain this forever, right?" Therese, standing aside, looks very excited. "I agree with Luca too. So how did the guy you devoured taste? Honestly, I'm not really interested in the other stuff. Thinking for a moment, V.O. Lee replies, Din Lao Test Constellation was the immortal marathon runner. Perhaps for that reason my stamina-related stats have grown exponentially. Less than greater than. I'm sure of this. Your stats are determined by the quality of your own constellation. Everyone keep that in mind. Hearing this, she breaks into a crazed smile. So that means he was super tough and hard to chew, right? That's right, I've already chosen the person I want to absorb. Why don't you guys take a look? That guy called Sang-Hwin in South Korea. Nobody cares, right?
The people around declare, I don't care. Me neither. Turi laughs in amusement. Really? Then I can absorb him completely, right?
I'll take that as a yes. I'm leaving. Then it's my turn. I've made my decision. Inside the room, a man's corpse lies sprawled on the floor. Turi says cheerfully, Oh my, what a relief. No one has suspected his growth rate yet. Well, even if someone else notices him. On the screen is the familiar face of Sang-Hwin. She swipes her blood-stained hand across the screen. Her face twists in perversion. In the end, Miss Turi here will still be the one to devour you. She's extremely thrilled about what will happen next. Sang-Hwin is driving a supercar down the road.
The breaking news catches his attention. 2 weeks ago, the frozen corpse of French player Din Lao Ti was found. This incident seems to align with the discoveries of bodies from player disappearance cases. As if guessing something, he thinks, it seems they are starting to make their move. Sang-Hwin recalls, that's right, this is the time when the Predator Network begins taking bolder actions. I know their interest in South Korea is still low, but after learning that things might play out differently than in my past life since that recent dungeon, I need to act more cautiously. Should I move to a place with better security? Maybe I should. Should I be more careful, act more passively, and do everything slowly and quietly? Feeling a bit frustrated, Sang-Hwin grits his teeth. He yells in anger, screw it. If I'm going to die anyway, they would have started looking for me a long time ago. This isn't the time for me to worry about these things.
Sang-Hwin tells himself, that's right, I just need 10 more levels to reach level 100. Once I do, I'll be able to receive a special point that will surely enhance one of my main skills. That's why level 100 is the most important milestone for every player. Less than greater than. Just as I resolved before, I will make keeping my regression a secret my top priority. If my growth rate is stunted because of them, everything up to now will go down the drain. Just you wait. No matter who comes looking for me, I will always eliminate them all first. A notification chimes, grabbing Sang-Hwin's attention. You have arrived at your destination. The car stops and he looks in surprise at the orphanage in front of him.
A wave of nostalgia washes over him. I got here faster than expected.
Looking at this place once more, his feelings become even more complicated. Sang-Hwin burst into laughter. It was strange. He suddenly recalled that this place looked completely different from before, even though the name remained the same. It felt a bit bitter. The feeling of nostalgia was truly terrifying. Anyway, I thought they would be outside, yet the kids. Sounds of arguing echoed from inside. Miss, why did you eat all the potatoes? Come on, why didn't you even touch the pineapples? Han Dong immediately retorted. What? Pineapple pizza. What the heck? That thing can't even be called a pizza. The kids were baffled. Then why did you order it in the first place?
She smugly answered the kids. That's because you're still children. You need to eat fruit. Just eat the bottom part and give the rest to your teacher. I'll eat all the other parts. An angry child shot back. That doesn't even make any sense. Why did you order it to begin with? Han Dong said in a calm voice, What do you mean it doesn't make sense? It makes perfect sense. Seeing Sang-Hwin's face appear startled her. He was extremely angry. What are you doing to the kids? The kids cried out helplessly. She actually ate all the potato slices. Shortly after, the kids' eyes immediately sparkled brightly. Right before their eyes were exquisite gifts. Han Dong turned her head to look at Sang-Hwin. You didn't have to buy these for the kids. They happily accepted them. Let's go! That's a Nintendo Switch 2. I've wanted this so badly. This is the recently released Dungeon Rider 2, right? It's a modern fantasy game combined with mount riding elements. It enjoyed great popularity and is very modern. You damn nerd. As if remembering something, Han Dong pointed in another direction. By the way, have you eaten yet? We happen to be eating pizza. If you want, you can. Sang-Hwin abruptly cut her off. Are you trying to dump that pineapple pizza on me because you don't like it? The moment he finished his sentence, she immediately went silent. Han Dong's attitude completely changed. He was a bit speechless at this situation. Normally, people would try not to make it so obvious. A little boy's voice rang out, Mister.
I heard you're a super famous player, is that true? Sang-Win stayed silent, thinking for a moment. He smiled, sitting down to explain, I'm not sure about being famous, but I am indeed a player. The boy's eyes sparkled brightly. That's so awesome. What do I have to do to become a player? He curiously glanced at the boy. Why? Do you want to become a player too? The boy said with absolute certainty, obviously. They're super cool. They slay monsters and swing giant swords. Another boy chimed in, yeah, but if you shoot arrows, a sword becomes useless anyway. Sang-Win was a bit surprised by the situation unfolding before him. The kids immediately turned to argue with each other. What are you talking about? Swords are obviously the strongest. You really don't know anything, do you? Arrows are. Why are you guys ignoring daggers? Assassin players are the absolute best. Assassin? What assassin? He burst out laughing. It had been so long that his memories were fading now, but seeing them brought back memories of the old days. Back then, Sang-Win told the other kids, I'm going to become a swordsman, a super strong swordsman wielding giant swords. Another boy was confused. A swordsman? What's that? He explained, like the main character in Dragon Warrior. The boy immediately analyzed it for him to understand. That kind of swordsman. Sorry, but dreams like that are impossible in the modern world. Nowadays, the only swordsmen left are the ones suffering every day buried under mountains of paperwork. Anyway, it's still a high-paying professional job, so you'd still get paid pretty well. But still, Sang-Win immediately became disappointed. I get it. He became even more nostalgic. Just like them, he used to talk about his dreams with bright, sparkling eyes. Thinking of this, he let out a soft sigh. And,
While looking at that man's back, I began to form a new dream. That's right. Just like how I found hope when looking at someone else. Sang-Win suddenly chimed in, That's right, swords are the best, aren't they? The kids were still arguing. Let me tell you, archers are. The kids suddenly turned their attention to him. His voice brimmed with confidence. If you listen to your teacher, you might be able to become a badass swordsman player just like me. Sang-Win thought to himself, I can become a source of hope for someone else. The boy stared at him, looking a bit surprised. Right after, the boy hastily backed away and whispered, What does he want? My dream is to become a swordsman like the demon sword of the capital. Why would I downgrade to be like him? The kids nearby gossiped, I want to be as cool as Miss Kim Mai, but that guy over there looks kinda weird. Just ignore him. Players are always a bit crazy like that. Sang-Win felt incredibly annoyed. Kids these days were quite mature for their age, weren't they? Han-Dong hurriedly explained, Please don't be upset. So shall we get ready to go? This isn't the only reason you came here today, right? I left it in the room right next door. You won't be disappointed. And so Sang-Win and Han-Dong stepped into the room to look at the item. He knew very well that this item was no ordinary thing. It was a fire talisman shield, a diamond-tier relic granting a shield attribute, an amulet excavated from ancient ruins, still bearing the destructive scars of a fire dragon, the creature that destroyed a city possessing lost records. You can use this to enhance a shield once. A shield enhanced with this talisman will gain the Small Spark skill. The Small Spark skill can evolve through the intensities of fire, large fire, raging fire, and blaze. Looking at this item, Sang-Win was quite surprised. A relic that grants an attribute, and it's the popular fire attribute too. Han-Dong sighed and replied, It's true, but it's restricted to shields only. That's a pretty massive flaw. So, this is the special relic that isn't useful in combat, and is therefore rather obscure that you were looking for, right? You're going to buy it, aren't you? Sang-Win smiled. Exactly. This is exactly the kind of item I'm looking for. Even among attributes, the fire attribute is particularly good for offense. Most swordsmen and archers and even some assassins use it, but most tank players wouldn't use it. Of course, it could be very fitting if a shield user could lead the vanguard with a powerful finishing strike, but they'd be far more likely to use a charm better suited for endurance. There's no need to spend that much money on a fire attribute. It was like this last time too. I can't tell if Han-Dong's luck is good or bad anymore. Should I say she has a knack for bringing in items that are perfectly tailored just for me? I'll have to keep in touch with her from now on. Han-Dong sat to the side, continuously muttering to herself, if only it could be used on swords, it would be perfect. Late in the evening, Din Ha's voice rang out, All right, then. The situation briefing will conclude here. Everyone was gathered in the main conference room of the Eden Guild. Din Ho solemnly announced, To sum up, the time has finally come. Everyone, if none of you have any objections, we will proceed with the decision. The Eden Guild will take charge of the Kaesong operation.
Kim Mai, I'll entrust you with the task of recruiting any player ranked A or above to be dispatched to other areas. She nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll get to work immediately. He continued his speech. Now, next is. Kim Mai suddenly became anxious. Just as Din Ho Appa said, that moment had finally arrived. When the era of players began, rifts suddenly appeared all over the world. Other countries quickly attacked them and sustained very little damage as they continued to suppress them. But because North Korea was in turmoil and the emergence of players was limited, the rifts continued to be neglected. As a result, more and more monsters kept pouring out from those rifts, and North Korea turned into a land of monsters. But due to the ongoing delays, the monsters were close to spilling over into South Korean territories. It was a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment, and our guild finally had to step up and shoulder that burden. She suddenly called out Din Ho Oppa. He turned his head in surprise. Yes, what is it, Kim Mai? Her voice turned grave. I'd like to make a proposal. Trang Li suddenly interrupted. We need a mercenary. He glanced toward her. A mercenary? Trang Li, don't tell me. She gave a firm nod. That's right, exactly what you're thinking. Din Sang-win, we need him. Hearing this, Din Ho sighed. To be honest, I was thinking the same thing. Even though we have the capability to handle the situation, when faced with variables, we still need more certainty. After thoroughly reading Kim Mei's report on the Hollow Forest, I thought Din Sang-win would perfectly compensate for that aspect. She chuckled in delight. Right? I've been telling you this all along. Well, definitely need him. He smiled and suggested, in that case, Kim Mei, please contact Mr. Din Sang-win. Trang Li suddenly spoke up. I'll do it. She whipped her head around in surprise. What? Did you just say? She repeated in a calm voice. What's wrong? You heard what I said. I will go and make the offer to him.
I also have some things I want to discuss with him.
Inside his room, Sang-win was chugging milk non-stop. The table was cluttered with empty milk cartons he had guzzled down. Finishing the last carton in his hand, Sang-win sighed, his swollen lips aching as he thought, that was a close call. I knew it was a fire attribute, so it would be incredibly spicy. That definitely exceeded my limits. If I'm going to die, I should die while slaying monsters. Why would I die while eating a relic like this? At least I got a pretty decent skill out of it, so that's a relief. From now on, I'm never eating fire attribute stuff again. The skill he just acquired was Small Spark, a skill that activates the fire attribute. This skill can be conditionally activated on a single relic. To maintain Small Spark, every time the skill level increases, its form will evolve in the order of Fire, Large Fire, Raging Fire, and Blaze. Even with just this one skill, the way I approach battles could change completely. Not only can I inflict negative status effects, but my options for dealing physical damage have also increased. Less than greater than. My growth speed has truly been skyrocketing lately. The speed and slightly faster skills I gained thanks to Han Dong have been slightly weakened due to my abilities, but the negative effects have been completely removed, and my combat capabilities have massively improved. That alone would have been more than enough, but then I also got acceleration and super awakening state. My combat power must have jumped up several tiers. Of course, to effectively boost my combat prowess, how I decide to combine these abilities will play a huge role. However, no matter how many skills I acquire, if I don't have the ability to utilize them, they'll ultimately just become useless. What I should be thinking about right now is how to accumulate as much experience as possible. That's right, what I need now is a higher difficulty dungeon or gate. Should I try contacting the association? I still can't compete with the large-scale guilds for dungeon access rights, so I have no choice but to rely on the association. Then I really have no other choice. No, thinking about it now, this isn't the right choice either. At this very moment, my absolute level stats are still too low and my exact player rank hasn't even been decided. There's a limit to the priority the association can afford to give me. This is a major problem. My growth speed will likely continue to accelerate rapidly, but I won't be able to maintain a suitable environment. At this rate, I'll hit a brick wall while leveling up. Damn it. So far, I had a bit of luck, but this is getting pretty tough. Sang-win asked himself, what should I do about this? The doorbell rang, drawing his attention. He walked out in annoyance. Who would come at this hour? I already have enough of a headache with all these thoughts. He grumbled internally. It was the same with those reporters last time. How are so many people just able to find my place like this? I don't even know what the hell I'm paying all this rent for anymore. I let it go the last few times, but not today. Don't even dream about it. As soon as he opened the door, Sang-win furiously yelled, What do you want? Who comes here in the middle of the damn night? His furiously angry attitude caught even Trang Li off guard. She offered an awkward smile. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know early, but I was in a rush, so I'll just head back for today then. He still hadn't fully grasped what was happening. Shortly after, Sang-Huin poured Trang Li a cup of coffee. He hurriedly explained, "No, I'm sorry. I don't have any snacks or anything to host you with." She shook her head. "No, I should be the one apologizing for coming unannounced." Her gaze suddenly landed on the pile of things on his table. "But you must really like milk, huh?" Sang-Huin revealed a stiff smile. "There are some reasons." Trang Li suddenly warned, "You're going to get a stomachache drinking this much." Questions continuously swirled in his mind. Why? Why is this happening? Why is Din Trang Li here this late at night? Did I do something wrong? Driven by curiosity, he asked, "So, why did you come here?" She suddenly remembered something. Trang Li hurriedly pulled out a file folder. "Sorry, I forgot the main point. Here you go." He looked at the file of information in front of him in confusion. Looking at the text right on the very first page, he was a bit taken aback. Top secret. Is it really okay for me to read something like this? What in the world is this anyway? While Sang-Huin was still silent, Trang Li informed him, "As you can see, this is information that cannot be found anywhere else. This matter was decided in an internal meeting, and right after the meeting ended, I rushed over here immediately. This won't take long. We need your help for the upcoming Kaesong expedition. Therefore, I came to see you to formally offer you the position of mercenary scout."
You don't need to overthink it. Sang-Huin's lips curled up into a slight smirk. This is it. He made his decision instantly. I don't need to read the rest. I'm in. In fact, he was thrilled. This was a massive opportunity to resolve all of his concerns. An uncharted world and a land of monsters. After Kaesong became an uncontrollable zone, it turned into a hellish landscape and earned a slew of other names. Perhaps due to its unique environment, no matter how much time passed, people still couldn't count all the monsters lurking there. The whole world has recognized this area as at least an A+ rank difficulty. So to launch a subjugation raid, we need a force equal to a major guild. Because of that, the first guild chosen was the Eden Guild. It was the vanguard expedition of Kaesong, the very first battle among the 3 initiated expeditions. It set a record for the highest number of monsters slaughtered in a single expedition in Korean history. It was the legendary battle that made the names Kim Mai, Din Ho, and Trang Li renowned across the globe. And now, this incredible opportunity was right in front of him. An A+ rank difficulty meant that even ordinary monsters would far exceed level 100. However, it also offered an equal chance for massive rewards. High risk truly meant high returns. Sang-Huin suddenly asked, "How will the loot be divided? I'm sure the rewards will be distributed based on contribution, right? If the rewards are just divided equally because it's a large-scale guild, then..." Before he could finish his sentence, Trang Li burst into laughter. Sang-Huin was puzzled. Did I say something funny? She shook her head and explained, "I'm sorry. I just didn't expect you to ask that, so it was a natural reaction. As far as I know, the expedition will take place in 3 days at the building from that era. I'll contact you again when I have more details." He breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I understand. Then we'll meet there." Sang-Huin thought to himself, 3 days later? I'd rather go tomorrow, but I guess I'll just have to deal with it. There's nothing I can do. Trang Li nodded cheerfully. "See you then, I'll contact you later." He smiled back. "Yeah, see you later." Seeing that she stayed quiet, Sang-Huin let out an awkward smile. Feeling a bit awkward, he stood up. "Come to think of it, have you eaten yet? If you're hungry." Trang Li quickly declined. "It's fine, I'm okay. I already had dinner and I don't usually eat this late." He sat back down in his seat. "I get it, you avoid late-night snacks." She nodded in agreement. Sang-Huin's expression worsened. "Didn't we finish our main business? Why hasn't she left yet?" "She keeps staring at me. She's pressuring me to set a good mood, isn't she? What is going on here? Is this a power move? Is she asserting dominance because she's an S-rank player?" Suddenly, Trang Li coughed lightly, leaving Sang-Huin confused. He became even more anxious. Wait a minute, is she? It seemed he had figured something out. Immediately, Sang-Huin coughed a few times, catching Trang Li's attention. He held up one finger in front of her. "Is it about this?" "No way, right? I'm sorry, I just..." Before he could finish, she announced joyfully, "You guessed it." Sang-Huin felt a bit exhausted. So I was right? Outside, the sky had transitioned deep into the late night. Trang Li and Sang-Huin went to Jamsil training room number 43. Not wasting any time, he quickly warmed up his body. He thought to himself, I was a bit surprised, but this is a good opportunity.
After all, it's a chance to see how my growth speed stacks up against Din Trang Li. Besides, last time there was a skill restriction, but now. Sang Huin appeared incredibly excited about this challenge. He suddenly spoke up and asked, "How about we drop the skill restrictions this time?" She was a bit worried. "Is that really okay?" He nodded firmly. "Of course. I feel like there's no point if the conditions are exactly the same as last time. Besides, it's way more fun this way." Trang Li was startled by his words. She was quite surprised. More fun. Still, Trang Li nodded in agreement. "I understand. Then how about the loser of this sparring match has to grant a wish for the winner?" Sang Huin nodded without hesitation. "A wish? Sure, that sounds like fun. Then how about a one-day pass to use Din Trang Li? I want to train with you again." Her tone remained calm. "All right, then as for me, I'll ask you, Din Sang Huin, to join the Eden Guild." Immediately reacted. "Isn't that totally unfair? Joining the Eden Guild would be permanent." She quickly made her decision. "Then I'll give you a permanent pass as well. You can call me whenever you need me. And if you want, you can add more conditions. For example." Sang Huin suddenly cut her off. "No, that's enough." He knew exactly what she was thinking. Wasting no more time, Sang Huin directly unleashed his power. From this moment on,
There's no backing down. He was ready for this battle. Trang Li stayed silent for a moment. The atmosphere had completely changed.
this is it. This feeling. The feeling of death that I experienced back then. I've never been able to feel it again, no matter what monsters I faced or which dungeons I entered. Even though he ended up dropping his guard and having to use a skill, it felt like I was being toyed with by an opponent far stronger than me. Maybe that's why everything that happened after felt so blurry. Training, expeditions, everything. I don't know why, but something about that day. I figured it all out that day, and now this feeling has returned once again. A thrilled smile surfaced on Trang Li's lips. Naturally, her determination intensified, the burning desire to defeat him at any cost.